actually very interested in these military tactics. Don't you think our kind of war is the most boring? Yeah, I think your wars are boring, but military strategy is also important. Moreover, the way of Jixia is in line with military strategy, and many students have condensed Confucian books with military strategy. Jixia, the Confucian scholar, has been expelled from the court for too long, and I have almost forgotten their abilities. It seems that you have also gone to the process. You should have fought against that gentleman, right? How was that gentleman? I haven't seen the methods of those people under Jixia, but they don't actually have much killing power or even a real way to take human lives. But when it comes to other unorthodox ways, even I have no good way. If we break them with one force, it won't be beautiful. Yang Yuan did a good job this time in getting these people down the mountain. I have a chance to see the way of a gentleman. I see that a gentleman positions himself very clearly. He is a literati, while you are just a vulgar scholar. When encountering a soldier, he knows he cannot explain it to you clearly. The final battle of military strategy in Dabi is now underway. That Phoenix general is quite mysterious. He hasn't appeared yet, do you think so, Bailing? My general might appear soon. Didn't you come to see the young master today? What do you care about Phoenix? I should listen to Miss Yenner and find some time to practice my handwriting. If I were to write about Yang Zi's military strategy, would it be shameless? I'm just a shameless person. Indeed, when you were in Yangzhou, your Bodhi verse contained the ultimate truth, and now writing this military strategy also has this omen. What do you mean by that? What have I done again, my dear grandson? Of course, no wonder Tianjige has come to such a conclusion. So, Tianjige may be correct this time. What is that, young master? It seems like there's an extra book on his head. This book can condense true qi on its own, and this true qi seems to be different from what we use, but what exactly is this? Confucian book. What is the Confucian book? How could a well-behaved son, who had never studied under the state of Ji, possibly condense a Confucian book? Although you have little contact with Jixia, you should also understand that if you can condense Confucian classics without the learning process, it can only indicate one thing. The things he wrote contain the true teachings of the great Tao and have the power to educate the world on paper. If this is military strategy, then it is the true teachings of the military Tao. Are you joking? How could he possibly reach such a level? As someone who has never been exposed to military strategy, how could he? Could it be that Yang Yuan, that old kid, even deceived us and made him hide his clumsiness from birth? I don't know if he's hiding his clumsiness, but I know this kid has given me too many surprises. Swallowing the heavenly skill is fierce, and now there are still Confucian scholars. Having Confucian books means that one can cultivate harmony. Even my invincible E is involved in this kid's future, and I am becoming more and more aware of it. Hey, you stinky kid, you don't look too happy when you see good son like this. Did you not want my obedient grandson to become the commander of this war from the beginning? You wouldn't be good at favoritism and giving my obedient grandson a low score, would you? How could you say that? He's my nephew no matter what. What's going on? Why did the school bell ring when it was time to disperse? Yes, for 100 years, learning the clock has never been wrong, Mr. 4. What's going on here? The ringing of the study bell at this moment indicates that a great Confucian scholar has not only understood reason, but also put it into paper to educate future generations. Such merit has alarmed the study bell. Is a great scholar who understands reason a gentleman or a great gentleman? Teacher, is it the National Academy of Sciences that the bell is ringing? Even if the Imperial Academy gave them hundreds of years, they would not have produced such a rational figure. Speaking of which, I am also curious about where this great scholar is from. Speaking of which, Master Uncle helped me get a chance to enter the court. The Emperor is about to invite 3 gentlemen. You should prepare early. Yang Yuan, he actually did what he promised the old man back then. Fishing genius, you know this game was truly stunning, and after this one, even if the old Taoist is in Kyoto, he won't be your opponent anymore. My senior's chess skills are not very high, are they? It seems that you have also exposed the old Taoist's ability. The old Taoist is best at divination and chess, relying on divine calculation. Nowadays, you can be considered as half of a heavenly being. When it comes to combat ability, you even have the power to crush the old Taoist. However, your natural calculation ability is not comparable to yours. Would you be willing to tell me, senior, what exactly are you guarding? Now I should have the qualifications to listen, right? If you had reached this point on your own, I would have told you these things. But now, instead of relying on your own strength, you are trapped in Kyoto and have no right to know. No, Jixia hasn't entered the game yet. How could such a great Confucian scholar educate the world with clear and righteous teachings? Is it a gentleman who wants another heavenly being in this world at this time? This is a Confucian book. How is that possible? What exactly did he write? No matter how much I value and admire him, in the end it's still a form of contempt. Yang who exactly are you? He has reached the peak of the 3rd grade, but he has only just entered the 3rd grade. Isn't it difficult to advance without natural materials and treasures? It doesn't seem wrong. This is the Confucian book. Who is this stinky kid? Shu Chang. The book has become. I'm afraid few people have this kind of fortune to see the consolidation of Confucian books. What is this? Is someone trying to frame me for plagiarism? Falsehood is a blatant accusation that this young master never brings a cheat sheet during exams. Those who squander everything are Confucian scholars. I want to see what you wrote that could cause such a big stir. Wait a moment, let me take a look first. Confucian books used to look like this. Jixia used this method to unite Howren's intentions. There is righteous energy in heaven and earth. Yuren said Howren. What is this? How does the power you used feel familiar? Don't feel familiar because this is your power, I'm just using it. Hyorenyi is indeed interesting. You should reflect on it yourself. Anger can help you kill enemies, and Hyorenyi can help you protect your body and maintain strength to overcome the weak. If this is your martial arts, I think you can achieve the ultimate. What do you mean by that? This is my power. Wait, it seems that the master uncle of the gentleman from Jixia in the Battle of the Imperial Palace, Howren, has used it before. Is it difficult? Yang. Senior Yang, this is. You don't have to worry, it just took too much effort to condense Confucian literature. Just now, because he was focused enough, he didn't feel tired. But now, once he relaxes, this inadvertent loss of energy and mental energy will make him feel unprecedentedly exhausted. It seems that there is no suspense about the outcome this time, but now I also want to see what kind of military strategy is condensed into Confucian books. You wouldn't be so impolite about things that have already been agreed upon, would you? Although I have a strong sense of competitiveness, I respect the honor of being a soldier more. What is said naturally leads to the next war, and he is the head coach. I know better than you how to treat the head coach. Not bad, then don't you take a look at what he actually wrote. It's not urgent for now. Anyway, what he wrote today will definitely be passed down to the world. It's still possible to read it when the time comes. Damn it, that guy actually hid his arrogance and made me so angry. Do you really want to call that guy general? I slept in. Did I make a mistake in military strategy and tactics? There is no military strategy or theory. You won, and it was announced by the old prince in public. And there's that thing. Senior said you're following the palace battle, so you should know what this thing is, and now you're already a 3rd grade peak mirror. You only need one opportunity to advance to the 2nd grade. Are you saying that I wrote a book and then entered the 3rd rank, and even condensed Confucian books that only a few great Confucian scholars in Jixia could condense? Not bad, that's what the senior said anyway. What principle is this? If that's the case, I still have a lot of books to write. Can I be invincible by writing books? But there are no words on it. Do I have to go to Jixia Academy again for this matter? The senior is not sure about this. He only told you that you have to explore and learn about this book and Jixia by yourself. I understand, but now this matter is not important. What I am more concerned about is my uncle's attitude and military strategy, whether it is a big comparison or not. After all, he is the one who makes the final decision. You stinky kid woke up just in time. I have something to ask you for. Get out of here. You've been sleeping well these past few days, and because of you, this stinky kid, you're going to turn the world upside down. Coincidentally, I also have something to look for my uncle. It seems that I woke up just in time. Yang Wu's Art of War couldn't have been copied from somewhere by you, kid, right? It's just that there's no such possibility. If it weren't for the first time, we wouldn't have been able to form a Confucian book. Speaking of which, I can understand why your father is working so hard. My father is working hard, and I think you may not understand why he is not willing to work hard when my father and mother are around. And since you've known him for so long, when have you seen him fight unprepared? As the saying goes, I am most fortunate to have become Yang Yuan's son. Speaking of which, Yang Yuan is also an all-around talent. As his son, you can understand that you are a bit wicked, especially since you have the bloodline of my Jinbei Wang mansion on you. It's just that I don't have the heart to explore your secrets. This time I'm just here to exchange killing for slaughter. Killing for slaughtering you is a decision. Grandfather and the 5 generals have no other objections. I agree with you, you stinky kid. Are you here to ridicule me? What's the point of agreeing or not? Qinglong and Qilin have no room for your strong opposition, and naturally they keep their promises. As for Phoenix, they wholeheartedly support you. White Tiger doesn't care, your grandfather is just about beating drums and gongs. What's the use of opposing only Xuanwu and me? I understand my uncle's concern that if one day the North were to be handed over to me, you would definitely support me, but as the commander of this war, you are the one who least supports me. After all, I have never been to the battlefield or led troops. You have done such a reckless thing again. What makes you most at ease is to entrust this war to either Qinglong or Qilin, right? Not bad. Actually, when you asked the Death Soldier to stir up the Northern Rong dynasty, I knew it wouldn't succeed. If you didn't understand Wu Zhao's decisiveness, you would inevitably fall into a predicament because of this matter. I didn't remind you just to let you miss this big competition and this opportunity. But I didn't expect you, this stinky kid, to do so well. Not only did you not be delayed by Wu Zhao, but you also won the admiration of some soldiers in the army. I also kept my own heart hidden in this military strategy theory. No matter how good your writing is, I won't give you a high score, but you still submitted an unquestionable answer sheet. Uncle has also made it difficult for you. He went to great lengths to prevent me from sitting in this seat. But unfortunately, I never treated you like an onion from beginning to end. Unless you beat me unconscious with your hands, your dilemma is no different from a joke to me than a clever one. You're just lucky. If I'm lucky, it's just a mediocre person comforting themselves. All luck comes from foolproof preparation and a step-by-step strategy. For example, if you calculate that I will go to Beirong, I actually need an excuse. If I don't have any achievements, who will obey me? So I had always wanted to go, but if I just passed by like this, it would seem very abrupt. But you gave me the best reason, and I was able to use this reason to avoid the first 2 games, which I'm not good at. I just know that you and your father say the same thing. Are you tired like this? Every time you do something, you have to think about it for so many years. You should have some youthful impulse and passion to do whatever you want. Isn't that okay? I don't feel tired because I know exactly what I want. If I don't pay more than others think, why should I live better than others? By reincarnation, the children of the Jinbei prince's mansion and the Yang family gave birth to you, and you are even more noble than the prince, aren't you? Even now, his sons are still timid and want to be the last fisherman. Just pretending to be clever, if this continues, it will only make Dakian more and more chaotic. When the country's fortunes collapse, the people will be in dire straits, and the country's generals will be at a loss. These princes will have nothing to contend with. Gather the army, let's first take Yangzhou and kill the Sword Saint. Also, may I ask if Liu Yener is interested in killing the Sword Saint? Long-distance communication and close attack are good. The other princes can remain calm, but the descendants of Emperor Hao may not necessarily let us speed up the pacification of this chaotic era. Not bad, not bad. The Art of War by Yang Wu. My Yang family has also gained fame, even though they have a significant influence in history. How could the son I naturally gave birth to be bad? My father said that our little nine has already taken the position of head coach with this. Commander, it seems that Big Brother is also planning to take action. In such a chaotic world, without the restrictions of the late emperor, I am still trapped in Kyoto. It seems that I still lost the game and suffered a crushing defeat. I think it's good. You're already at this age, and the best thing is to stay by my side honestly. Of course, the big things in this world are never bigger than Madam. Yang Gong's subordinates deserve to die for disturbing you and your wife, but there is an urgent report in the palace that Qian Zhan has caused trouble in Wuzhou. His Majesty invites you to enter the palace for ceremonial matters. This child has some of the decisiveness of the late emperor. He has been prepared for so many years and will not quiet down just because the late emperor passed away. Got it, I'll go into the palace now. What is Qian Zhan thinking about when he charges me? Is it for you, master? It shouldn't be wrong. Now, besides Tianren, I'm the only one who can defeat Bawang Road one-on-one. And the strategy of attacking close and engaging with him from afar is also correct. With the support of heaven and man behind us, it's different. Since that's the case, let's take 2 steps and try blocking it first. If we can't stop it, let's take a look. If he could do nature, someone would deal with him. If you had taken a step forward with your breath instead of pondering over the banished immortal, there would still be a heavenly being standing behind you now. Master, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. As for Tianren, hasn't Yang Gong already proven that Tianren is not invincible? That's different. After all, as a heavenly being, even Yang Yuan had to put in so much effort to succeed. If it were us, how could it be so easy to kill? I don't think it's that difficult. Now only he, Qian Zhan, is standing behind Tianren. My brothers wouldn't know this. Since that Qian Zhan wants to deal with the master, we also need to find a way to remove the Tianren behind him first. Your Highness, don't hesitate. Since someone has already taken action, why don't we take this opportunity to directly capture Kyoto? Do you have any good ways to deal with Yang Gong by taking Kyoto directly? It's not a problem for us to join hands and hold back Yang Yuan, along with that celestial puppet. And at that time, even the heavenly beings couldn't stop the charge of 10,000 cavalry and the sky full of arrow feathers when your army was overwhelming. I will consider what you said. Although Seventh Brother is cunning, what he said does make sense. There is still one person among us who must be solved. Let's not talk about how he is for now, but at least we need to eliminate the heavenly being behind him. Tianren cannot withstand the onslaught of arrows from 10,000 riders, but I can't let 10,000 people guard me, can I? Your Highness is right. The Battle of the Palace, Yang Yuan, has proven that heaven and man are not invincible. The southern border happens to be adjacent to Wuzhou. Although I don't like Seventh Brother, I have to cooperate once this time. Are you a bit too lazy now, not practicing martial arts or busy with military affairs? You spend your days sunbathing here. Give them some time to review my military strategy and make them accept the fact that I have become the commander-in-chief. Haven't you even seen that girl Bai Ling hasn't been here for a long time? She supports me because she finds it interesting, but when I sit in this position, who should not think too much about it? When do you have to wait? I heard that the northern Rome side is constantly mobilizing troops and the front line is constantly advancing. What should we do? Can we take the initiative to attack? We are already on the defensive side, they are attacking and passive. Don't worry, no matter how they change, they won't attack now because even I know it's not a good time. Time is running out, don't you make more arrangements? And every time I ask you, I say it's not a good time to attack. You're not the regent, how do you know his thoughts? Don't wait, now is the best time. Qian Zhan couldn't calm down a bit, but this time he was a bit impulsive. I think he has become someone else's target after all, his goal is too big. What does that mean? What's the connection between the regent and Qian Zhan? I don't think Qian Zhan can collude with him no matter what. They naturally wouldn't collude, but the Great Qian Rebellion was the best opportunity for Wu Xiao, and not only for Wu Xiao, but also for the Eastern Realm. In this game, everyone thought I had the strongest 4 armies in the north and Dad's east. I occupied 2 of them, and they were still the strongest. However, discerning people know that this is meaningless. I have no way to use these 2 armies because their inherent meaning is to defend the border. But as long as we repel the northern Rome, then. My little Li, how much combat power do you think the northern army still has if they claim to have gathered 1,000,000 soldiers despite having only 300,000 in the north? However, the same principle applies to me being Yang Yuan's son. Others only see my unlimited glory, but they never see the responsibility that this identity brings to me. Okay, it's time to meet those generals. No matter what, we're going to fight. Wu Xiao is about to receive news. These princes of the late emperor, who were not honest, always wanted to sit in that position, but never thought that the consequence of their dishonesty would be instability. You've been guarding the border for so many years, haven't you understood this? Of course, I could see it clearly, so I didn't feel any disappointment. Just now, my good grandson received news and asked me to help him gather generals to prepare for war. You have really thought about this life and death war, and you have appointed him as the commander-in-chief. I have no doubt about his future achievements, but is it really good to let someone who has not fought before shoulder the safety of the North in a short period of time? I believe in my own good grandson, and there is no one who doesn't take risks in war. He always has to take on these things, just like a weak boy who couldn't even pick up a knife back then. It doesn't affect your grandfather's decision to make me a prince, nor does it affect me becoming the world's #1. That's not the same thing. That's one thing. It seems that I am the earliest grandfather to come, and you have had an argument with someone. Oh, isn't this the retired general who hasn't left yet? To be honest, I also wanted to take advantage of the last opportunity to bring my aunt back, but my aunt's abilities, her consciousness are not something I can shake. It's strange that you can bring it back, you stinky kid. Although you were angry when you were in Kyoto, my own woman naturally brought it back. Why don't you give me a clue on how you plan to bring my aunt back? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My aunt is not the same as she used to be. I don't think you can be my aunt's match, whether it's using your brain or your hands. He thought that if he couldn't win, he would just marry into the imperial family. Anyway, the Empress wants face, and as the general of the North University, he doesn't want any face anymore. He's not afraid of being despised by others, so he'll just marry into the imperial family and become their empress. If I can't defeat her, I'll join you. I don't know how wrong the Empress is when I was young. I treated the princess like a treasure. Uncle, you've come to understand and live up to your age. Not only have you been the Grand General in charge of the north of the town, but you also have the ability to honor the world with your mother and father. Rolling. Uncle, I'm sorry, but now you're already an outdated general. I'm in charge here and I need to meet with my generals. Please avoid it for now. You. Good news, my dear grandson. As an outdated general, I am truly a cultured person. All right, stop talking nonsense. We should also withdraw now. Since we have decided to hand over this war to the young people, let's leave it to them. If we are here, it will actually make it difficult for the good grandson to subdue us. Okay. Anyway, I've told you everything I need to say. If you decide to let him come, then let him come. No matter what, you're still here. There won't be anything regretful happening. Main Master, what is the reason why the head coach called us here this time? Is it because we have already prepared strategic deployment? Does General Phoenix have the habit of wearing a helmet, and this helmet is still so unique? Commander, please prioritize war. As for my personal habit, it should not affect the overall situation. This business-like tone is quite decent, but how will Phoenix use the same sachet with a handsome follower named Bailing? Is there any special relationship between the two of you? It's impossible. Even though I changed my sachet, how could I still have the same scent? How could I make such a low-level mistake? Cough, lose control. Everyone, continue. Commander, please be more serious, General Phoenix. Although she may be a bit careless in her actions, what she said is correct. This is a discussion on military matters, so please take this as a priority, Commander. Just now, I thought it was a joke for everyone. After all, it's our first time meeting. The atmosphere is lively. It seems that Phoenix will have a lot of things to explain to me in the future. But now we have gathered everyone here, just as Qinglong thought. I have already made strategic arrangements and need everyone's cooperation to execute them. Even the best generals are curious about the insights of those who can write about Yang Wu's military strategy on this strategic deployment. My strategy is simple. Qilin, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Fenghuang, and the 5th Battalion take the initiative to attack in this first round. Do you know what you're saying? Let's go first. Do you know that these 5 battalions are the absolute elite of the Northern Army, so tactical coordination is also based on what kind of passive situation they will fall into if they fail? Do you know? The deployment of the head coach is really shocking. I believe you will have some arrangements in the future. If it's so simple, it's hard to believe. What's the plan? You can't believe this deployment. I don't think the regent will believe it either. Being caught off guard and sharpening it first is not impossible to give it a try. But what if? There's nothing wrong. To be honest, I've always heard about how powerful your 5th Battalion is, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so this time my commander doesn't have any deployment. Everyone, use your own fighting style to fight the first battle for the Jinbei army. The last will receive orders. You guys, forget it. Since you have become the commander-in-chief of the army, I recognize Qinglong as the commander. The Jinbei army has only 300,000 soldiers. This time, we will mobilize the strength of one country to station 1 million soldiers and have one country as our support. The northern border is nothing more than a continent. Nowadays, the Great Qian Rebellion has left us with no time to provide support, so we can definitely accomplish what our ancestors did not do throughout history. The 4 armies of Prince Snow God Wolf riding Ice Teeth and Cold Axe have also gathered and are now providing protection for your main camp. Han Dong, Guhan Axe, the main general of the army, is a broken mirror warrior. Great, the Cold Axe was ambushed by the Phoenix last time. How about recruiting now? After all, the Glacier tribe is already sparsely populated. Lord Xia cares and feels ashamed that the Cold Axe army is a heavy armored infantry, originally an archer to defeat the stars, but they were still ambushed by the Phoenix and suffered heavy losses. But Wang Yi can rest assured that although I have a small number of people in the far north, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of the prince, the emperor, and the snow god. Okay, these words are just for boosting morale. We're not doing it for anyone else, we're doing it to prevent our children from freezing to death and our people from enduring cold and hunger. Swearing to follow the prince to the death. The tribes in the far north are all the best warriors, but because of this, you put in the most effort, and everyone in the northern Rome will never forget your contributions. The order for the former army to continue advancing has already been received, and there is news that war has broken out in Dakian. Therefore, we also need to accelerate our pace and ensure that the 3 battalions of the former army are parallel and not too far apart. This will slow down our advance, but I don't think they have the courage to take the initiative. After all, they know they only have 300,000 yuan. If they don't take the risk and defend, how can they fight us? If it were Zhao Tianyu, it might really be what you think, but our opponent is not Zhao Tianyu, but a young man who cannot be underestimated. The white tigers of the Jinbei army are fond of killing, but their movements are too slow and they won't easily move, but the green dragon is the most graceful, even our wolf cavalry can't catch up. So it's hard to guarantee that the young man won't let Qinglong attack our vanguard to slow down our progress. I see. Your Highness is wise, but what exactly did Zhao Tianyu do at this critical moment? He actually trusted a young man to lead the army. You can't guess what he went to do. I don't think even in the Jinbei army, many people know exactly what he went to do. But since we've been enemies for decades, I can naturally guess that he's probably taking advantage of the fact that he's not old yet. I'm quite similar to him. I also want to take advantage of my youth to fight. The only difference is that he did it for himself and I did it for the people of Northern Rome. Whether the world believes me or not, Wu Xiao has never been greedy for military power, nor has he coveted the throne. From beginning to end, I only want to contribute to the future of my own people. It is precisely because of knowing the prince's pursuit that both the million-strong Northern Rome army and my extremely northern tribe are willing to follow the prince and vow to die without regret. Are you confident, Lao Lu? Master Gun God, Xiefeng Jun, and even if I can't succeed, it shouldn't be a problem for me to escape. After all, it's a military camp. Even if we want to go, it's still very dangerous. But this time, young master, you brought us so much gunpowder that we can give it a try. And there's no problem with us running away, just don't go in, Master Gun God. Just pick us up from the outside. Lu Tu, I can't bear the escape effort of the 3 of you, sir. There's nothing to say, but after all, it's a military camp with countless skilled players. Even if you can escape, you can play all the good chess at once. Is that really good? These chess pieces in my hand are nothing more than 5 assassins' gunpowder. If you walk step by step in such a wide gap, there is no use. If you are 3, I will blow rocket directly. What is King Fried? It's nothing. Since you're all confident, I won't say much. Remember that sentence, you don't have to complete the task, but you must come back alive. Wu Xiao should have guessed a part of my actions, but many things are things he dare not think about. Since he dare not even think about them, then I dare to do them even more. It seems that Good Son already knows the gap between himself and Wu Xiao. I have some control over Good Son's pulse. No matter what you want to do, stir up the water beforehand and look for opportunities. You can continue to get used to him. I don't deny that his tactics this time are indeed some ingenious ideas, but the risk is too high. What if these 5 battalions are entangled with such a huge disparity of forces, whether to save them or not? If we save them, they will surround and support 300,000 soldiers from the north of the town, and they will be dragged to death. If we don't save them, they will all be disabled. What will happen in the next battle? If it were you, how would you plan to come? Since you want to catch off guard, naturally Qinglong is the most suitable. In addition, with the cooperation of Qilin, no matter which General Qinglong's former army is, he can directly defeat them and then withdraw from them. If their 3 battalions run parallel, Qinglong may be fast, but even with 3 times his own strength, he will still be entangled. It's possible, but it's just your imagination. Even if their 3 battalions run parallel, I won't use this kid's tactics. You know, I want to be steady when using troops. Nowadays, everyone in the north knows what kind of crisis we are facing. The enemy has millions of soldiers and horses, 3 times more than us, and the Snow God army has been rebuilt, which means that the Snow God sect has a new palm. Teach me how my leg was injured. You don't know, do you? If you keep talking, I won't be able to leave. I didn't mean it that way. Although your actions may not be authentic in this regard, I also agree that such a crisis can help the next generation grow up quickly. If we finish the war, it's hard to guarantee that they won't become soft eggs in the future. What I really want to say is that my grandson can see these things more clearly, maybe even better than the generals in our northern region. After all, controlling the overall situation is his best skill. Are you saying that this kid has three purposes in fighting with all his might? Firstly, to unexpectedly weaken his morale. Secondly, to become familiar with the situation and stir it up before taking the next step. Thirdly, with millions of enemy troops on the border, the military and civilians in the north are indeed lacking in momentum. He wants a victory in the war to awaken our morale in the north. Those who fight with righteousness and extraordinary victory are infinite like heaven and earth, inexhaustible like rivers. Take a good look at the military book written by Good Son. Do you know how I feel after reading it? I've been wondering if Good Son could be the reincarnation of a military saint. If I could only gain experience by reading other military books, I could write such a masterpiece. Did you finish reading that book? Ching Tian, that shameless old man, said it well. This military strategy should not have much effect on him, but I have gained something from reading such a shocking military strategy in my entire life of marching and fighting. Have you also reached that realm? After all, you were already at the peak of breaking through the realm decades ago. Where is it so easy for us to get infected with killing intent? It's even difficult for us to break through the mirror, let alone reach that realm. If we could have read this military book when we were young, there would have been some opportunities. It's a pity. If you could really touch that realm, I would be completely carefree this time. Maybe I'll just stay with him and become his queen. The war has already begun now. If you want to leave, leave quickly. If you continue to talk about these unsatisfactory words, then you won't have to go over anymore. Okay, then my son will leave this time. Please take care of your health. At this age, this stinky kid has finally grown up. Inger has finally fulfilled what she promised you. She didn't let this brat be trapped in the north for the rest of his life. It's just that this brat is too slow to do what he should have done 20 years ago at this age. My son has grown up and I have been wearing this coat for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, I can no longer wear the new coat we made. Wu Jiang and Uncle have all gone out. You've been staying up for 3 days now, and all the necessary deployments have been completed. You should take a break too. After all, it's my first time commanding troops, and the deployments I've made now, as well as the military books I've written before, are all just empty talk. I need to think more and do more. When we were in Beirong, it was still the home ground of the regent. You still suppressed him tightly, and now it's on the battlefield. His home game was won because I had too many advantages. He didn't understand me, nor did he know how many cards I had in my hand. And that kind of layout is what I'm best at. It said that his last home game was actually my home game, and now it's his real home game. Even if you lose, I will accompany you to make a comeback and protect you from any harm caused by anyone. What you're saying sounds like I'm just eating soft food. Xiaoli, let's go on our honeymoon after this war is over. Since I married you, it seems like we've been running around and haven't lived the life we really wanted. Good. You stinky kid hasn't slept yet, have you? Get out without sleeping. Uncle really doesn't understand the charm. Forget it, we still need to understand what needs to be understood. After all, my uncle probably decided to leave this time. I haven't slept for a few days. As the commander of the First Army, if I don't fall on the battlefield but faint in my bedroom, it's easy to be misunderstood if it spreads. You know that I have always been competitive and eager to win. Since I have decided to do it, I must do my best. It seems that you also want to take advantage of the newly started war ahead and cross the front line to go to northern Rome. I was thinking that before we left, we would come to see you and give you some things. After all, although leaving at this time is for your exercise, I still feel guilty in my heart. Didn't you decide to take them to Beirong with you, Blood Armor Camp? At first, I had this planned and wanted to fight quickly and bring that woman back directly before continuing the war. But didn't you also say that she's getting more and more wicked now, and her stubbornness is not something I can shake? So this past shouldn't be solved in a short time. I have already made plans for a long-term struggle. I was already very self-blaming for leaving at this time. Can't we take the blood armor camp with us? It's also true that we all have a son-in-law here. We can't bring a dowry with us, can we? When you get there, please give us more dowries, such as the items ridden by the snow god army. After all, I haven't figured out how to deal with those things yet. Actually, besides handing over this token to you, I have another plan when I came to see you this time. What else is there? If you want to entrust your private money to me, then forget it. After all, what I need the most is money. You've been overthinking things these past few days. You've become increasingly disrespectful to my uncle, except for teasing and mocking. If I don't take this opportunity to beat you up, I'll have to leave with anger this time. No, 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 my most admired and respected uncle. I don't think you're that stingy. After all, you're the most wise and powerful general. It's too late. Ever since you arrived in the north, my grandfather's love has been strong. Now it's time for you to feel the love from my uncle. Uncle, uncle, uncle. Be gentle, okay? What are you? Shaoli, I seem to know why my aunt doesn't like my uncle anymore. Although he is such a great general, he seems so stingy now. It seems that uncle has already gone to the north, so there should be a battle ahead. Striving to stir up the water with a single blow, it's just that this is the most headache-inducing thing. It's the snow god army. I really don't know how Grandpa defeated such an army back then. The prince reminded the three camps to cooperate and be careful of the attack of the green dragon. Breaking through the sea, the former general of the Northern Long Army, and the Mirror Warrior. Is the prince too careful? You should know that we are still so far away from Hanbei Pass. How dare Qinglong go deep alone? And this time, our front army alone has 80,000. Even if Qinglong dares to come, it will leave them with no return. Don't underestimate the orders of the good prince of the Jinbei army. They are always right. General, the enemy in front of us attacked Qinglong and attacked our vanguard troops. Good, good. The prince's concern is indeed not wrong. He is not afraid that he will come, but he is afraid that if he does not come, he will spare no effort to bite and kill them. The entire army is surrounded. On the battlefield, Qinglong only needs one target. If that target is thousands of miles apart, what should we do for Qinglong? No breaking, no returning. No breaking, no returning. General, if the enemy doesn't have a timely response, it means that the left and right wings have started to encircle us. The enemy's 3 battalions are working together to hold us back, and we are afraid that the encirclement has already been completed. No problem, praying mantis catches cicadas and yellow sparrows. They want to eat us, so naturally we also want to eat them. The Qinglong 1st Battalion's light cavalry defeated the elite vanguard of our 3rd Battalion, truly deserving of being the tactical core of the Jinbei army. However, the prince had already planned to replace the 3rd Battalion with Qinglong 1st Battalion, and we would still be making a steady profit. Wang Yingming. Sorry everyone, this route is not accessible. Are you the Qilin General Su Tianyang? Qilin Camp. I have been waiting for everyone here for a long time. Praying mantises catch cicadas, yellow sparrows are behind. Have you forgotten that slingshots are under them? Is the right wing also ambushed? The general thought too much about understanding the way of marching and then set up ambushes first. This is what I am best at. After all, when poor families come out to use troops, they must be meticulous in their planning. But the right wing is not so lucky. How dare you, Bai Hu? Are you not afraid of being eaten by us if the 3 battalions of Qinglong, Bai Hu, and Qilin are deployed at the same time? General. Report to the prince that my vanguard army has been attacked by the 3rd Battalion of Qinglong, Bai Hu, Qilin, and I am determined to hold off the enemy's 3rd Battalion to the death. I request the prince to quickly provide assistance. Both letters must be sent without error. General, all 3 messenger eagles have intercepted the 3 messenger soldiers. We also. Shooting horses does not harm people. Let them run and pass on the orders until their main camp shows a large-scale troop mobilization, and the commander's next move will be easier to make. However, I feel a bit familiar with this game. General, your calls as the commander-in-chief are becoming more and more fluent. You've really eaten bear heart leopard gall, yet you dare to provoke your general on the battlefield. All right, cheer me up. It's time for us to get to work. Last time, a few of them attacked me with a broken mirror, but they forgot that even though I'm a first class, I can still chase after a broken mirror. The whole army is gathering at all costs to hold them back as long as they stay here. This war can end early. You are the greatest contributors. Kill. 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 The whole army's pressure on the border made those damn Central Plains people feel the extreme North's cold, making them tremble in front of our big knives. Accidentally attacked by the enemy, Phoenix. Order the heavy armored army to establish a defense line. Those damn girls are organizing cavalry to charge me and crush them in the left flank mountains and forests. As expected, a person who can become a former general will not react slowly. In general, when cavalry charges, we can only retreat quickly, otherwise it will be difficult to leave. Yeah, but the one who works best with us is Uncle Xuanwu. Isn't Uncle Xuanwu still trying to match you up with General Qinglong? Back then, I was also a serious general, but spending too much time with you crazy women also influenced my personality. Qinglong has someone he likes, and now I also have this uncle who thinks too much. I don't think Uncle Xuanwu really wants to match you with General Qinglong. He's just worried that his own son might have something to do with General Kirin. Achoo. How do I feel like someone is just talking about me? The whole army is preparing to use Xuanwu to resist horses and not allow anyone to pass by. Haha, the pleasure of this battle is equivalent to putting one's own bow and arrow on their forehead to shoot Xuanwu and prepare to charge forward. Attack, the snow god is protecting us. General, it's obvious that not only are there 3 compromises, but also Xuanwu and Phoenix. If this continues, we won't be able to stop them at all. Even if we wait for the support of the prince and all of us are wiped out, why don't we let them secretly withdraw from us? How could I possibly annihilate our entire army with 80,000 elite soldiers as the vanguard? It's time to kill the soldiers who have made great contributions and achievements. The former general should have known that he would definitely be defeated, and he also knew that if he withdrew, it would be a crushing defeat. It would be better to fight to the death. Beirong has never been an easy enemy to deal with, otherwise it would not have been possible to confront the Jinbei army until today. After all, it's the one who breaks the mirror. If left unchecked like this, it will cause trouble for Xuanwu. You took over my military power and assisted Xuanwu in quickly eliminating the enemy. I'm going to snipe. The soldiers will bite to death. Their support will arrive soon and I will be by your side. Phoenix. Ha, the mere Phoenix wants to kill and will seek death. Soldiers, hold on and see how our general kills that Phoenix. General. Upahai is heading towards Phoenix, and we can't stop him with his personal guards by his side. Upohei is well aware that he has already suffered a complete defeat this time and may not even be able to delay the arrival of reinforcements. However, if they can kill the Phoenix, which is a major concern in their hearts, their deaths will not be in vain. That's why he left the army at all costs to pursue Phoenix. But unfortunately, he forgot that in the martial arts arena, Phoenix couldn't even defeat a second-tier expert. But on such a wide battlefield, if Yanger and I join hands, she will also be killed alone. Phoenix, with your bow and arrow, you also want to block the mirror breaker. Phoenix, that's all. If there's a first-class warrior who can help you block me now, you might even succeed in a surprise attack from the side. But how can you defeat me one-on-one now? If one arrow doesn't work, Then go ahead and chase after the wings with 3 arrows. Ha ha ha, this is your chasing wing, 3 arrows, 1 line, arrow tip, chasing wing. I'm sure most mirror-breaking warriors would suffer from this arrow, right? But you underestimate me too much. No matter what, I am also a former general. When did I not even notice? Interest-free. Such a hasty surprise attack also exposed your position, Phoenix. This time, you are doomed. Phoenix will die for me. What? Anyone here? Where are you looking? I've been waiting for you to strike with all your might. All the preparation was to injure your arm and make it impossible for you to block my arrow. And you can't avoid this arrow at this distance. Cough, cough. I have never underestimated any broken mirror, and I know the danger of hunting a broken mirror. I can't win a second-class warrior on the martial arts field not only because the venue is too small, but also because the main reason is that I am a soldier, not a warrior. Everything I learn is for killing, not for competition. Former army attacked, former army attacked. Please provide support, Your Highness. Please provide support, Your Highness. Why is it that the military report has only been sent to the messenger now, as the front armies suffered heavy losses when the 5 battalions were deployed together? The prince ordered the soldiers to abandon their horses and run all the way to this place. On the way, heavy snow repeatedly overturned several mountains. By the time the military report arrived, the people were already exhausted and out of breath. Burial generously and treat family members kindly. The Wolf Cavalry is the vanguard, the Light Cavalry 9th Battalion is the reinforcement, and they also brought 4 mirror-breaking warriors. If we arrive, we can definitely drag them to death, but I know the military order was sent too late and it's difficult to catch them again, but it's okay to let the Wolf Cavalry reorganize the front army. Let's slow down a bit and don't rush to advance. This time, we removed some broken mirror warriors, while the others are guarding the Snow God army. I heard that you were attacked last time. It's because the Jinbei army has added several powerful assassins. Would you like the Cold Axe army to be transferred to your main camp for protection? Go ahead and arrange it. Although I don't believe they dare to charge straight into my camp, that young man. Anything can be done to prevent problems before they happen, it's always good. Master Wolf Cavalry left with a few broken mirrors. We have already placed all the gunpowder and handed it over to young Xiaxia to detonate. The Regent's tent has also been confirmed. Well done, but remember to be careful. If things don't go smoothly, withdraw immediately and don't get entangled with him. This is the military camp. Once you're held back, it's a deadly situation. Understood, Master. Don't worry, I will never die here. Can they really do it or not? If that brat really gets blood-stained and gets involved, he'll cry himself. Lu Tu, where is the one who did not lightly kill his successor? I almost couldn't escape. Those heavy armored soldiers are really difficult to deal with. Even my mysterious sword can't hurt them. As long as you're okay, I guess that kid didn't mean to hit with one hit, he just wanted to give them a sense of threat. There are pursuers. You guys go first, leave them to me. In fact, this time it's not without gains. The strange-faced performers are from the eastern region. They caused trouble for the master in the battle to Fame back then. Why did things from the east appear here? Isn't it true? It's a bit far apart, isn't it? Your Highness, this should be gunpowder from the Central Plains. Although we have heard of it for a long time, it is indeed difficult to defend against when used. How about the casualties? Did he catch those 2 assassins or not? If he keeps these 2 assassins in his hands, how many people would be needed to defend against them? The casualties are still being counted. As for the 2 assassins who went out to pursue the cavalry, they were blocked by 1 person. If you guessed correctly, he should be the gun god Hong Tao who attacked the city alone. I understand, keep pursuing. If there's a chance, make sure to kill those 2 assassins for me. Yes. Aren't you guys also good at assassination and infiltration? Why didn't those two come and watch my soldiers suffer casualties for nothing? If it were another assassin who came to assassinate the prince, no matter which family he belongs to, he would have no return today. But Lu too, do you know how his blood-stained reputation came about? I heard that he killed the leaders of several killer organizations, and those organizations teamed up to seek revenge on him by a river. He killed all of these people. The next morning, the entire river was stained red with blood. This rumor is just too false. When it came to military strategy and tactics during the Eastern expedition, Yang Yuan was not even a match for my leader. And the most capable person around him was none other than this Lu Tu. On that day, the leader of my family was preparing to gather assassin organizations from both countries to kill someone and break Yang Yuan's arm. On that day, it was even confirmed that Yang Yuan did not have any extra ability to help him. Still not successful. Not only the assassin organization, but also many predecessors have emerged from our side. That day was also the day when our leaders suffered the most severe blow, and even said that conspiracies and tricks are useless in the face of absolute power. So if you ask me to take action and keep it, I'm sorry. I haven't lived long enough yet. If he sees this mask on my face, even your heavy armor soldiers won't be able to protect me. Understood. Yang Jiu really maximized the effectiveness of every chess move. By the way, I suddenly thought of something. I guess the prince and I have thought of going together. The top 5 experts who are still on the way back, Yang Jiu, have all come to assassinate you. This way, the rear will definitely be empty. I don't know how many people in your community can use it. Adding the princes together, I think there is still a chance. Then give it a try. But remember not to disturb that elderly prince. In a sense, having him in this town makes the Northern Army particularly dangerous. It's natural to understand that it's just that the old prince couldn't avoid it. Should you have planned ahead? I'm only worried that in the end, you will break through the north but be solved by that old man with a single blow. I broke through the northern border and was solved by that old man. Didn't that meet your expectations? So don't worry, I will never let you fishermen benefit. The prince's words are really hurtful. Although I was a well-intentioned reminder, the prince did not treat me as one of his own. Don't you think it's funny to hear someone say this? You should know that our relationship is only a short-term cooperation and a future enemy. It seems that the leader has miscalculated a bit this time. He only knows that there are talented people in the Central Plains, but he never expected that there would also be a leader of the revival in the land of Northern Rome. My people will be handed over to you. I hope you can seize this opportunity while they are empty in the rear. After all, for you, you should prefer Yang Jiu's death. Let me give you a piece of advice. Although we all know that Zhao Tianyu entered the Northern Rome alone, it's best not to try to rob or kill him if he doesn't succeed. Let's put it aside for now. If it really succeeds, I'm sure our cooperation will come to an end here. Thank you for your advice, Your Highness. We will definitely keep our promise. The mysterious surface of the North is just why it suddenly appeared here. It seems that the current chaotic world is much more complicated than I imagined. It seems that what Dad said is right. If we hand over the North to Qilin or Qinglong, it can indeed make me feel at ease. But perhaps only that brat is suitable for dealing with the current complex situation. So it seems that everything is going smoothly. I've been a bit anxious these past few days. If I really get the 5 generals involved, I think Uncle won't beat me up when he comes back. It's that simple. Why don't you let me go this time? I can also go to the main camp of Beirong with Lao Lu and the others. I didn't let you go because I was afraid, and of course not worried about your safety. After all, I can trust your achievements. I just thought that when I launched a full-scale attack, my rear was also empty. What do you mean by the empty space behind you waiting? I hope I guessed wrong. After all, although there are still hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the cold North Pass now, there are not many masters left. Wait a minute, do you mean that people from the Northern Rome side will take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate you? If that's the case, we shouldn't live here anymore and go find that young master or old prince. There's no need for that. I don't think they have the courage, and I still have you by my side. Taking a step back, if they really have this plan, then for me, coming here this time may also be an opportunity. What opportunity? What opportunity? I dare not say that they will be wiped out all at once, but it may be an opportunity to clean up the Hanbei Pass before the war begins. If they really live with my grandfather, they will naturally not attack me again. Miss guessed right. The person causing chaos now is Miss, but no one is going to attack us. Instead, everyone has their own plans. It was expected that Qian Zhan would kill Sword Saint. After all, there are rules on the side of Tianren that prohibit indiscriminate slaughter on the battlefield. Those who say Tianren is like putting on even greater shackles. So as long as you kill the Sword Saint, Qian Zhan becomes the world's #1 in a certain sense, and on the battlefield, the threat of Qian Zhan is always much greater than that of Sword Saint. One person can attack the city, but Sword Saint cannot do Qian Zhan. Miss, you're right. Mr. Lu Fu's letter is here to inquire whether Miss wants to join forces with Qian Zhan to kill the Sword Saint. If everything were as expected by Qian Zhan, I would be willing to join forces with him. After all, he can be considered a dangerous enemy and a reliable teammate. What does the young lady mean? He just can't see the situation clearly now, nor can he see the influence of Yan Gong in the Kyoto game. Although it was mainly to kill Tianren, it was also to make the world see the struggle between Tianren and sentient beings as children. So what the prince is most afraid of now is that Tianren believes that the biggest threat is also Tianren. So you think the mastermind behind this money war is the target of public criticism? The natural money war wants to kill the Sword Saint Prince and the Heavenly King, but each has their own plan. If that's the case, who does the young lady think will succeed this time? I think we can both succeed, even though it seems like Qian Zhan is fighting alone and there are no experts around him to surround and kill the Sword Saint. However, he will still succeed. As for the scattered people, these experts of Dakian may be under their surveillance now, but he has also forgotten that this situation is no longer Dakian's chaos and has been involved in other countries. How did Qian Zhan succeed? Didn't you say Tianren couldn't help him kill the Sword Saint? Okay, please reply to Uncle Fu. Tell Uncle Fu to remain inactive. What we need is rest and recuperation, as for those who invite us to help. Although agreeing is just a verbal promise, there is no need to pay anything. The Lord's soldiers have already assembled. As long as the Lord gives the order, we can send troops to Yangzhou at any time. Feng Gangping's Peak Realm, Jixia Military Academy Abandoned Master, First Apprentice. Not bad. I'm sure His Royal Highness you won't give up easily, will he? The Iron Cavalry of Yangzhou has already assembled and is ready to resist stubbornly. It's just a useless achievement. Continue to put some pressure on His Royal Highness Yuan. I will soon be on the battlefield, attacking the city alone. Not only can Hong Tao do it, but the only one who can stop people like us is the Sword Saint. I understand now, so your plan is to surround and kill the Sword Saint on the battlefield. That's right, I know there are too many changes on the battlefield, but this is my only way. After all, everyone remains calm, and I am so determined to go to war. Your Highness the Yuan cannot possibly not know my goal. My subordinate understands. Feng Gangji, the most accomplished military strategist of his generation in the academy, and also the first disciple of the Grand Master, is truly admirable for having such a person pledge allegiance to the Lord of the Pavilion. Lord Morong, this is a joke. The talents under my command are vastly different from those under Brother Yang's command. The Lord has become humble, but I still want to remind you that the Jixia Academy has been allowed to enter the court as an official. The Lord still trusts such a person to help you take control of military power, so he is not afraid to return to Jixia's side. No, on the contrary, Lord Morong is a bit unkind. He knows I don't have many talents under my command anymore and is still sowing discord among us. Lord, you have been overthinking me. This is all a kind reminder. After all, we are allies now. How could I possibly harm the Lord? Ha ha ha, to put it this way, I have measured the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Lord Morome, let's get straight to the point. How does Brother Yang plan to help me this time? Lord Chen, I don't think what you really want to ask is this sentence, right? Talking to smart people is easy and good. What I'm most curious about is why Brother Yang helped me kill the Sword Saint. After all, in situations like Yang's now, everyone knows that standing on the sidelines and preserving strength is what Yang should do. Our war will not burn to him for a long time, and he also has his own war, right? Since the young master has accepted all the power of the Martial Alliance, he should also bear all their hatred. Even if the previous Martial Alliance leader was not good, he is still the Martial Alliance leader. This hatred will not be forgotten by the Martial Alliance, and the young master will naturally not forget it. This really seems like something that Brother Yang can do. It's a good reason that can convince me. In that case, let's kill the Sword Saint first in this game. My young master asked me a question. If the Lord really succeeds in killing the Sword Saint, what are your next steps? I should ask him this question because every step I take next will be very firm, and the road to hegemony will naturally not retreat. But what do he and the Yang family think? I think Yang Gong is also a smart person. He knows there is a more secure choice. The one on the throne can only stabilize the current situation and is not a shortcut. I understand the master's ambition, and I will convey it to the young master. Are you sure you're not going back to the Jinbei Wangfu? Otherwise, you can send the 100 battle camp over to guard it, just for a few spies. Is it too risky for you to use yourself as bait? Adventure is not really about it. I just feel that the mysterious side that emerged from somewhere I don't know should be fought against by them. After all, I dislike unfamiliar enemies the most. They're here today. If it's any later, Wu will have to go back to the camp. You won't have to worry if I say this again. I'm not in Wuzhou anymore. Now I'm also in the 3rd grade peak realm and have so many life-saving methods. Then be careful, I will make a quick decision. After that stinky kid left, not a single person to chat with disappeared. My well-behaved grandson did put in a lot of effort to lead by example for the North, but those things didn't deserve it. Come out, why are you hiding? You know I won't help my dear grandson, but you still came here to die. Leading by example, I really thought my leader couldn't see that kids planned clearly. Since he dares to risk his life, we'll take advantage of it. My leader said he's not the only one who can take the lead. The top of the broken mirror of the 4 blades of the ghost's mysterious face. I understand, you old useless person. You know you're not my opponent, but you're risking being hacked to stop me just to ensure that my grandson is truly isolated and helpless. I can't even stand up anymore and still like to brag about this kind of cow. I admit I can't kill you, but I can hold you back and escape unscathed. Look at this vast northern territory and this town. Apart from you and Zhao Tianyu, there are no other mirror-breaking warriors in the Northern Army, so this operation is much easier than we imagined. What's the use of that thing with a broken mirror? My northern territory is not Wuzhou. There are no warriors here, only soldiers. You go ask how many border-breaking warriors they have killed on the battlefield of the Northern Rome, and how many of my northern generals they have killed. At this age, you still like to show off your achievements. Although you haven't won before, I would like to ask again about your ultimate knife skills. Zhao Tianyu once said that although he couldn't reach that level, he still had some insight into the path of the Central Plains Sword Saint and realized that even if he were to become a skilled swordsman, he wouldn't have much chance of breaking through the mirror. One of the 4 pieces of chess operator's mysterious surface. I heard that you were going to take action against Yangjiu, but I never expected you to come over in person, so far from the Eastern Realm. Now, step by step, Kuei Shou has finally trapped Yang Yuan in Kyoto in a true sense. The only thing he didn't expect was the addition of Lu Wenshua. But it doesn't matter. In the Kyoto game where Yang Yuan killed Tianren and established the Crown Prince, everyone thought he won, but discerning people know that it was the leader who won. The Crown Prince didn't keep any of them and couldn't organize the chaos. The only one who can surpass Yang Yuan in the chess game is Lord Kueisho, but I'm not sure why this action has alarmed you now. You can't even imagine being able to startle someone like me, can you? You might even think that this might be a hasty action. After all, before the 5 generals operation, not a single carrier pigeon is allowed to leave the military camp, and no one knows that Lu Tu and his team will also take action. Yang Jio will leave his rear empty. That's right, no one expected Yang Jio to take such a step, so no one was able to arrange it in advance. If there is an assassination in his mind, it should only be a hasty assassination, otherwise he wouldn't have used it as bait. Understood, so Lord Kueisho seized his contemptuous mentality and prepared to hit him with a single blow. He specially sent you to personally arrange it. Not bad. I don't know what kind of expression he will have when he is forced into a desperate situation, and I don't know if Yang Yuan can still stay in Kyoto honestly after losing his son. Since everyone is here to assassinate my Prime Minister, you must have heard of me. I believe you have also investigated this courtyard, and there are no other guards besides me, so don't hide. If you want to harm my Prime Minister, just cross over from my body. Why is there such a majestic true aura and such meticulous air control skills before the gun reaches its target, even though there is no broken mirror? Oh, they're all 3rd grade. It seems like you guys are not easy either, but it's okay. Just come out and do it. He's just a 1st grade assassin who killed 5 of our 3rd grade assassins with just 1 blow. There's something wrong with having a strong lineup of 3 1st grade, 7 2nd grade, and over 10 3rd grade spies. It's not easy for ordinary spy assassins to have a 2nd grade, after all, even top-level spies like 11U are only 3rd grade. It seems that you are not as dull as rumored. Since you have seen the situation clearly, I advise you to retreat quickly. This time, we are only here to kill Yang Jio. Did you have some misunderstanding? It was just an accident, but you guys don't even have a broken mirror and have no right to hurt my husband in front of me. Shengguan Li is indeed worthy of his reputation. If this is a siege, even if it succeeds, it will require a great price to pay. But unfortunately, the target this time is not you. I just need to hold you back, and naturally someone will go kill Yang Jio. I've already said that with me here now, don't try to hurt my husband. Gun Shadow. 3, 1, 6, 2, and 3 are almost dead, right? After consuming so much true energy, the scene has finally been cleared up. But I have to say, these 1st and 2nd tier products are a bit too hard, right? Even after eating my broken stars, they didn't die. What's going on? Is it a mistake in the intelligence? She hasn't broken the camera yet, but our lineup is more than enough to surround and kill 2 broken scenes. If you still want to distract yourself from fighting with me, why don't you? If that's the case, catch the thief first, capture the king first, and kill you first. It's surprising to have such strong gun power, but that's all for now. It's not a pity for Lord Kueisho to die. What are you waiting for? Kill her first. Gun Shadow. There are still 2 first-class and 5 second-class items left. Indeed, with strength, one can kill low-level warriors. To kill you, the first-class and second-class items, we still need to use our brains. Alas, why is there always that kind of unconventional force in this world? A blood-stained river is not enough, and now such a headache-inducing character has emerged. Is Shengguan Li really so powerful that even you have no choice? How can we play chess without a backhand? I just wanted to save a move, but I still have to use it. After all, Yang Jio always has to kill him. This is about the leader's next move, killing Yang Jio and driving him crazy with blood staining the river. Perhaps most people are afraid of wild beasts going crazy, but truly intelligent people know that wild beasts going crazy are the best to deal with. The fear is that he washes away his wildness and becomes a rational beast. Can you find a mirror-breaking warrior at this time? But you should know that ordinary mirror-breaking warriors should not be able to afford to resign. That one, although not among the top 10 in the world, shouldn't be inferior to a first-class warrior, right? Lu Yuan, Dongyue, Jian Shan, Contemporary Mountain Master, Sword Saint, Junior Brother, Broken Mirror Warrior. He finally decided to use this favor. Didn't you come all the way here to repay the kindness of the leader? I traveled thousands of miles just to get rid of your leader who used kindness to repay him. He's getting more and more comfortable with it. He never thought that after I repay him, he might strike him with one sword. The mountain master joked that you traveled thousands of miles to the Central Plains this time. Our family leader, Kuei Shou, knows very well that you are not only repaying kindness, but also because Jian Shan warned your senior swordsman that there will be a life and death tribulation. Killing that person inside, I am well aware of the consequences I will face, but we, Jian Shan, can bear the consequences. Therefore, we are also enemies. Besides, please help convey a message to him. The more you know, the faster you will die. I have long felt your presence, and I intended to clean up all these useless things and focus on dealing with you before you appeared, but unfortunately, haste is not enough and I still have to deal with all of you at the same time. A rare martial arts genius in 100 years. If you break the mirror today, I won't enter this door. It's a pity that you're just a first class now. I can let you go. After all, I came here just to exchange favors and kill the one inside. My favor is also paid off. If I kill you along with me, it will actually let those bastards take advantage. I don't want them to take advantage. I knew it was pointless to say it, but it's okay anyway, you can't stop me. My senior brother Jian Shan has the strongest swordsmanship, although it's not as strong as I imagined. It's just that he developed such a strong swordsmanship with the help of external forces. However, when it comes to swordsmanship, my senior brother can't compare to my girl. Be careful. You're such a smart girl who can't keep up with my swordsmanship speed. Use this attack that I can't avoid to evade my swordsmanship. You must have heard about the battle between your uncle and my senior brother. Even your uncle couldn't defeat my senior brother, so naturally you couldn't be my opponent. You are stronger than Lu Fu, but why aren't you in the top 10 in the world? I am not a native of the Central Plains. The so-called top 10 in the world are just the Central Plains. The people in Tianji Pavilion are still very rigorous. They were originally called the Dakian Martial Arts List, but your Central Plains martial arts world has been passed down and become one of the top 10 in the world. I understand, but I still say that unless I die, I will never take a step back. Gun Shadow. What kind of monster are you? Even though you are exhausted, you can still use such tricks. This is not a broken star at all, it's just real chi wrapped in air. She's scaring us. It seems like I was tricked. Didn't I promise not to take a step back until I die? It looks dignified, but I didn't expect it to be a cunning girl. Yang Jio, let's go quickly. There are broken mirrors outside and I can't stop them. What's going on? I left a long time ago. It seems that Yang Jio is also a smart guy. Since your goal is to kill him, he doesn't have to stop you or even be your enemy. He just needs to hide himself. He can't escape. We have already surrounded this place and we can be sure that Yang Jio is definitely searching this courtyard. There must be a secret passage here. I advise you not to search anymore. If you really want to search, I'll hide out first. Second brother, there is a secret passage here. Open it. Yang Jioi is inside. I've already reminded you before. It's not fair to say that those actors only have a few good brains. These subordinates are indeed average. First cow. If you don't succeed, this favor can't be considered as repayment, but even if you came, how could this favor make you repay it before leaving? After all, this is also your wish. If you have anything to say, it's still so mysterious. This favor is not limited to this price. Isn't it too much for your family's leader? You should know that although Jianshan is reasonable, if you take advantage, we can also refuse to pay. The Mountain Master is joking. Sir and Kueisho are still reassured about your character, otherwise they wouldn't have made such excessive demands. Okay, I'll remember this grudge. After I repay my kindness, make him remember that I'll go see him once and give him a sword. The man in the mask, the prince, has left and what? Master Zhang also followed along. Understood. So they were planning this, and we had to guard against it. It's just that I'm curious how they managed to go back before the 5 generals and Bloodstained River did. Master Zhangjiao has already taken half a step towards Tianren, and their mysterious faces also have some crooked ways. It's hard to say that they have already arrived at Hanbei Pass at this time. It seems that Yang Jiao has played with himself this time and delivered a powerful blow, although it seemed like he was caught off guard. Indeed, our vanguard suffered heavy losses, but this time the consequences of his sacrifice will be even greater. So their goal is not Yang Jiao at all, but that old prince. Yang Jiao wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to sweep away all the spies and cover-ups. He also seized this opportunity and wanted to kill Yang Jiao. So far, everyone thinks that this game is all on Yang Jiao's side. But the real goal of this game, which is both virtual and real, is the old prince. I've already said that you're not my opponent. The peak of breaking the mirror is still too far behind. It seems that the rumors from the outside world are not accurate. Although I am old and disabled, why does it give me a feeling that is even more difficult to deal with than when your legs were intact? Isn't it a simple reason? Because you didn't give your all. Are you waiting for someone? Or maybe your goal in this game is not even my obedient grandson. You old waste are really easy to guess. With just a few words, you can easily mess things up and climb to this level. It's too late for you to react now. I'm not even trying to delay you from supporting Yang Jiao. I'm just making sure there are no other experts in the North Prince's mansion in your town. Hold me back, I'm just too lazy to kill you. As for the expert you mentioned, how do you know that there are no other experts in my mansion? Maybe the mysterious #1 in the world is in my mansion. Ha ha ha, do you have no cows to boast about? If you were the best in the world in your mansion, I would eat this knife now. What do you mean? Are you saying that the #1 in the world is right there? What's the best in the world? I'm telling you, where is the kitchen? This knife is too hard, you can dip it in onions, ginger, garlic, or something. Go down smoothly. You old man, no matter how old you are or how annoying you are. You're too old to stay up late. Do you still have anyone? If no one comes to help you again, I will kill you with the next blow. This is the ultimate slaughter of the world. It seems that there aren't many people around you anymore. If that's the case, you can die. You've also come to the north for swordsmanship, and you even started attacking the old man. The old prince is joking. You should know that Jian Shan and you have no grievances or grudges. I don't want to offend someone like you. I have no grudges, and I don't want to offend the old man. You young man may sound good, but that sword just now was at least a 9-point force, right? If that's not the case, how could you accept the move? And my 9 points of force were also blocked by your cane. Understood, understood. So this is your henchman, but it's not an old man. I'm bragging, and you two combined are not my opponents. At most, I guarantee that you won't die. If you two stick with me until dawn, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave Hanbei Pass. The old prince truly lives up to his reputation as the second best martial artist in the world. He mistakenly referred to the top 10 as the top 10 in the world, but only you and that senior are truly deserving of the title. Even if you flatter an old man at this time, you will still be beaten up. Finally here, but with such a chill, there really isn't a creature called Snow God in the far north, right? All the pieces in this game have already settled and it's over. Hey, haven't you just entered the middle plate? Your pieces are all in place, and mine just came to an end. Isn't it still early? Why are you here? The pinnacle of breaking the mirror in the 5 mysterious faces of the Gun Master. Shueqingxue, Bishop of the Holy Church, pseudo-celestial realm. Now my old man finally understands what you guys are up to. It's just a little stick. How dare you appear in front of me? After finally sneaking into the realm of pseudo-heaven and man, I'm not afraid that I'll cut you off with a knife, and I'll do the same to you. Your father, brother, and your family should also be neat and tidy. I've been holding back for so many years waiting for this opportunity, and today it must be you who died. I think it's better for you to just commit suicide. After waiting for so many years, it's still a gift from foreigners. I'm not cowardly. You don't have to say such things to provoke me. I won't give you a chance to procrastinate. Neither the 5 generals nor Yang Jio's guards will be able to come tonight. What are they doing when they come back? Have you forgotten that the soldiers in the north are the most numerous? I still have over 300,000 troops here, and it's not easy to eliminate you guys. Unfortunately, your grandson has already dispersed all the troops in order to eliminate all the spies and give them a chance to strike with all his might. My 3 broken mirror peaks are adding a fake celestial being. Who can go out and report information in front of us? Okay, my good grandson. Even if I do something wrong, as a grandfather, I wouldn't be willing to criticize him. But it's been so many years and I haven't stood up to take action. It's just right for you guys to come over. Sure enough, you're not really paralyzed in a wheelchair. Hey shameless old man, I might have to hang up today. Do you want to help me out? I've been investigating your entire mansion for a long time, pretending to be mysterious. There can't be any experts here. Even heavenly beings can't avoid my exploration unless the world's #1 is really in your mansion. Rolling. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone can evade my investigation? Even a heavenly being should not. You, this cunning thing, are indeed hiding behind your back. Knife Ghost, go take a look. If you're really a master, find a way to hold him back. The 3 of us can work together to solve this old thing with at most 1 stick of incense. Don't worry, I think it's just a guy who is good at hiding inside. I don't believe there can be a celestial being in this northern region. After all, there are no conditions for a celestial being to emerge in the northern region. Remember the location of the kitchen. If you really see the best in the world from behind, remember to eat your knife. You don't have any advantages as a person anymore. When it comes to achieving this, you must keep the only remaining advantages. Still playing mysterious tricks until death. It's said that before you die, you still have a knife. It seems that even if you don't die this time, there's no threat anymore. There's no threat. How do you know you can survive my attack and surround me? Hee, you didn't even think about coming over to surround and kill me, and the consequence is that you'll have to bury me with everything. I naturally thought about it, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many people coming. Since that's the case, why don't you stay and accompany me? At this age, it's not in vain to take all these troubles with you. Then give it a try. How did you find this place? As long as there are traces, it's not difficult to find you since there are traces to follow. Am I right, Vice General Lin? Sir, we can't let him go. I just checked and found out that Shangwan Li didn't come along. I'm curious about how you stopped a pseudo-heavenly being from summoning troops. Isn't that right? I have arrangements at the city gate, and even if I can't stop them, there should be a warning. As far as I know, no one has left the city so far, and there are no signs of soldiers being mobilized. That's so boring, and it's easy to startle the snake. Since we have both laid out our plans, we naturally need to achieve our goals with the minimum cost. As long as the chess pieces are eaten for the sake of winning the game, they are also eaten. Their sacrifice was originally for victory, but I didn't expect that you could even consider your own grandfather as a chess piece. Is your provocation a bit too low level? I thought you were a boss level opponent, but it seems like you're just a big monster. If a chess player is trapped in friendship, it is the greatest sorrow for the pieces. Our rationality should approach ruthlessness. You are much more dangerous than your father. Sir, stop talking nonsense to him. He's an arrogant person. Let's get rid of him as soon as possible. Even if he's powerful, he's just a third grade. If he's alive and Su Tianyang finds out that I'm a spy, that Qilin will chase me to the ends of the earth. I have a question. If you catch me, how do you plan to deal with me? First, take off your mask because I'm a little curious about what you really look like. Could you be a beautiful girl? I know a beautiful girl, but now I dare not play against her. Liu Yin'er came here half a month ago. Liu Yin'er left Liuzhou actually to come here, but that's impossible. Our calculations were just overnight. How could you react so quickly? Indeed, my initial plan tonight was just to sweep away all these spies who stayed at Hanbei Pass, or should I leave first and let Wu Jiang and Lao Lu all go out to deal you a head-on blow? But I also said that stirring up the water is the only way I have a chance to settle down first, so that you can settle down. After you settle down, I will find a new target later on. You're good at playing chess, but you underestimate me too much. The North is my territory, and now I'm the commander-in-chief of the North. Everyone in the North follows my orders. I've never fought such a wealthy battle before. How can I lose? Yang Juhei really lives up to his reputation. I remember him this time. Don't pretend anymore. Someone like you must have some trump cards to escape, right? I'm afraid I can't catch you alone, or even if Xiao Liar is here and we work together, we can't catch you. And today's goal is not a trick. Sir, stop talking nonsense to him. I'll take him down now. Do you think someone like him came to us alone without complete confidence that he would come? This is behind enemy lines, and all high-level forces have already been deployed outside. The highest one here is you, but you are only second grade. He is no higher than third grade, while I am a second grade fighter killed on the battlefield. What can he compare to me for? Don't worry, sir. I will definitely take him down. How could you possibly have such strength? Where did you come from? Swallowing the heavens with great power, invincible intent, and fierce anger. As a warrior like me, how can you compare yourself to me? Why don't you plan on leaving yet? Why don't we have breakfast together? Yang Jiao, we will meet again. You guys are also very interesting with your mysterious faces. You put in so much effort to come to the North just to feel the feeling of being completely defeated. You should know that the North is very cold, so don't come back next time. It's really cold. My body is weak and not suitable for here. Let's meet again in Zhongyuan next time. Sir, save me. Sir, I can't defeat him alone. We can definitely work together, sir. Liu Yin'er has arrived, and I'm sure the fourth broken mirror of the Green Gang is not far away. Over the years, you have done very well in the North, but unfortunately, you are still foolish. I don't think he's a senior warrior. Elder is nearby. Why don't you keep him with you? You can tie him up first. As for that one, if you don't give up, you can let your broken mirror elder try me out. I just don't like to do useless work. By the way, what about your young lady? I heard from you that His Majesty Hao's weapons are consumables. Don't think your batch of broken steel tools can compare to what my young lady said. It's true. If there are any issues, Liu Yin'er will be dismissed. This girl reminds me of less than 2 years since we were in Yangzhou, and everything has changed. Only her attitude towards me remains unchanged. Yes, I know you are the son of Yang Yuan, the commander of the Northern Territory who is incredibly wealthy, but so what? In my eyes, you are simply not worthy of our young lady. Don't worry, when did I ever let your young lady make a loss-making deal? And in this world, I even dare to deceive my father, but when it comes to your young lady, I only dare to exchange my heart for my heart. That thing has been delivered to the North. Yang Gong, who sent the most reliable person to do it, rest assured that no one knows that the thing is in your hands, so no one will know that it has been delivered to its owner in the North. That thing probably won't be used many times anymore. How many weapons did Emperor Hao leave behind? If everyone is like this thing, I might as well directly seek refuge with my daughter-in-law. Yang Gong has become much more cheerful now, and now this joke is being played. You should know that if the little lady really had enough weapons in her hands, there would be no heavenly beings in the chaotic world today. This is also the bustling north now. Those clowns wearing masks have also passed away. They did add a lot of obstacles to me when I achieved great success in my eastern expedition. I couldn't solve them all and left them all to my son. He's really a father, isn't he? You personally took the Jinui on a trip to the eastern border to find their lair. Those guys are proud of their assassination techniques and undercover activities. Let them know who their ancestors are. It's Yang Gong. We're going to make the ultimate slaughter of the world. No wonder Ghost Knife is called an old waste by you. In front of such a knife, he is indeed an old man, sir. Do you still need a grandson? I can do the same. I finally forced you to use it. As long as you cut this knife out, I can be considered a deserved death. You are fleeing at this moment. You're quite clever. I thought you could just stand there and play chess foolishly, but I didn't expect the Northern Rome to play even harder. They have never intended to surround or kill the Prince of Jinbei. After fighting for so many years, they naturally know how powerful the Prince of Jinbei is now. They came here this time just to replace the Prince of Jinbei with a fake heavenly being. Replace the Jinbei king with a fake celestial being who is also in charge of the Snow God sect. Once the world's second most skilled swordsman and the world's #1 in this life, no one dares to act recklessly if this sword still exists, whether it's the Heavenly Emperor or the most elite Snow God army of Northern Rome. Even if the Prince of Jinbei can continue to live after cutting this knife, it may not take many days for this anger to dissipate. Such a character is worthy of a pseudo-heavenly being to accompany him to the end. Zhao Xiaotian, I really want to see if you can split open this toughest shield with this knife. After being promoted to Tianren, I will no longer engage in heavy killing or heavy life. Every day, I am only thinking about one thing, which is how to block your attack. Come on, I am prepared to die, and let me see the realization that you will die. The consciousness of death. I didn't. My dear grandson said he wouldn't let me die. The ice fortress is a bit interesting. Maybe after eating my knife, you don't have to die, but it's a pity. The ice fortress is powerful, but I think if this move is activated, it should be trapped in place and unable to move anymore. After all, such a heavy defensive move. What other plans do you have? If you stop cutting now, it's my turn to kill you. I got it. At my age, many things have to be entrusted to young people. Now, I am responsible for checking and filling their gaps to make their path more stable. You're right, my dear granddaughter-in-law. This is the setting sun's afterglow, the divine weapon of Emperor Wu. Your target is me. Young master, how many surprises do you still need to give me? Not only did you return the sunset glow to me, but you also made the entire North owe me such a favor. The romance between me and the young master will not be short on paper, but grand and eye-catching. Tianren Howdy's divine weapon, launched from the rear, subdues the enemy and ends up invincible. Yang Jiao, you are really obsessed and crazy. Killing someone like you would be such a wonderful thing. You, how did you join the mysterious face? Zhao Xiaotian hasn't died yet. How could I die? The ice fortress be blocked by me. This is the ice fortress defended by Emperor Hao's divine weapon, Tianren, with all his might, capable of blocking the barrage of 10,000 arrows. Surprisingly, it couldn't withstand a single shot thrown out. It is indeed unparalleled in strength, but unfortunately, the true intention of Emperor Hao on the setting sun's afterglow is weakened by a few points with just one use. If he is thrown to Master Palm for the first time and does not die, he will also be seriously injured. But now breaking through the ice fortress is already the limit. You scared me to death. It turns out that the afterglow of the setting sun has little power left, Zhao Xiaotian. Are you still missing a move? Which move is worse than the one in chess? Stop that shot just now. Your strength is depleted, right? What a coincidence, old man. I just finished watching a half-day play and now I want to move around. It's really unfair from heaven. I thought your Zhao family was extinct, but I didn't expect to have a grandchild who is as intelligent as a demon. Why is it that you, Zhao Xiaotian, have killed countless lives? Why would you still receive such favor? I can't figure out why I killed too many people in my life and made plans for the end, but God favors us and we can't let the old man lead the way, can we? Disappeared. What was just there disappeared in place. Illusion or not? Good grandson, there's no need to make a fuss. It's just the strange and lascivious skills of those performers. The mysterious face is not only the mask, but also the behavior and martial arts are even more bizarre. In that case, he's a good opponent, but he's too greedy. If this game is just about killing me, to be honest, I'm really hung up and can only rely on my good brother in the end. It's just a pity that we couldn't keep the leader of the Snow God sect. If we can solve this pseudo-heavenly being, then the next war will be easier to fight. That's what I said, but I don't think Grandpa felt disappointed at all because he let him go. You knew early on that you couldn't keep him. There's only one left to serve that damn Snow God, and that thing can't just watch helplessly as the last one is also killed by me. Even if I don't make a move, I don't want to fight that thing to the death. Snow God really exists. It's clearly a martial arts world, and now he's playing with me in a fantasy world, right? If there really are any gods or ghosts, what's the use of my money and power? Just focus on cultivating immortals. What kind of martial arts immortal hero Snow God? Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I can't tell you much now. Just think about it. We're using the real chi, whereas that kid's hostility, and the dragon chi of Kyoto. It seems that this world is more interesting than I imagined. So, my dear grandson, you don't have to think too much. Even Tianren and the shameless old man behind him can't stop the charge of 10,000 cavalry. If we say that there is no invincibility in the world, only we, the Northern Army, can resist. Grandpa even dares to say this to you. If all the heavenly beings in the world stand in front of us, the entire army of our town's Northern Army can launch an attack and leave them without a trace. That shameless old man who claims to be the best in the world is the one who is truly invincible. I understand from what Grandpa said. If you want to kill that old guy outside, then go ahead and kill him. I didn't say anything, did I? Even though you have expressed support, I just don't understand why you insist on coming to me. You are Qin Tian, the #1 legend in the world. It is true that some people have already achieved the status of heaven and man before reaching adulthood. But how could that be? You're clearly a human, and you're using the purest chi. Perhaps it's an interesting knife. Seeing too many of your knives is a bit boring, and I don't really like the younger martial artists who rely too much on the power of other spiritual energy, which is too forceful and encourages growth. Actually, I didn't mean to beat you up like this, but you're always pretending to be dead. It seems like you can't leave this time. I'm sure someone will come to clean you up as soon as possible. I'll go to sleep first and meet your leader when I have time. If he's also like this and boring, then you should disband early. The ghost knife hasn't come out yet, so it must have been left behind by people from the Jinbei Wangfu, right? It shouldn't have happened. If that senior could have survived until now, his skills in escaping should not have been bad. And although that old prince didn't use the last knife, cutting off the arm of Master Palm must have also consumed a lot of true energy. As for others, they simply don't have the ability to keep the ghost blade unless there are some unexpected experts hidden in the Jinbei Wangfu. However, Ghost Blade is the pinnacle of breaking through the realm, and even if it encounters Zhao Tianyu, it shouldn't be a problem to escape. You haven't studied swordsmanship, so your sensitivity to true chi is definitely not as keen as mine. When I was in the Jinbei Prince's mansion, I felt a true chi that couldn't even be concealed by the sword intent of the old prince. Wait a minute, what you mean is that the #1 in the world is really in the Jinbei Palace, but this is impossible. You haven't seen the number one in the world, so you don't know what kind of power he represents. If he is really in the Jinbei Palace, then this war will be meaningless. I don't think it's very realistic. If he's really at the prince's mansion in Jinbei, there's no need for such calculations. As long as he takes action, none of us can escape. I hope so, but it has nothing to do with me. After all, this is a matter between you two. I owe the head of your family that favor, which can be considered as repayment. If it weren't for my last flying sword, you wouldn't have had a chance to save this master palm. For this, I also broke a sword that had been with me for many years. If your family leader still thinks this is not a way to repay kindness, then next time I will find him and give him a sword back. He's really an interesting person. He said he broke a sword and just picked it up casually from the blacksmith's shop. It's just an ordinary iron sword that has been used for more than 10 years. Based on this alone, I think he's better than the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, Ghost Blade is not here. If he were here, the three of us should be able to figure out a way to strangle him. Abandoning the iron sword here means he wants to inherit the sword that should belong to him and is the most suitable for him. However, he doesn't want to face such a swordsman. We failed this time. We lost a bit too much in this game, both for the Northern Rome and for the Decepticons. Ha ha ha, is your goal not to lose? Because there is not a single chip in the full board that is your own, winning is beneficial to yourself. Losing is just losing someone else's chip. Yeah, that's why I'm embarrassed this time. The prince just received news that the assassination attempt has failed. Master Zhang was seriously injured and sent back with a mysterious face. Bring back the Palm Sect. As for killing anyone with a mysterious face, there's no need to keep this collaboration. Since it failed, they don't have much value anymore. It's already an enemy and a very dangerous one. Your Highness, wise and wise, I will arrange for these people who pretend to be gods and ghosts right away. I am also a little tired of it. However, although Zhao Tianyu infiltrated alone, we still have control over his whereabouts. Should we get up or not? He's no longer in this war, and we can't catch him. If we insist on killing him, we don't know what the cost will be, so there's no need to worry about him. The prince is looking for an excuse for himself, right? Everyone thinks you are at odds with His Majesty, but who knows that the most united faction in this world is none other than me, the Northern Rome. Mingjun, Jinghua, Xianwang, Chaojun, and officials work together to maintain tribal harmony. Good generals are like clouds, and the people are united as one. Why can't the Northern Rome conquer the Central Plains? The Northern Rome is the rightful heir of heaven, and the prince is the master of this revival. Please come out, all of you with strange faces. My lord has specially sent me to pick you up. Although we lost this time, everyone has worked hard and we cannot let any accidents happen to you. Beiming Wolf Cavalry Master, Mirror-Breaking Warrior. Master Zhang, why are you the only ones with those mysterious faces? They asked me to pass on a message to the prince, that is, they don't know what happened today, they just left early, so there is no irreconcilable hatred between them and the Northern Rome. After that, they can still cooperate well. It seems that the prince's judgment is completely correct. It will be very troublesome to let these people go. Although they failed this time, we can also see that their strength is all over the world and there are so many martial artists who have broken the mirror. And the unfathomable leader. These people really don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. At my age, they force me to stay up late with them. Son's wife, you should be talking to me, my dear grandson. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Have a good chat, Grandpa. I'm going back to rest now. Yenna respectfully sees off her grandfather. It's also a shame that I, as an elder, gave my granddaughter-in-law an invaluable gift before sending her the first meeting gift. Grandpa's words are quite disappointing to Yenna. Yenna has always believed that the weapons left by her ancestors are most valuable when used in this way. Give this to his granddaughter-in-law. After all, the token represents something that his grandmother picked up bit by bit. This is the token from the Northern Intelligence Organization Chunhan, Grandpa. Your gift is too big, and Yenner dare not accept it. The arrival of cold winter is a sign, so it is difficult to predict whether it will be warm or cold in advance. I am not afraid of the cold spring in the northern region, but those who are accustomed to seeing the warmth of spring and the blooming flowers cannot bear it. This is an organization established by your grandmother, and according to her wishes, it should be handed over to your daughter-in-law. Even Yang Jio's mother cannot accept this token. Why is it that not only this spy and military power are in the hands of the next prince of Jinbei? I have heard my mother mention this before because my grandmother was a talented and arrogant woman back then. The purpose of establishing this organization was just to supervise my grandfather and prevent him from cheating, but I never expected it to end up being so big. Yes, this is your grandmother, the best woman in the world. So even though the spring cold has reached this point, its existence is still not for the protection of the North, but for the supervision of the next North Town king by the North Town's hostess. A woman like the old queen is indeed admirable and desirable, but Grandpa, I'm sorry, I can't accept this. You should know my identity. I think you may have forgotten what it means for the North if you hand this thing over to me. This sentence should be asking my granddaughter-in-law about the current situation in the North. You should be aware that this may not be a help, but a burden. This is the choice of the North, no matter who it is in front of. The North will always choose its own people. It's Grandpa. The Emperor's suspicion of discord between the court and the central government is nothing to do with his own affairs. It is a great fortune for future generations to be blessed. Grandpa is really a cunning little old man. Indeed, it's a bit cunning. As a result, I am firmly bound to the North, which is not isolated or helpless. However, my grandfather is also very smart because he knows very well that no one can bind me unless I volunteer. I would like to try using a chain to tie up Miss Yenner. After all, I once said that I would never want to be an enemy of Miss Yenner. Oh, I'm a bit curious about what kind of chains the young master wants to use to tie me up. A chain called sincerity has always been the only way for Yang Jio to deal with Miss Yenner. The only thing I can give back to the young master is the sincere young master. I really miss you. What happened? I left you here. General, you have come back. That Yang Jio falsely accused me of being a spy. I think he is trying to exclude a commoner general. I have been with Su Tianyang for 7 years, and he believes in me more than he believes in others. As long as he takes me to ask questions, there is a chance to escape. Will you come or will I help you? What does White Tiger mean by you? It's clearly Yang Jio who harmed Zhongliang. By who, you should understand my relationship with him. After all, he follows. I guess you also feel that something is wrong with him these days, right? Baihu did a good job, or rather, Baihu, as the big brother, has never done anything wrong to us brothers. I know what's wrong is me. If I really take him to question Yang Jio, I shouldn't say it's the head coach. That's really inappropriate. It's good that you know. What's going on? Didn't you know that this day would eventually come? He had already given you a prosperous wedding. Why are you becoming more and more greedy? And you also know that in many things, you can never compare to Lu Yenner, can you? I always thought that if this girl had something hidden in her heart, she would definitely shout and scream, which was the most reassuring girl for me. But now it seems that in a place I can't see, my little Lear has really grown up. Young master, it's better to leave this matter to my family. If it arises from my family, I will naturally have to go and quell it. Humph, isn't this some outer room my husband keeps outside? Are you here to greet me now? At least you need to bring a cup of tea, right? A certain high-ranking official girl in the outer chamber has become eloquent after not seeing her for so long. It seems that Yenner doesn't have any comfort in mind, or in other words, as long as this girl appears, Yenner can restore her fighting spirit. Our Yang family is a wealthy family that values etiquette very much. How should we do it when we first enter the door? Do you want me to teach you? Oh, I accidentally dropped my Chunhan token. It's really a sin. After all, this is a token given by the Jinbei Prince's mansion to my future granddaughter-in-law. But if I say that, wouldn't my status be higher in the Jinbei Prince's mansion? What are you saying? I don't even know about this token. I've never seen it before. It shouldn't be. When Lao Wang gave me this token, I clearly felt that you were also peeking. If it weren't for you, could it be some jealous woman from a deep mansion? Who do you think is jealous, and what jealous woman? Maybe it's just that you're sensing the wrong place with your own guilty conscience. Fortunately, I wasn't on site. As expected, having more brains is beneficial. Although I avoided the Asura arena this time, what do you mean by coming here to watch the show? Isn't it a bit disrespectful to me as the head coach? Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. In my heart, you are the most respected person, and even that outdated general cannot compare to you. How do I feel like someone always speaks ill of me? Is it Yang Jiao again? It seems like he was beaten up lightly last time. I will tell my uncle the exact words of the retired general. Okay, 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 okay. Let me make a statement. If given the choice, I would definitely choose to support Lady Shangwan. Please also consider my opinion. Hey, are you really the phoenix who hunts down broken mirrors with a first-class skill? Is there something wrong? It's hard to make it happen. I overthink it. Actually, you're just a little female soldier who only knows gossip. Young master, these are not important. You need to be clear that what's right in front of you is the most important thing. Hurry up, tell me which side you support. I think we're going to fight. Why do you support Shangwan leaving? What we military personnel admire naturally is that women like Lady Shangwan can appreciate it at a young age and face each other head-on without losing to Broken Mirror. I want to hear the truth. Okay, actually I don't want to choose Lady Shangwan. She's so capable of fighting. If she really bullies us concubines, we won't have any fighting power at all. Although this choice is not very good, compared to the other Lady Lu, I think Lady Shangwan is better fooled. It seems that you have a clear understanding of this matter regarding our backyard. Shame and remorse. Do you really think I'm complimenting you? If you're just joining in the fun and watching, I don't have any objections, but you're just a loudspeaker. Don't inquire about my backyard in the future. Young master, you may question my abilities, but you cannot question my loyalty to you. I have always kept your secrets a secret. If you keep it a secret, tell me how others know about my grandfather, the Prince of Jinbei. This young master, your memory is really good. Young master, I miss you so much. Even though we haven't seen each other for only 3 days, it feels like several years have passed. That old Lu doesn't have to do this every time he comes back. I'm afraid San Yang might misunderstand. Who is San Yang? San Yang is a familiar name. I've only been missing for half a month, have you even forgotten my name? I was just joking with the young master about how you came to the north in person. Didn't I accompany you more than 10 days ago? You always work hard like this. I'm not young now, and you know that. Can't we meet every 10 days? You can't. I can't. Do you know how far the north and Wuzhou are? It takes more than 3 months by carriage. I am using the young master's express ship, and with added lightness skills, it takes 6 days to complete a round-trip day and night without stopping. And I have to accompany you for 2 days. Who else can do it besides me? Okay. I know you've worked hard. Next time you come to Wuzhou, I will definitely make up for it for you. Who needs to make up for me? I'm already the strongest, okay? The older you get, the stronger your competitiveness becomes. You're the best, aren't you? If it weren't for spending so much time together, I can't believe this is the #1 killer in the world, Bloodstained Jiang. Just young master, can you help me clarify who is next to him? Haven't you heard that the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance has changed, and even a woman has been replaced? Bloodstained Jiang and the leader of the Wu League, I knew it. I knew it. The most suitable place for me to stay was in the young master's yard. This is the source of my happiness. Is Auntie here to visit Lao Lu this time? Actually, there's no need to work so hard. Now I have some experts around me who can use it. Lao Lu can go back to Wuzhou with Auntie to manage the power there. When I was young, I knew that although we loved each other, we were never the same. Now, this is the best outcome and the best way for us to get along. Then I understand. If Auntie didn't come here for Lao Lu this time, then she should have come for Sword Saint, right? I know that my senior brother has made many mistakes, and even now the protagonist has not served the young master, but he is still my senior brother. Auntie's words are too light. Actually, Auntie can use the Martial Arts Alliance to suppress me because if we don't help their former alliance leaders seek revenge, they will have objections to me, won't they? If the young master needs me, I can also solve all the people of the former leader. If others are not clear about the young master's current situation, how can I not be clear about it? I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to say that Auntie could have used her martial arts alliance to suppress me, but now she has just become a person requesting this favor. I believe that because of you, I know that in such a chaotic world, I cannot easily lose my martial arts alliance. Actually, there's no such thing as kindness. The moment I came here, I was already putting you on fire, young master. If it were before, I wouldn't have made such a request, but I'm afraid there won't be a better opportunity than now. It's just a matter of human nature, Auntie. Some of what Auntie said is indeed correct. There is no better opportunity than now to kill the Sword Saint, so Auntie can rest assured that I have already made arrangements. Your Highness, please send troops to help me kill the Sword Saint. As long as you can help me kill the Sword Saint, my life will belong to His Royal Highness the King of Qin, and I will not hesitate to die. Don't worry, I promised you this a long time ago, and now everyone can see that this is the best opportunity to kill the Sword Saint. I have always kept my promise and will never let you down for trusting and following me. My subordinates are also aware that for His Royal Highness the King of Qin, sitting on the mountain to watch the tiger battle is the best choice, but you are willing to participate for my subordinates. Your kindness will never be forgotten. I heard that you have just mobilized the military and are preparing to participate in this turmoil. I am well aware that participating this time would be detrimental to me, with no benefits. Compared to their elite troops, the military power in my hands, if I were to participate, it might just be adding fuel to the fire. Since you are well aware of the current situation, why did you make such a decision? If you princes really suffer both losses in this war, then Yang Yuan and his crown prince will be the most proud. I know all the situations mentioned, Lord Shangguan. You don't need to repeat them to me again. It's just that Lord Shangguan doesn't know that the protagonist has broken the mirror. What I lack the most now is this cutting-edge combat power, those broken mirrors that rely on drugs to enhance them, and 5 of them can't stop Hong Tao from firing on the battlefield. There are still 4 mirror-breaking masters in Qin's family, but I don't understand that even if the Shadow Lord breaks the mirror, it's just the level of these masters in Qin's family. Why bother? And as long as I make him loyal and kill the 4th-ranked Sword Saint in the world, my biggest disadvantage before will become my biggest advantage. Therefore, although this time will make my situation awkward, it is still worth fighting for. If that's the case, then there are some things we also need to carefully calculate. Although I have no reason to stop His Highness, I also hope that he will stop at the right time this time and not hurt himself fundamentally just because of a warrior. This is natural. Although I value him, I haven't reached that level yet. Yang Gong has really taught 2 good students. Now one has taken the throne and the other is stirring up storms outside. No matter who wins the throne in the end, you, as the imperial teacher, cannot escape. If you want to speak, speak to me properly. If you continue to behave like this, I'll just throw you out. Thanks to Madam not being at the house today, otherwise I would have already taken action now. Ha 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 ha. Yam Gong is relieved that if I didn't know the princess is not here, I would not dare to come to the East Hall. All the eyeliner have been released. Once the princess has signs of returning home, she will come to report. If the madam really finds out, there's only one outcome. You'll be beaten by me, madam. Okay, Yam Gong, the whole Kyoto knows about this matter. You don't need to emphasize it to me again and again. This time, I came here just to know one thing. That's the turbulence outside. Did you really get involved, or should I ask if you gave him any advice? After all, his move was really brilliant. After knowing each other for so long, you still don't understand me at all. It's not that I didn't get to know Yam Gong, but your chess skills are really great. I heard that even Tian Tong Daoist needs the power of calculation to win against you. Can't we mortals think too much about playing against you? Well, your guess is not without reason. The step that the child took this time was indeed unexpected even by me. Even I thought it would be a long period of checks and balances, and at most, the princes and the 4 enemy countries would only test each other. And his killing of Sword Saint was just a simple move, but it involved everyone, even my proud son, who couldn't stay out of it. I lost this game, although I only lost the game of Go in front of me. However, without Yam Gong's guidance behind the money battle, I am even more worried that I already have the ability to dominate. Now, there are people like Yam Gong who have such a layout and cannot stay. Let's do as you want for now. You should be aware that I couldn't leave Kyoto before because the late emperor now has a larger chain that locks me in Kyoto. I'm just asking if Yang Jio wants to control military power in the north alone, or if the Yang family wants to go further. I don't mean to ask, after all these years of being together, I would like to know what kind of person Yang Gong is. And if Yang Gong really has that plan behind closed doors, I think it's not impossible. Madam, you're coming back soon. You should go now. I guess it's not that Yang Gong doesn't want to give me an answer, but Yang Gong doesn't even know what your son is thinking, right? If Madam finds out about you, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Okay. Yang Gong has already said that. What else can I do? What are you procrastinating on? Jump over the wall and walk. I've finally come this far. Just now, I also received news that Sanyang has returned from the north and there are personnel transfers from the Wuming, Murong family, and Haizhou Green gang in the mountainous areas of Shanzhou. The beauty of this game lies not only in not becoming an enemy of Yang Jio, but also in bringing him to my camp. Before, King Yu was most proud of having such a sword saint, but now this has become his biggest trouble. You should be aware that not only the sword saint, but also I was involved in this game. At that time, in Kyoto, I didn't see through Yang Yuan's purpose. Looking back now, I have a bit of understanding. He made everyone go from fearing heaven and man to fearing heaven and man. Fear can make people stay away, but fear can make people want to kill. And in that battle, he also proved to everyone that tomorrow's people are not impossible to kill. Yang Yuan didn't like Tianren when he was young, and now he has taken this dislike to the extreme. So the younger generation also feels very sorry. When I hit the Sword Saint, it was like giving someone else a chance to hit me. No one would watch helplessly as there was a heavenly being beside me. It doesn't matter unless the child comes over, even if multiple heavenly beings work together and can't fight, there won't be any problem escaping. With the words of my senior, I can also feel a little relieved. Since it's all about killing the Sword Saint now, I don't have to hide from Hong Tao and attack the city alone. I can do better than him. Warfare. Here we go. Newspaper. Your Highness, that money battle has attacked alone. Did he think he was Hong Tao when attacking the city alone? Although he is not Hong Tao and has not learned invincibility or hostility, he is even better at defeating others than Hong Tao. Understood. It's ridiculous that the mighty mirror breaker, with his body spirit and the appearance of a tyrant, wants to bully some ordinary soldiers in the end. I guess he didn't mean to slaughter the soldiers, but rather to force his master to leave. After all, isn't his ability to stir up the world just for his master? I know even though he is indeed stronger than Hong Tao, he forgot that the condition for Hong Tao to attack the city on that battlefield was because the king of Qin and I did not exert our full strength. Now that he has hit his doorstep, I still want him to show off so much and go down. Master, is that sword formation ready? Don't worry, my disciple. This sword formation is specially prepared for people like him. I will never let you be inferior to anyone else in terms of martial arts. I underestimated the sword saint. It seems that he can become a great master not only by his own strength, but also by his high achievements in the swordsmanship. Attacking one location with killing intent, starting from 5 directions, 6 people living together without stopping, meaning infinite. But this formation has a fatal weakness, which is a sword formation designed to trap one person. If I had 6 people, I could easily break through it. But even though I'm here, I'm planning to attack the city alone. If I go back so dejectedly, I'll lose a lot of face. The idea of attacking a city alone is indeed good, whether successful or not. It can boost morale and even force me to ask my master to take action, but haste leads to failure. This puts me in a dilemma. My junior brother has been showing weakness to the enemy all along. Now that we have officially gained something, it seems that Qian Zhan is just a warrior. 5 blessings. It's not good to call the archers quickly. The elite of Qian Zhan should have already been reached. Elite, how could it be? There's darkness outside us. We thought he withdrew all the ordinary soldiers by attacking the city alone, but he was just trying to attract our attention. In fact, he was pushing his elite soldiers this distance. A large number of cavalry and infantry ladders have emerged on both sides of Baotianyangwan and have been erected on the city wall. It's really foolish of you to still want to compete in personal strength on the battlefield now. Is it true that your small unit seized the opportunity and thought you had won due to a momentary carelessness? If we win, we won't be arrogant enough to rely solely on a small force to break through your city. Our goal is just to entangle your archers and catapults. Then you also need to hold on until then. It seems that I can hold on until our army rushes to the bottom of the wall, and then your archers are just a decoration. It's only a matter of time before they break in. Open the city gate, Yangzhou Iron Cavalry, counter the cavalry and prevent them from approaching the city wall. Call my own army over and completely annihilate the enemy on the city wall. Opening the city gate and making such a decision at this moment, it seems that we have underestimated His Royal Highness the Yuan. You are just a general, and I am the first disciple of the Sword Saint. If you dare to risk your life to come, then be prepared to stay. Not bad, I am indeed a warrior, but I am also a scholar. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in the vastness of humanity and the sun. You are a member of Jixia Academy and have also mastered the Heiranyi art of war. You are a disciple of the Grand Master and would never have mastered Heiranyi without being a disciple. You're right. Only by trapping the Sword Saint on the battlefield can we have the confidence to kill him. Send a signal to the messenger to make Feng Gang come back. He's just a Yuan, there's no need to join him at all. Let's stop here for now. The real battle will be when all parties provide assistance. It's not a good thing for Mr. Jixia's disciples to keep such a person by Qian Zhan's side. I should have taken action just now to keep him here. Qian Zhan didn't even show up. How could I let my master take action easily? If it's just a war between me and Qian Zhan, it's really difficult to keep such a person by his side. But now the money war is too hasty and stirring up chaos in the world. In this level of war, even if Mr. Jixia personally goes to this battlefield, what decisive role can he play? But Master, you are different. As long as the opportunity is right, you can become the key to changing this war because you have the ability to kill Qian Zhan. I got it. Qian Zhan is really impatient. He acted hastily before anyone even arrived. I think he underestimates the Yuan too much. The idea of attacking a city alone and fighting for money is too simple. I don't think anyone else can replicate that kind of record except you. What kind of person is attacking the city? How do I feel like you're mocking me, kid? If it weren't for your father at that time, I wouldn't even have seen the gates of Kyoto being able to create such a legend. More than half of it is because I am Yan Gong's in-laws. You are too modest. Who said that attacking a city alone only relies on force? Your ability to judge the situation is also very comparable to others. However, speaking of which, Qian Zhan's eagerness is not incomprehensible. When everyone is in place, it will naturally be a decisive battle. But it also means that there is a risk of losing the heavenly being on his side. His eagerness to fight can be said to be for the sake of that heavenly being. Is there really a way to hunt down Tianren in the battle report of the Kyoto game? I also saw that Yan Gong's success was due to occupying too much favorable timing, location, and people. Otherwise, Tianren wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Actually, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, no matter what, Qian Zhan is a prince who is qualified to inherit the throne, and he has ambition and ability. In that case, the other princes don't want to see a celestial being supporting him, so they will try their best to kill him. I don't know if anyone else has a way, but the Prince of Chu probably does. After all, he has a celestial puppet with him. This makes some sense. It seems that the King of Qing will definitely stand on the side of the Prince of Yu this time. Since you have chosen to stand on the side of Qian Zhan, should you help him to be on guard early? Remind him to be on guard as soon as possible, and when did I say I was on his side? But you're clearly not. We just have a common goal at the moment. The only thing I'm working with him on is killing the Sword Saint. As for the fate of the celestial being behind him, what does it have to do with me? And don't think I don't know what that kid is up to. His first step of wanting to kill the Sword Saint is just to involve me and use the Martial Alliance to blackmail me. I haven't calculated this with him yet. You're not wrong either. This time, I actually want my uncle to go for a tour. After all, there is no one more suitable than you on the battlefield. However, my nephew and son-in-law will only feel sorry for my uncle. How could he bear to let you travel so far to fight? Don't do this to me. I've already packed my things and am ready to go to Wuzhou. It was you who insisted on leaving me behind and shamelessly moved in with me. You feel sorry for me, but you feel sorry for yourself. Uncle, I also have my own difficulties. You don't know that only you here is a paradise on earth. Otherwise, your niece and the leader of the Green Gang would be able to demolish houses wherever I go. And you don't know that your niece is not only skilled in fighting, but also the top scorer. Yenner, that's a very rational girl who can't withstand even a few sentences in front of your niece. Rolling and rolling, the peach blossom debt you have caused yourself still wants me to help you, and you see which of these two I can afford to offend. One is my niece who owes her a lot over the years, and the other is that the bloodline of Emperor Wu has dealt a heavy blow to two heavenly beings in the past few months. If you are truly filial, please stay away from me or let me go to Wuzhou. I really think Wuzhou is much safer than here. Uncle, you're overthinking it. Look, I've been living here for 3 days now and there's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, you're the uncle of Xylier, and you're also a highly respected gun god. Miss Yenner, even if she loses her sanity for a while, she won't come to your place and cause trouble. You brat, why bother? Just go ahead and let me know. I'm not helping you deal with my niece, but you've been too focused on the Central Plains these days. Don't forget that the North also has its own crisis. This is actually one of the reasons why I won't let you leave. What are your plans? Although I claim to be smart, others are not fools either. The simplest thing is to incite internal strife among them. But now the uncle of the Northern Long Iron Plate knows why the regent, who was seriously injured by the head teacher, did not show any response. Are you saying that this assassination attempt on the old prince, Wu Xiao, was destined to fail? The head of the natural snow god sect to some extent controls the snow god army on the battlefield. The regent is well aware that even with 3 more heavenly beings, it cannot compare to one snow god army. So, despite being disabled by the sect leader, he received a more united Northern Rome army. Yes, so from now on, Little Smart won't be of much use. The North will only face glory and sacrifice. In the North, there are not only enemies in front of us, but also those guys wearing masks. The regent is a smart person who knows the dangers of the mysterious side. If we really continue to believe, things will become simpler. That's Dad's enemy. Although Dad is embarrassed now, these enemies won't make Dad take no action. I just have to go on a business trip to the North and come back home without it. Hey! It's just a building, not a home. Let's not deceive ourselves. Yang Yuan is definitely angry. It's not as simple as burning down a building. We haven't received any news, so it seems that the leader must have hidden in the palace. When did the head of the team care about the gains and losses in front of them when playing chess? The planner plans for the present and benefits for the future. When you are beaten by Yang Yuan, your bones will be broken all over your body, but your mouth must be hard. This is Yaoyan Kingdom, and being burned down here is like Yang Yuan riding on your head and beating you up. The name Yang Yuan has been suppressed in Dongguo for too long. You rewrite. But he won't keep suppressing the Battle of Kyoto. He has already lost a game. Boss, you're not dead. I thought you had slipped back to the palace. You seem happy to see Guemian lose. How could I be so devoted to the boss? Lu Yuan said that when the Central Plains situation is over, he will come to find you and give you a sword. Before that, he and I were only able to fight 5 times, but after I got back that sword, I couldn't beat him anymore. It's really difficult to deal with, so let's find a way to prevent him from returning to Jianshan's Central Plains alive. How can we be without you? Are you saying that you don't plan to move yet? Do you know what kind of talent won't be calculated? Chess that are not on the chessboard. Let's go smart. The leader is ultimately the leader. Even the timid can be said to be so extraordinary and extraordinary. This city really looks like that no matter how long it's been. Although I don't like this city, there are my favorite people in it. Dahmer, I miss you so much. No matter what happens this time, I will never leave you again. Dahmer, you also miss me very much. I'm sure you've been lonely all these years too. The imperial palace announced the selection of empresses and concubines, and eligible men from all over the country can participate. Your Majesty the Empress has chosen a consort. Go and take a look. I heard that the Empress Dowager likes young people, preferably like those from the Central Plains. What the hell are you doing? How old are you? The snow in Beirong has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Your Majesty's provisions and corresponding military funds have been fully dispersed to ensure that the prince has no worries. Uncle Huang wants to fight both the Northern Rong and me, so how can I not fulfill it? The only thing I can do is to ensure their success in the rear. Of course, everything is fine, but if we lose, we will have to live our lives. Your Majesty's profound thoughts are truly a blessing for the Northern Rome. I just don't know why Your Majesty chose you as his consort at this time, you and the one from the north. The simple reason is that that guy has already entered the extreme winter city. If I'm not mistaken, he wants to take away the unparalleled sword of my old prince who dominates the world. That guy has been practicing for so long and should have learned a little bit. Since that person came over in person, do you think so? That guy doesn't care about what I think and just likes to act on his own. I'll play with him too. What's his expression when he sees the announcement about the selection of a concubine? He's good at everything, but he has some chauvinism. This time, I want to make sure he gets rid of this bad habit. Fuck me, right. What a big place in the Northern Rome Palace. You actually brought in 1,500 forbidden soldiers and 300 snow lords. When I came before, I had already transferred the guards away. Is that crazy woman really hiding in the palace this time? Your Majesty, a guard like this will never break in unless the one who brought the blood armor camp is here. Do you want to see him or not by arranging such a guard? I am the Empress Dowager, how come he can see her whenever he wants? And since Yang Yuan is not by his side, that guy is easy to guess. He just sneaked around and set fire to the wall, then took advantage of the chaos to sneak in. Stealing chickens and dogs, setting fire to the wall, Your Majesty must be joking. Is this really something that a great general can do? Maybe he's currently lighting a fire and cursing at me, and even suspecting that I'm hiding a man. Your Majesty is joking again. After all, as a general, how could he be so petty? Be on guard against me, are you Tibetan? Wait and see how I teach you a lesson. When I blow with my true chi, this whole area will be burned. I don't think these forbidden forces will move around. When the time comes. Water's running out. Water's running out. The firewood room is running out. Someone is coming soon. What's going on? I just lit a fire. Is the fire prevention awareness of the Barong Palace so good? Your Majesty, after all, it's not easy for the general to come over. Even if you don't want to go with him, you still need to meet up. You should withdraw your defense and let him in. After all, it's the Grand General. How could he possibly engage in thieving behavior? Your Majesty, the fire in the firewood room was suspected to have been caused by human error just now, but it was extinguished in the first time. Thanks to Your Majesty's advance arrangements, otherwise the villains would have succeeded. Well done. Tonight, make sure all the band troops are energized and don't let any bandit take advantage of the situation to enter. It's Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I will arrange it right away. By the way, thoroughly investigate every eunuch and palace mate to prevent anyone from impersonating them. By the way, what did you just say? That person won't do anything. Your Majesty, even if he sets fire, pretending to be a eunuch is a bit exaggerated. After all, he still has the majesty of a great general. Shame on me, as the 9th highest general in the world, I have to pretend to be a eunuch and a crazy woman. Remember me. Hey, stop. Who are you? Your Majesty just conducted a strict investigation on all the eunuchs in the government. Why didn't you gather? I didn't hear the call just now, so. How could you possibly be a eunuch with such coarse speech and long beard? Who exactly are you? I'm not pretending anymore. Let's have a showdown. I'm your uncle. Your Majesty just received a report that an assassin disguised as a eunuch was discovered in the Western Palace. However, the assassin's skills were too slippery, and we did not catch him. Your Majesty, please purchase the crime. It's okay, just a little thief. Just take strict precautions. Yes. This has really become a eunuch. How did you know? Because that guy's favorite thing is to deceive himself and think he has come up with such clever solutions, but I can come up with all the solutions he can think of. This general is indeed somewhat unconventional. I think Your Majesty should not make things difficult for him, even setting fire to him. Even pretending to be a eunuch can be done. I don't think the general can do anything more foolish or unbelievable. You're still underestimating him too much. Actually, his most confident strength is still his own physical strength. Although both of these have failed, for him, these are not his strengths. He should even mock Yang Yuan again, saying he's an old fox and then do even dumber things on his own. Isn't that even more foolish? Why do I have to learn from Yang Yuan? That old fox always likes those conspiracies and tricks, but in the end, my sister ate him to death. And I have always been a powerhouse. When I catch that crazy woman, I will let her know that husband is my wife. I flew down from here and flew directly above the palace, then relied on my lightness skills to land in her bedroom, perfectly avoiding all the forbidden forces and stealing that crazy woman. This plan was simply perfect. Are you saying he wants to make a kite and fly over with the help of wind? But isn't the difficulty a bit high? If the kite breaks, what if it can't hold him up? If it's discovered halfway through the flight, it will be the archer shooting 10,000 arrows at once. You're overthinking it. He flew down from a high place and at least there had to be wind, but he forgot that the wind season in Beirong had already passed. Maybe he will fly strong. After all, he is very confident in his physical strength. If there is no strong wind halfway, he can only fly to the edge of the palace wall at most. No way, he's a general after all. No, it's not impossible. I guess he would complain that God didn't help him. After all, he would think his plan was perfect. Why is there no wind at all? Even if God doesn't help me, I've tried every possible way. Can I really kill them? Even on the battlefield, if I hurt that crazy woman just to meet her, the consequences would be quite serious. No, I'm just joking at the prince's mansion in Jinbei. I don't really want to use this method, do I? If Yan Yuan finds out, what qualifications do I have to mock him for being afraid of his inner world? How could I really be her queen? But I'm already here at this age. If I don't get married soon, I'll be single for the rest of my life. How about that? No. And after really doing this, who else can laugh at Yan Yuan's fear of being a bachelor for the rest of my life and not participating in the draft today? Yes, this is a man's persistence. All those who participate in the draft should report their basic information and birth date to Mr. Wang. Don't cut in line, maintain order. Full name: Erguzi. Full name: Zhao Tianyu. Why does Zhao Tianyu have the same name as that general of the Jinbei army? It's really unlucky. I couldn't help but call him that name before he became the general of Jinbei. Okay, it's just that you're already so old. Why are you still participating in the draft? Your Majesty is already the most famous beauty in northern Rome, and your appearance and age don't match. Nonsense, he's obviously the same age as me, but his appearance hasn't changed because he ate Arctic snow velvet. Do you know that snow velvet is me? What are you? How did I find out that you don't have much respect for your Majesty? Misunderstanding. I have been eating too much jerky these days, and it has become too hot. I am the person who respects His Majesty the most. You have a decent figure like me, a man from Beirong. Go in and don't talk so aggressively. No one gets used to your stinky habits. Yes, I will definitely reflect on myself when I go back. Is this the attitude to meet the Empress in person? In that case, let's have a martial arts competition for the first time. After holding back his anger for so long, it's time for him to show off. Your Majesty still feels sorry for the general, not to mention how few people in this world who come to select concubines can surpass the general in terms of military strength. He's just a reckless man. Maybe when I hear about the martial arts competition, I'll just let myself go and shout for everyone to join me. However, the reckless man has the benefits of being a reckless man. He promised me what was difficult, but he still did it. Your Majesty, are you referring to the matter of the northern snow velvet? That's a great story. With the royal bloodline and snow velvet, you can maintain a youthful appearance. However, for 100 years, no one has been able to obtain snow velvet, only the Grand General has collected it for you. If he doesn't even have this advantage, why should I admire him? He's not good looking. Did that crazy woman speak ill of me behind my back again? Wait for me and don't let me catch you. Your Majesty has a decree to select the first martial arts competition in the draft. Your Majesty, the crown of ancient and modern requires the prince to possess military strength in order to fulfill your Majesty's request. If you say this, I won't be tired anymore. Why don't you guys go together? After all, I don't like one-on-one situations and prefer to be outnumbered. Where did that brat come from? I really don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. This is the son of the commander of the Forbidden Army. It is said that he was born with a ninth grade bone and was already third grade before the age of 20. You said use a small force to defeat the crowd. I don't like looking up at people. If you want to have a conversation with me, squat down for me. Of course, you can choose between squatting down or I can help you. Are you scared out of your wits to make me squat down and talk to you? You deserve it too. I said you should bend down and speak to me. Let go, let go. That's an enemy of 10,000 people, right? Even if we look at the entire northern Rome, only a very small number of generals can control it. So he's at least a second-grade warrior. I already told you to go together. What are you waiting for? I'll cripple you all and save you all. What will happen later? Even if you come, you won't be able to participate in the written exam. The prince is only 3 days away from Hanbei Pass. Since the front troops were replaced with wolf cavalry, the Jinbei army has become much more honest. At long last, we have come to this point. Now, the chaos in Dakian should have already arisen domestically, and the only obstacle in front of me, the northern Rome, is the 300,000-strong northern army. The prince is about to go to war, and the generals are all waiting for your deployment. This time, let them be honest for a while. You, the Cold Axe army, gather and send me the Snow God army. Yang Jiao likes surprises, doesn't he? Then I'll give him a surprise too. Isn't that our trump card with the Snow God army? Do you think we should hide them at the end? The true elite have never had any baby bumps on the battlefield, nor have they ever had any baby bumps. Previously, I had to consider the intentions of Zhang Jiao when using them. Now, hasn't Zhang Jiao gone back to recuperate? If the subordinates understand, then let's give the Jinbei army a surprise. I heard that the extreme winter city is also very lively these days. Zhao Tianyu, that old scoundrel, doesn't even have a face anymore. Your Majesty has indeed been causing him a lot of trouble these days. His temper as a general should have been worn down by now. Your Majesty, whether it's national or personal matters, I never have to worry because she can do it very well. The generals have been back for so many days, and we still have time to hold a celebration banquet for everyone. It's not necessary to defeat their former army. The greatest credit goes to the deployment of the commander. I heard that this game was not only on the battlefield, but also the confrontation between spies and assassins from both sides. I know. This time, the northern Rome wants to take advantage of the emptiness behind us to attack the old prince. Thanks to the clever plan of the head coach, not only did he save the old prince's plan, but he also seriously injured their snow god sect leader. I finally understand why the Grand General and the old prince insist on making you the commander-in-chief at this moment. In such a situation, none of us can do better than you. Oh, isn't our Qinglong supposed to be arrogant and coquettish? The frank praise now makes me feel a little uncomfortable. What is arrogance and coquettishness? I know that arrogance will lead to defeat. Although I am confident, I never become arrogant. Arrogant and coquettish, it doesn't matter. Just think I'm complimenting you. Speaking of which, what's the point of you still wearing this mask? Do you think there's anyone present who doesn't know who you are? I don't know what the head coach means. Masks have always been a habit of subordinates, not intentional. Actually, I'm curious about who is under the mask of White Tiger. If it's the order of the head coach, then I would be willing to take off my helmet. No, this is not a military order, it's just curiosity. All right, let's end our chat and talk about the main matter. I think everyone has received the military report that the northern Rome is at most 3 days away from us. There is one more thing that the head coach has not resolved. My subordinate Lin Ming is a spy of the enemy country, and I did not detect it in time. Please. So Qilin will still know. I didn't kill him immediately, but tied him to the city wall. Do you know what that means? You're giving me a chance to make up for it. I'll kill him myself. You should thank Baihu. If it weren't for him doing it for you, would you still have planned to bring him to me? Do you know what would happen if that were the case? If you don't know, then it's up to me to tell you. If I'm not here, their plan to assassinate the old prince will succeed. And to take a step back, do you really understand how much intelligence he has spread to the outside world over the years, and how much damage he has caused to the Northern Army? Please punish the head coach for knowing the mistake at the end. Just confess and Su Tianyang will cover up the traitor. According to the military law, he should have resigned from his post for interrogation, but with the war approaching, he was allowed to make meritorious contributions. But the death penalty can be avoided, and the death penalty cannot be avoided. If you continue to fight in the military, you should not become such an elite general without eyes or the ability to lead our town's Northern Army. You should be demoted to deputy general as a warning to others. Is it too heavy for the head coach to punish Su Tianyang like this? Although Su Tianyang was wrong, the big battle is approaching, so please handle it lightly. So there's no need for Qinglong to bother. Since he was dismissed, it means that I already had a candidate. I don't think anyone is more suitable than Su Tianyang to be the main commander of Qilin Camp after all these years in the Jinbei Army. The head coach battle is approaching. What do you really want to do? When did I say that the new main general would be selected from the Jinbei Army? Qinglong pulled the following criminals out and beat the 30 army stick, which helped him remember and know who the commander of the Jinbei Army is now. How can we temporarily change generals now that the big battle is approaching, and the importance of Qilin Camp should be clear to the head coach? The ability of Su Tianyang should also be clear to the head coach. Other punishments don't matter, except that he can't replace his position as the chief general. If you don't agree, then today I'll make you agree. Didn't you say no one can replace his position as the main general? Then I'll show you. Come out. Hong Tao has met the commander-in-chief and all the generals. Gun God Hong Tao, you want him to lead the Qilin Camp, but there's no need to introduce his achievements and abilities to you, right? I think you should know better than me, so you asked if he could be the main commander of Qilin Camp. Please punish the head coach for knowing the mistake. My commander-in-chief appointed Hong Tao as the leader of Qilin Camp and demoted Su Tianyang to the position of deputy general. 100 army staff members, including Qinglong General Qin Yang, were sent to attack and lead 30 army staff members. We must respectfully bid farewell to the head coach. This is about to go to war. I heard that you fought against Qilin and Qinglong soldiers in the military camp, and your morale was only lifted after a difficult battle. This way, you will be completely defeated. According to Xiao Liar's words, I should let them go to show my generosity. I also know that this is the place in the military camp where military rules and laws should not be underestimated, but with the upcoming war, it is still necessary to handle it leniently. It seems that my little Li has also become smarter. He said it well. Managing the army is like controlling a fierce beast. Military rules and laws are like chains that cannot be challenged by anyone. Secondly, I want to become the true commander of the Jinbei Army. Have you already become the commander of the Jinbei Army long ago? All 5 generals have already acknowledged you. And the whole army also knows about it. Otherwise, the vanguard unit that attacked the Northern Rhone last time wouldn't have obeyed your orders. I just said that commanding an army is like commanding a fierce beast. The commander-in-chief of the Northern Army is never someone who can be appointed with just a word, so these soldiers need to admit it. In the previous round, I won a lot of respect by winning consecutive battles. But respect is not enough. I am the head coach, not their henchman. What I need is reverence and absolute authority. I'm a bit clear about what you said, so this time you even fought with Qinglong to show all the Northern Army your authority. However, it feels a bit too much to say that, after all, we all know the character of the 5 generals. If that's all, then it's a bit too much, young master. This time, he made Qilin willingly endure the beating. What do you mean, you've started telling riddles again, haven't you? And I didn't see the main mother and the master talking, and there was a place for you to interrupt in the outer room. Shangguan Li, you should be grateful for your talent. If it weren't for your high martial arts skills, I can't imagine what would happen to you now. Brother, look at her bullying me. Although my brother is already very busy, she still causes trouble for him. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for my brother. Have a fever. Did something dirty get on her? Quickly find Xia Xiaoxia and show her. What's your attitude? Is it easy for me to learn how to act spoiled? Who taught you to act coquettishly? Wait, it won't be. That's right, she has been spending quite a bit of time with that girl named Bailing these days. Xiao Liar should play less with Bailing in the future. That girl is not a good person. Bailing's martial arts skills are good, and she's also a great person. I think she's much more interesting than Lu Yin'er. In the future, you will know that she is definitely not a good person. These days, even if you are idle, you should go help your uncle. You also need to be familiar with the military camp. Can I go to the military camp now? I just said, Phoenix will be a woman who can lead the troops, so there's no reason why I can't. Afterwards, I will let you know that the place where I can help Yang Jiao is far from martial arts. The young master is finally willing to find something for her to do. These days have been particularly troublesome for me. How do I see it? You seem to be enjoying yourself a bit. Speaking of which, Yin'er can only see that you are still a girl under 20 years old, real and full of vitality, when she is by Xiaolier's side. It cannot be denied that staying by that girl's side is indeed easy, without having to speculate on her thoughts or hide one's emotions, and it can also solve the young master's troubles. I'm sure she's also letting go of all the pent-up emotions in her heart during these days of noise and commotion. I am also pleased to see you all arguing and making noise. If you really feel relieved, why have you been hiding these past few days? Ahem, that one. That one. Speaking of which, war is about to break out in the Central Plains. What are Yin'er's plans? Upon hearing this, the young master is driving me away. Miss Yin'er, I think the relationship you want is never something that lasts day and night, right? Of course, if you want such a relationship, I can also give it to you. After all, I am a man. If you get tired, I will also shelter you from the wind and rain. The young master knows that our relationship is not always close, and there is still a long way to go, but I can't help but want to give the young master a second glance. My favorite time was when I was in Yangzhou. At that time, the young master was still lurking in the dragon, and I was just a courtesan who belonged only to the young master. In less than 2 years, Miss Yin'er has caused chaos in the world and successfully planned to assassinate the emperor. Now, I also hold the military power in the northern border, guarding the border and laying out the 9 continents. This is the romance between me and the young master. It's been less than 2 years since so many things happened, and I can't imagine where we will be in a few more years. In other words, we can't be together every day due to various reasons. If we were to be together in a few years. Miss Yin'er should be familiar with history books and know that there is no history of successful restoration of the country in history books. Even if there is, it is a short-lived dynasty. I thought the young master would still pretend to be foolish and not reveal this matter. It seems that I am too sentimental. I once said to exchange sincerity for sincerity, so there will be no more probing between us since then. What the young master said, I also know that restoring the country is a matter of obsession and going against the tide. Moreover, Yang Gong is in such a position, and we always have irreconcilable contradictions in this matter. So I have no reason to ask the young master to do anything for me, and even in the near future, we will be forced to stand opposite each other. Although there is a 4 characters saying between us that it is a perfect match, there is no fate. The union is a pair of parallel lines. It turns out that the young master already knew that people like him would also believe in fate. No, I don't believe it. I feel like you've been bothering me because of that. I didn't say those words just now to distance myself from you. But I want to tell you that since fate doesn't intersect, I will change it. Since no one in history has successfully restored their country, I will help you succeed. If someone says this is going against the tide, that's great because I never like to do simple things. Gonzi gonzi. I'm not doing this for anything else, like the common people of the world or the howdy from hundreds of years ago. It's just because you're my woman, and that's my promise to you. Young master, you are really cunning. You promised to exchange your sincerity for yours, but you still moved my family in this way. This can be considered sincere. If I have to say it, it's just a little trick for couples to get along with, Yenner. Remember, if restoring the country is your wish, then I will definitely do it for you. But my most important promise to you today is not this one sentence, but if one day you really feel tired or encounter some fatal danger, the first thing you think of is not to try to be brave, but to find a way to return to my side. You are indeed the respected leader of the Green Gang and a descendant of Emperor Hao who even the heavens need to respect. In the future, you are more likely to be the empress of a country, but before that, you need to remember that you are my wife and you have a man. Remember, even if you forget your own name, you won't forget every word the young master said to me today. You don't have to think too much about treating your crimes well and making achievements. You will soon be reinstated to your original position as the commander-in-chief. This time, there's nothing he can do. He always has to give the soldiers an explanation. We both know that in a military camp, only military rules cannot be touched. There won't be another chance. You never know how difficult it was for a soldier from a humble background to reach this point today. I am different from you all. If you suffer setbacks, your family will help you find a way out. If I suffer setbacks, I will never be able to recover. The deputy general who has been following you for many years is a spy, and you have been removed from military power. I know this is a big blow to you, but you are Su Tianyang and the famous Kirin general. And you have a chance to make a name for yourself. The great battle of guilt and meritorious service is imminent. First, I was beaten up like this, and then Hong Tao was sent to replace me as my immediate superior. How much credit can I get under this gun god? After a few wars, Hong Tao can sit firmly as the leader of Qilin camp, and I will always be a deputy general. Coco. I have long said that I am different from you. If it were you today, your father, as a Xuanwu general, would surely help you win military merits and make a comeback. And what about me, walking back to camp? The big battle is approaching, and Yang Jiao is finally a bit impatient and has made some mistakes. He wants to establish his power and can hit anyone with this stick. But we can't just hit Su Tianyang. This is the last plan that Lord Lin Ming said. He had already anticipated this scene when he chose to follow Su Tianyang. If he didn't die, he could see the defeat of the Jinbei army and let Su Tianyang suffer forever. Detective. Han Zhang, the leader of the spy group. You're right, Lin Ming is the most outstanding undercover agent. Unfortunately, he was still calculated by Yang Jiao's cunning fox, but even if he dies, he still leaves us with a chance to cause chaos in the Jinbei army. Lin Ming, help me get it. Forrest. Hey. General Su should not have called you Qilin General. You have outstanding military achievements. If Yang Jiao is not here, I think there is a high chance that you will be the commander of the Jinbei army. But some people can't tolerate you. Who are you? It seems like I've never seen you in Kirin camp before. I'm just an insignificant little person. I just happen to be able to help Kirin transform such a big shot. And I also can't stand the despicable and petty people like Yang Jiao. Although he has fought well in these battles, it cannot change his nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He wants to establish his own prestige in the military, but he dare not attack someone like Qinglong and Baihu behind the door. I dare not show mercy to you, a general from a humble background. I understand that you, like Lin Ming, are a spy of the Northern Rong. You are really brave. Lin Ming, I can't compare to you. Perhaps you don't know that Lin Ming is indeed a spy of our Northern Rong, but he has never betrayed you. Even though the prince repeatedly pressured him and even wanted to harm his family, he never betrayed you. Because he values his relationship over the past decade very much. I don't know what you think, but undercover agents are also human beings. Their hearts are not made of stones, and they have supported each other for more than 10 years. How could he pretend that nothing has happened? Lin Ming, we have been living together day and night for over a decade. He is indeed my best brother. He is also the person I trust the most. So I have to tell the general that the assassination of the old Prince Lin Ming last time never betrayed any intelligence. It's just that he happened to be caught by Yang Jiao, and Yang Jiao also needs such a person to punish the general and establish his own reputation. Yang Jiao. And as far as I know, the position of the Northern Region Commander should have belonged to the general in the first place. I think Yang Jiao made this move because he was afraid of the general's abilities. This was originally just his political maneuvering. As an outsider, I can't say much about it, but Lin Ming's character makes me admire him. Although he did nothing wrong, he suffered such a reckless disaster. Tell me, what do you really need me to do? Since you're a spy, you wouldn't come to me for no reason, would you? I just want to help the general get out of his current predicament. What has caused all of this now is nothing but Yang Jiao. If Yang Jiao dies, not only can he avenge Lin Ming, but also who is the most suitable commander for the North Army without a leader. I don't think I need to say much. Are you trying to harm me? If Yang Jiao dies at this moment, his skilled subordinates can instantly find out who did it. Your northern wrong is really a good strategy. How could I possibly harm the general? And I'm not a fool. How could I trouble the general to take action? Just need the general to provide Yang Jiao's residence and itinerary. As for the assassination, just leave it to us. Are you joking? Don't you know how many experts he has around him? You can solve all of you with no more than 3 grades of blood-stained river now. It seems that everyone is currently blocking your sources of information. I don't think you know, there's a big incident happening in the Central Plains. Yang Jiao has many experts to deal with the Sword Saint, so he really doesn't have many experts available now. As long as we can find the right time to kill him, it shouldn't be a big deal. If that's the case, I can help you, but please remember that no matter what happens, I can't come forward. This is natural. You can go back then. I will organize this information and give it to you. But remember, I didn't kill Yang Jiao for power or profit, but for my brother who has been with me for more than 10 years. General always values loyalty and righteousness. Lin told us tomorrow morning that we are willing to take this risk because we admired General's character. This Kirin will be a bit too cautious, boss. Even if Yang Jiao's experts are not here, wouldn't it be too risky for us to kill him? When did I really say I was going to kill Yang Jiao? Are you stupid? How many experts didn't succeed last time, and were not enough to fill their teeth? Not killing. But you were clearly not with Kirin just now. The purpose of my operation this time is not for Yang Jiao at all, but for this Qilin. Currently, Yang Jiao has no reason to give Qilin a death sentence, so let's give him a reason. Qilin is already a rare talent, and for us Northern Rong, he is the next Zhao Tianyu. If we can let him die during this time, it will not only help us eliminate our worries, but also deal a heavy blow to the morale of the Northern Army. I understand what you're saying, but now it's clear that there's an irreconcilable conflict between Qilin and Yang Jiao. Why don't we do more? Let this contradiction erupt completely. Maybe by then, we can really kill both Qilin and Yang Jiao. Do you know why the last assassinations failed? Do you know why they all died while we are still alive? Do we still need to say that? Of course, it's because of your wise leadership. Otherwise, we would have been completely eliminated by Yang Jiao in that game long ago. I can't compare to spies like Lin Ming, nor can I compare to cunning and clever schemes, but I understand the truth: never be greedy, always do things one by one. Boss, wise and wise. There's nothing special. All the intelligence sent by Kirin and all the evidence of his cooperation with us, please pack it up and send it to Yang Jiao's place. Go find someone else to deliver our message. Don't step forward, Yang Jiao will solve everything for us. It seems that General Qinglong is indeed highly skilled in martial arts and has beaten 30 army sticks without any problems. Although we are all elite generals in command, none of us have been beaten by the general with this military baton. Just 30 military batons are nothing. And I didn't come early this time to tell you about this matter. Since you came so early not to chat with me and discuss deployment, then it's for the sake of Chilin. We should call him General Su now. This time I'm here for two things, which can also be said to be one thing. I would like to request that you restore Kieran's position as the main general. As for Gun God, you can arrange for him to be in my Qinglong camp, and I can serve as his deputy general. I thought you came here to add insult to injury, but I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Surprisingly, he was able to give up his position as the leader of Qinglong camp. Aren't you the one who wants to go to the battlefield the most? The battlefield is indeed my wish, but I hope the Northern Army wins and the soldiers will live in harmony. So can you promise me or not? Are you a soldier for the first time? Does the Northern Army have no rules? It's your place of loyalty. If he cannot be reinstated to his original position, then my suggestion is not to let him send troops again. It's better not to wait until after this incident to make plans, Vice General, to take away all his military power. This is the second thing you said. Wait, these two things seem to be quite opposite. Kieran has his own pride, and this incident has dealt him a significant blow. I believe in Kieran's character, but I have never seen him like this before, so I think there are only two solutions. You said something wrong just now. I have never doubted Kieran, but I need a more rational and objective judgment based on our relationship. Only in this way can we do what is most beneficial to the Jinbei army. It's best for the Jinbei army not to lose a general like Su Tianyang. Of course, if we let him go into battle with emotions, then we shouldn't go, otherwise it will be even more harmful than beneficial. What a rational and objective judgment. I just don't understand what kind of strength this Northern Rong battlefield is. With 5 generals like the Jinbei army, why can't they attack for so long? You also said the wrong thing. It's not that the Northern Rong couldn't attack for a long time, but only the Jinbei army can stop them. So what are your plans? Got it. This was given to me by a spy. You can take a look. This is impossible. Even if it's Kieran, he'll wait. I understand what you mean. I am never afraid of spies who are skilled in calculation, nor of spies who harbor malicious intentions. What worries me the most are those spies who can withstand loneliness, timidity, and caution. The Great War is approaching, and Kieran has committed such a mistake again, which must be punished, so fortunately, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and turn it into a good thing. I have never met the head coach before. It seems like 1 arrow kills 3 birds. This is also Yang Jio's calculation. Your prestige, which has been accumulated by a humble general for over a decade, has been demoted and beaten in recent days, and your prestige has been completely lost. Moreover, you already pose a threat to Yang Jio, and it is very likely that you will pretend to be genuine and take away your military power to his own people, so why accompany him to perform? I don't know what misunderstanding you have. Being wrong in the Jinbei army is wrong, being demoted and punished is all military law, and no one can shake it, including me. However, your appearance gave me an opportunity to make up for my mistakes, so how can I just make up for them? What's the point of catching me? This time, I didn't even gather anyone to assassinate Yang Jio. So it's just a matter of catching a few undercover agents here. As long as you show your horse's foot alone, you can follow the clues and catch all of you in one fell swoop. Since the death of the old queen, your spring cold has been in a state of decline. How can you find us? So your luck is really bad. As far as I know, a leader who can be compared to the old queen has arrived in Chunhan these days, so you should wait for the day when there will be no more undercover agents in Hanbei Pass. Then I'll take you away first. It's so risky. Thank you for saving my life, madam. Where did a mere undercover agent obtain my husband's gunpowder? Cut. It seems that your survival to this day is not just a matter of intelligence. I believe there are also people in the court who support you. After all, gunpowder is something that even the armies of a few princes are not fully equipped with. All our remaining undercover agents have been caught in one fell swoop. And after so many years of silence, Chunhan has also been awakened by someone, which means we will be completely blind to everything inside Hanbei Pass. Actually, it's no wonder Han Jing's chips are too big for Yang Jiao this time. No one won't be tempted. What kind of son did Yang Yuan give birth to? He's so wicked himself, even if Yang Jiao is only this age. It seems like we haven't won him once since the war started. Your Highness, there is no need to underestimate yourself. With the support of the Yang family and the Jinbei Prince's mansion, he is now able to gain such a slight advantage. Otherwise, why would he compare himself to the prince? At this point, we still need to pay attention to the enemy in front of us instead of being blindly arrogant. In many ways, he is even more difficult to deal with than Zhao Tianyu. Before, I thought choosing him as the head coach was the mistake of the Jinbei Wangfu. Now it seems that none of the 5 generals can compare to him. Even so, this time the Northern Army will definitely not be able to stop us. This is natural. Order the Snow God Army to prepare for a one-day rest and battle tomorrow. Everyone, I declare. Appoint Hong Tao as the commander of the 100 Battle Camp and Su Tianyang as the commander of the Qilin Camp. The head coach is wise. Dear soldiers, the war is about to begin, and I think we will receive the biggest surprise since the beginning of the war. Chunhan received news. The Snow God Army is already recuperating. In this first battle, the Snow God Army will be deployed. Isn't the Snow God Army a true enemy that only appears in the final stage? Yeah, why did this enemy come out right after the war started? Didn't you say that Chunhan has already started taking action? It seems that there won't be any mistakes. The reason why the Snow God Army always appeared last before was because they only wanted to defeat Hanbei Pass. But this time they didn't care about the losses of the Snow God Army and fought for the first time. Guess what this regent wants to do? The Snow God Army operates slowly and is not suitable for combat in the Central Plains. So the regent wants to use the Snow God Army to defeat the Hanbei Pass and then preserve his troops to conquer the Central Plains. Not bad. I just want to explain one thing to everyone. We will not have any reinforcements in this war. Nowadays, in the chaos of the 9 Continents War, each king has no flaws. However, the foundation of the new emperor's accession to the throne in the capital is unstable, and the treasury is empty and powerless. We will not fight to the death for the emperors and princes who have disappointed us in the 9 continents of the Central Plains, but to win a place of peace and happiness for the people in the northern region. Soldiers, the Northern Rome are pressing down and ready to fight with our commander on 1 continent and 1 country. Please stand up. We vow to follow the head coach to the death. We vow to follow the head coach to the death. Why aren't you pretending this time? I think your appearance in military uniform is a bit out of place. 1 continent, 1 country. It's not that simple. The old prince and the general are not particularly good at managing their territory, and the people in the northern region have just become self-sufficient. The granary is actually not abundant. Why don't you have confidence? If you want to escape in the face of danger, Bailing can, but Phoenix cannot. Phoenix will definitely not flee at the last minute. Bailing might have fled before, after all, Bailing doesn't want to die. But now it's different. Bailing has a reason to stay. If she can't share the hardships with the young master, where is she qualified to share the wealth and prosperity with him? But I have no confidence in this war. Unlike in Wuzhou, I can protect everyone around me from harm. But I can't do it on the battlefield. Young master, you have already done your best. A month ago, you sent grain to the granary one after another. I know that it is definitely not grain from the court. There are also weapons gradually added to the soldiers' armor in the arsenal, as well as the extra money on the books for distributing pensions. I didn't expect you, this girl, to look so carefree, but you can be so meticulous in many things. This may be my only strength, right? It's not quite right to say that because I don't care about everyone like this. Thank you very much, young master, for everything you have done for the North in this war. Whether we win or lose, the North will never forget what you have done. What do you mean by that? Do you want to draw a clear line with me? I'm still waiting for the victory of this war and leading the Northern Army to conquer the world. I am looking forward to that day very much. Speaking of which, young master, how much did it cost for these weapons and food? I think there must be several million taels of silver, right? Millions of poverty limit your imagination. Young Master Chien, I would like to ask again about the treatment of our concubines. How much do we pay per month to help Lady Shangwan manage the accounts? No, no, please make sure that Lady Shangwan becomes the lady. Xiao Liar, becoming a lady, definitely doesn't like these broken accounts in the butler's office, so you can take the opportunity to take over the right to manage the accounts. How is this possible, young master? I am a soldier, how could I engage in such a scheming otaku? I truly only admired Lady Shangwan. Crazy girl, I'll give you one last warning. Stay away from Xylir. If she continues to have a bad breath one day, it won't be normal. I swear I will give you something nice. Young master, please don't do that. Don't delay our sisters' friendship. Please step back and tell me that I will not talk about the mess with Shangwan's wife. But please think about it carefully. Did you see what Phoenix wanted us to see? The head coach has never mentioned what he has done for the North, although many times his style of action is somewhat frivolous. But it doesn't prevent him from being a qualified head coach, at least more suitable than us. After learning about Kirin, I admitted that although I still don't really like his style in many things, I've been thinking about how someone like Yang Jio would have brought you and someone like Phoenix together if we hadn't spent so many years together. But now it seems that perhaps the two of you are more accurate in judging people. For the position of Commander-in-Chief of the North Army, you have always been bystanders, so you can see it much clearer than us. Okay, since you've all said that, I naturally admit it. Speaking of which, does Phoenix really want to be a concubine for someone? I don't think so. After all, she is a 5th general and has her own pride. Don't forget that before becoming a Phoenix general, she was still that crazy girl from Bailing. Do you think if she wants to do something, she really can't do it? It's true, but I feel really uncomfortable watching a grown girl become a concubine for someone. I think you should sympathize with our new head coach. If you really keep that girl in your own backyard, then that must be a lively and bustling scene with chickens and dogs jumping around. Well, it makes sense. Where are the participants in the martial arts competition? They were all defeated by the one above. And the attack is extremely heavy. Now they have to go home to recover from their injuries, and they can't go out for 5 days, or even a month. It's just that I see this person more and more familiar, as if I've seen him on the battlefield before. Have you ever served as a soldier with me on the battlefield? It's just that his name is a bit unlucky. His name is Zhao Tianyu, the same as the general in Jinbei. No, he's the General Zhao Tianyu from Jinbei. Are you joking? Peking University will participate in the selection of our Empress Dowager here in the future. I understand now that he intends to assassinate Her Majesty the Empress. The Forbidden Army, take down this general of Jinbei for me. Hey. You can't afford to play, can you? After I won the martial arts competition, come with me and play this game, right? What's going on? Even though I wear a helmet every time I go on a campaign, the Northern Rome people don't have decent painters. Aren't all the generals who can recognize me already gone out to fight? How many of these forbidden troops have come down from the battlefield to see me? What the hell is that crazy woman thinking? I'm already here and still pretending to be reserved, not wanting to see me. Can't I really have a man? I've already used all the tricks I should have used, can't I really hit it? I want to go out for a walk, but I'm missing a guard. I think you're still strong and fit. How much does it cost to hire you a day? No one in the entire Northern Rome except you can move me. Since you could have come out long ago, why bother me until now and see me embarrass myself? I don't know what you're talking about. It must be our first time meeting, right? Okay, the older you get, the more you play. Although the snow and fur are beautiful, how old are we? Don't you know what to do with those young people? Isn't it good to live a down-to-earth life? Oh, is that so? It seems like I really need to find someone young and strong. After all, the emperors of the Central Plains all like young people, and I have the conditions to live in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Do you dare, Dronzer? Zhao Tianyu has been waiting for you for most of his life. If you dare to be half-hearted, now there's nothing you can do, right? You used to be the Grand General of Jinbei, responding to every call and howling on the battlefield with no one to stop you. Now you're just a lone warrior, and I'm still the Empress of Beirong. So these days you've been messing around telling me about this. Tianyu, you're good at everything, but I don't like the concept of men in charge from the Central Plains in you. Just like how you planned to rob me away when you first came to Beirong, you also had this plan this time, right? You know, no matter what happens, I can't bear to see your tears as long as you. I am not a little woman, I am the Empress of Northern Rome, and I sit high on the throne. I will never be able to survive like you Central Plains women trapped in high walls and courtyards relying on tears. So Tianyu, you need to think carefully. If one day you marry me back to the prince's mansion in Jinbei, what I want is absolute equality in our status and absolute independence and freedom. Well, actually, I can't treat my sister like Yang Yuan did. Yang Yuan and your sister. Perhaps only you think that your sister is the master of the Yang family, right? Yang Yuan has always held the dominant position firmly between the two of them. It's undeniable that your sister is living a very happy life, even happier than any woman in the world, but I don't think the happiness I want is like hers. Because all her happiness comes from men. But I don't like it like this. TSK, this crazy woman, what are you up to? Didn't I say it? I can treat you like Yang Yuan treated my sister. Why are there so many things? We're all so old now and dragging things out. The prince's mansion in Jinbei is really only Yang Jio's grandson. Anyway, let's tie you back first. Tianyu, you always do this. It seems that I really need to sweep away all your military pride in order for you to talk to me properly. Dronzer, it's not that I said you relied on the power of the snow god to scare Yang Jio. That kid is fine. If I were afraid of him, I wouldn't have come to Beirong. Let's go to the martial arts arena. It's not easy for me, the people of Northern Rome, to smash their belongings. Jinbei Army 11 is widely recognized as the strongest army in the world, but the Snow God Army is claimed to be the strongest branch of the army in the world. If it weren't for Gongzi Yenner, she probably wouldn't have seen such an army. If possible, I really don't want to face such an enemy, and I'm still on this battlefield where I'm least skilled. However, Yenner was wrong in saying that if it weren't for the Jinbei Army, the Central Plains would have been trampled by the Snow God Army long ago. And the Jinbei Army didn't want the Central Plains people to see the Snow God Army the least. The earthquake has occurred. The Snow God Army has arrived. Girl, you know that the last thing I want is for you to go to the battlefield, but if I stop you here, I'm afraid you'll hold a grudge against me again. So it's best to follow me for a while. No matter what happens, I can take care of you on the battlefield. Don't worry, uncle. Ahem, General Hong, my husband. No, the commander wants me and Lao Lu to participate in the war, so he plans to use advanced force to deal with the Snow God Army. Lu Tu really found a good master. Killing Sword Saint would have been the most suitable for him, but if that kid keeps him, he's afraid that Lu Tu will hook himself up just to kill Sword Saint. Oh, I haven't seen Senior Jiang stained with blood. Yang Gongzi instructed me before I arrived that if you are plotting against Senior Lu Tu, then let us go back directly. Haha, just kidding. It's already rare for Yang Jio to be willing to help me. Oh, the Masters of Woman have also arrived. San Yang, I feel guilty towards you, and my senior brother is also guilty towards you. He is ultimately my senior brother. Although he was a bit extreme towards me when he was alive, he made the most correct choice after his death, which was to hand over the martial arts alliance to me. That's why I helped him seek revenge. Senior Shadow Leader, please thank His Royal Highness the King of Qin for his righteous assistance, but I guess it's not the King of Qin who will truly lend a helping hand, but Senior Shadow Leader. You're welcome. I should thank you, Lord, for giving me a chance to help Senior Brothers seek revenge. Thank you for following Senior Brother for so long and still only being able to make a sword. Who do you think this Lord has used to create this situation? San Yang's progress is really fast following Yang Jio's side, but just talking about using it is a bit one-sided. After all, I am also a real person who wants to kill the Sword Saint, and the martial alliance happens to be the same. So that's the matter between the Lord and my martial alliance, but didn't the Lord use the martial alliance to blackmail the King of Qin and the legitimate son of the Yang family into your camp? Ha ha ha, in times of chaos, everyone relies on their own means. Now that our interests are aligned, why should we care about what methods we use to bring us together? Welcome, third brother. Yangzhou is really a good place. The seventh brother also wants Yangzhou very much, but what should we do? Certainly. Since third brother has already said that, what else can I say? But if third brother really wants it, then you have to first drive away that group of people outside. I feel relieved when I see that seventh brother is still so slippery. Otherwise, seventh brother would have lost his last advantage, but how could he still join me in repelling those people outside? However, the trust that third brother personally came over made me feel a bit inferior as a younger brother. Ha ha ha, seventh brother, don't play dumb with me. If something unexpected happens to you, then you really have no way out. May I ask if my seventh brother can trust me? If you trust me, hand over the army to me for command. After all, for me, Qian Zhan is nothing more than a student from Jixia who only knows how to talk on paper around Wufu. Exceedingly welcome. Commander Snow God Army has arrived. Prepare to face the enemy. This is the family of Snow God, the far north mammoth of the Snow God Army. That thing, with its long fur and thick leather, is even more durable than your shields. It's really unforgettable. Unforgettable. Even you don't have much to do with such a behemoth. Not what I meant by unforgettable, but the taste is unforgettable. Although the skin is rough and the meat is thick, after peeling off this long hair and his thick skin, the meat is very delicious. No wonder you are. White Tiger, I'm not afraid, I'm just slipping my hands. Who wouldn't be afraid to see that kind of thing? True courage is not about fearlessness, but about rushing forward even when you know you're afraid. Fear doesn't matter, but you can't step back. If you step back once, you will step back countless times. The general will never retreat. Can we even carry things like siege crossbows, catapults, and catapults? With such thick armor, isn't this a lifelike ancient tank? This kind of army is indeed a deadly weapon on the battlefield, and no other army except the Jinbei army and Dakian can stop it. Phoenix, don't they keep boasting about how powerful you are? Now I see that everyone's morale is not too high. Can you come up with a solution? If I boost everyone's morale, are there any rewards? Does protecting you from death count? Humph, it's boring. All right, I got it. You wait. Isn't it just morale? What kind of thing is the Snow God Army? It looks intimidating and is a target for me. Oh, that girl made a move. Since the era of Emperor Hao passed, there have been no more archers with broken mirrors. Of course, the most interesting thing is that that girl can break through the mirror, but she doesn't cultivate her realm and is only wholeheartedly pursuing destructive power. Even I thought she would easily ruin herself and maybe never break the mirror, but who would have thought that she would really find her own path? Daily by day. General Phoenix is General Phoenix. Just one arrow killed that big guy. So those things are not as powerful as they seem. Generals might and power, generals might and power. One arrow phoenix is truly the only female among the 5 generals. This kind of person really makes people look forward to the moment they meet. Didn't you meet earlier? When have I seen Phoenix? How many times have I seen her from afar wearing a helmet? Well, it's great. With a clear mind like me, your martial arts cultivation can go further. Like seniors. Yes, but don't be too proud. Few young people can withstand my evaluation like this. Originally, my senior was praising me. I thought he wanted to say that I have a simple mind, well-developed limbs, and am particularly easy to fool. What, like me? How could this happen? Wait, are you that kid Yang Jio? This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Even sniper rifles can't harm people at this distance. She was able to shoot and kill an elephant with 1 arrow. Young master, just now I wanted to ask what tanks, sniper rifles, and other weapons are. I've never heard of them before. It's okay, Yenner. Just treat me as if I'm talking nonsense. I'll tell you slowly when I have the chance. 1,000 defenses, 10,000 defenses. I didn't expect Phoenix's arrows to be so versatile. Even though the knights of the Snow God army were heavily armored to prevent her from killing them, she couldn't easily penetrate them. Unexpectedly, she could shoot a divine elephant with just 1 arrow with all her might. Indeed, among the 5 generals, the most difficult one to deal with is still the Phoenix. Unfortunately, all the undercover agents and assassins lurking in Hanbei Pass were calculated by Yang Jio, otherwise he would have killed Phoenix even if he had exhausted all the undercover agents and assassins. Archers are preparing for a rain of arrows to suppress the northern army and prepare to attack the city. General, that arrow just now was too terrifying. You should know that it takes at least 10 years for us to tame a divine elephant. It seems that the sect has spoiled you all. Although you are the strongest army in the world, you have no military spirit at all. Your eyes are full of gains and losses. If there is damage, why should the Snow God army talk about being the strongest in the world? Coco is. It's nothing, but keep moving forward. If you're really worried, then I can assure you that there won't be another arrow. If there is, then it's up to me to block you. I'm not afraid of the Cold Axe army. I'll block the Phoenix's arrow. Ordinary city defense equipment cannot harm the divine elephant at all. Even if cavalry charges through you, they will still collide with my Cold Axe army. What else are you afraid of? It seems. There are good generals in the Snow God army. I thought the arrow just now could at least have a deterrent effect. After all, the more precious a military unit is, the more they cherish it, the less they can exert their full potential. I don't think the young master looks like he miscalculated. Yenner, please don't deify me. I have no foolproof confidence in the Snow God army. I just know one thing, things have 2 sides. A huge body can be their advantage or their disadvantage. You go notify Lao Lu to let him know. This girl really makes people look at her differently. At least Xylier's feeling is correct. She is indeed a very interesting person. The commander has prepared 9 Major Dan returning generals for you. Please take them quickly, otherwise the lack of true chi will be detrimental to your meridians. Since it's for me, why didn't you hand it over to me earlier? Do you want to take it alone? The head coach is afraid of handing over such a precious pill to you, so you can directly exchange it for money. And even if you want to perform in front of the head coach, you don't have to do that, do you? It's actually the same if the head coach isn't here today. What is the real energy I have expended for the morale of the Jinbei army and to reduce their casualties? There's no one else here, so don't pretend. If you want to solve a mammoth, there is a simpler way. Shooting the knight who controls the mammoth at this distance will not be difficult for you. Using the direct and effective attack method of day by day is not just to listen to everyone in the North Army praising your appearance, but also to show the commander. Are you tired of doing this? Look whose deputy general dismantled the general's platform like you did. I have decided to change my deputy tomorrow. I will report to the commander immediately that the general is willing to shoot a 3rd arrow, even if it means serious injury, in order to suppress the Northern Army. And I really can't stop you. Please come and take a look in person, head coach. Not bad. After this battle, I'll take credit for you. Silly girl, multiple knights on an elephant are all wearing heavy armor just to deal with my bow and arrow. Using daily is my only choice. This arrow did not hit. It seems that the difficult person has arrived. General, didn't you say there weren't any arrows fired? I said I didn't shoot an arrow, but I also said, if there is, I will block it for you. General, you. Did the soldiers see the place where the arrows just flew over? Aim at that place and shoot 10,000 arrows at once to defeat that damn phoenix. If we don't even fight the city walls, we'll just kill the phoenix. It seems that the girl also realized this. No wonder she kept her attack platform away from the army so that when others attack her, it won't affect our main force. Do we need someone from my family to pick her up? Otherwise, such an attack would be very dangerous even if she were a first class. There's no need. I think that girl is very protective of her life. Since she has made so many plans, she definitely won't die under such a covering attack. Now it happens that they are all attracted to that girl's attention, so they will ignore their feet. Young master, we cannot be biased. Nowadays, as much gunpowder as the North provides, we must give it to my family. It's easy for me to produce gunpowder, even though almost all the stock was used up this time. Discharge. Didn't the young master always want to know why the Northern Rome is so afraid of me? Now I'll let the young master take a look. My way of archery. I thought she would dodge her, but she actually cleared the screen with one arrow. Having her with us means we have air superiority, which is not entirely accurate because we don't have any air units. This arrow reminds me of the annihilation of Senior Qing Tian. It seems that although all 5 generals in the north are learning from Senior Qing Tian, this phoenix has its true teachings. This is what Phoenix did to her. She's really just a first class. Looking at this girl's arrows again, they are still like that. The more she looks at them, the more she likes archery. Finally, she has found her own path. Did the girl think that she was the most powerful and had traveled the farthest in martial arts among the first grade? She must have been dumbfounded this time. Finally, she knows that there are people outside the world and there is heaven outside the world. I'm never afraid to see, I'm afraid I won't. In martial arts, there is nothing but a mountain to climb. I am afraid of no path ahead, but I am never afraid of high mountains. Hee, you're a pretty good girl too. Sure enough, the arrow in the last war was not accidental. She has already completely taken control, which reminds me of why the old prince allowed her to call her Phoenix. In ancient legends, the vermilion bird was only the king of birds, and the phoenix was the absolute ruler of the sky. General, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to charge? If we wait for those snow god armies to approach the city wall, it will be troublesome. Didn't you see the second arrow of the Phoenix General blocked by someone? How many people in the Northern Rome army do you think have the ability to block the Phoenix's arrow? Heavy ice, heavy armor, cold east travel. If I'm not mistaken, the Snow God army is followed by the Han Dong-gu to the Han Axe army. As soon as our cavalry charges past their Snow God army, they will be collided head-on by the Cold Axe army. Regardless of the outcome, we will lose our flexibility. And a trapped cavalryman awaits his fate. I think you know better than me. But General, we can't just watch them approach like this. We have fought against the Snow God army and know that they are better at attacking cities than charging. They don't even need ladders. So this time it's up to the head coach. As long as the head coach can give us a chance to charge forward. So Qing Long only needs one target on the battlefield. General, thank you for your hard work. These 3 arrows have shown everyone your excellence and also made those Northern Rome people see the military power of our Northern Army. I knew there would be another arrow like this. But after you shoot this arrow, it's time for you to leave, right? A divine elephant attacking in waves, replacing the phoenix, cannot participate in the war. For us Northern Rome, everything is worth it. Attack a city. Phoenix's exit may have made them less vigilant, but now it seems to be just right. Just now, I was thinking about how to make them think everything was foolproof, so that my gunpowder would have meaning. Soldiers roll up their crossbows and prepare to calm their minds. Don't be afraid or launch ineffective attacks. Wait for them to approach and enter range before shooting. Finally started, I also want to taste what these elephants smell like. Girl, we should go now. Where are you going? Aren't the enemies right in front of you? It seems that you haven't read the military book written by Yang Jio at all. The victory of this military strategist should not be passed down first, as they were caught off guard and caught off guard. With unique and comprehensive insights, there is probably no military book in the world that can be traced back even 1,000 years. I really can't imagine that someone like Yang Jio could have written such a shocking military book. If it weren't for the compilation of Confucian literature, I can only believe that he copied it. The man who left my official position is naturally the best in the world. Yes, it's just that there are a few peach blossoms that make a little girl scratch the wall in the weather. There's not a single piece of furniture that's good. Who scratched the wall? I was practicing. Okay, no one scratches the wall, but oh girl, we really should go now. Where to? The other battlefield girl. You know, what satisfies me the most about Yang Jio is never how talented he is, but that he has such talent but never becomes arrogant. Eating the Regent King to death on the territory of Northern Rome. In the Cold North Pass, the Northern Rome's layout was repeatedly defeated, causing all the Northern Rome spies and assassins to be defeated. Despite being in front of him, the Northern Rome never won. But he still revered the regent on the battlefield and refused to give him any chance. Isn't that supposed to be? Not only did he come to the north, but he has never lost since I met Yang Jio. So such talents are terrifying and will never slack off, nor will they give the enemy any chance. The 100 battle camp will follow the original plan. You have to tell me where you're going, right? Yang Jio told me that we are here to block those mammoths. Those mammoths won't be able to reach us. Yang Jio has already made arrangements. The regent who was caught off guard by Yang Jiowu's last attack, now that the Snow God Army and the Cold Axe Army have all appeared, don't you think that regent intends to retaliate with that method? Wolf Riders and Ice Teeth. Let's go. 300 steps. Ballista. Discharge. 100 steps. Archer's release. 100 steps. It's already within the range of our archers. It seems like it's time. How is this gunpowder produced? You actually have such a large quantity. But it doesn't matter. Since something appeared on the battlefield, how could my prince not be on guard? TSK, he only has 3 heads. It's really a waste of money. But it's okay with the money, I'm not bad at it. Although I buried a lot this time, in fact, I didn't expect to win the war just by burying gunpowder. If I were to take care of Handongu, the first priority now would be to evaluate. Although relying on the formation to let the first 3 mammoths hit the trap can minimize the losses, the regent is also considered smart. But in fact, gunpowder still causes considerable damage to behemoths like them. And without spies in the city, he will never know how rich the young master is and how much gunpowder there is in the city, so he can only gamble and fight. This is a taboo in military strategy. The young master said that war is very complicated, but in my eyes, war is nothing but money and intelligence. Coincidentally, these young masters were already fully prepared before the war. Fortunately, I received Yenner's sincerity. Otherwise, how would I have played this chess if I were to become an enemy of Yenner? Young master, you're joking. If there really comes a day when I need to worry, it should be my family. After all, the only thing I can be confident in is this strategy. Now that I can see clearly the master's plan, it is because I am by his side. And the young master calculated people's hearts, which I admire the most. I don't know how much gunpowder was buried within this 100 steps, but I am aware that the young master only used it at this distance to do a multiple choice question for that Handongu. Once a person's purpose is too clear, it is easy to be calculated, and the distance is less than 100 steps, which can cause painless damage. Even though Handongu is considered a famous general, it will still be difficult to choose, but it doesn't matter if he hesitates for a longer time, the more advantageous it will be for us. The general's 2 wings had 2 more divine elephants fall. Although they didn't die, they were injured in the explosion and fell directly to the ground, blocking the attack of the army behind them. The prince personally set up the formation to prevent him from injuring too many divine elephants in one explosion, but he didn't expect Yang Jiao to bury so many. Although these injuries are not significant, the body of the divine elephant is too big. When it falls, it becomes a hill. Because we were only injured and did not die, other divine elephant knights were unwilling to step on us and could only stop in place or make difficult detours. General, now we are finding it difficult to move forward. It's better for us not to continue attacking those undead mammoths who have fallen than to die. I'll repeat, do not continue attacking those who have fallen, do not cause the real death of the mammoths, attack those who stand. Their huge body was their advantage before, but after falling, it became their disadvantage. If they really die, those divine knights can step over without any burden. But if they don't die, they can't bear it in their hearts. The head coach has already said this. A large body is an advantage, but it can also be a fatal disadvantage. Defeating an enemy is simple, amplifying their shortcomings and weakening their strengths. We are less than 100 steps away from Hanbei Pass, and the bows, arrows, and crossbows of the Jinbei army can attack us. Once stopped, there are endless bows and arrows. Yang Jiao, is this your real calculation? At first, I didn't use gunpowder, but only used such a dense amount of gunpowder to hold my pace within the archer's range. And you know I won't take 80 steps back. I'm less than 80 steps away from Hanbei Pass. You know better that if I retreat from those fallen idols at this time, it's like giving them to you for nothing. Since that's the case, the Cold Axe army has been ordered to attack the city. General, even the gods and elephants cannot stop those gunpowder. If your Cold Axe army were to encounter them, it would be a life-threatening situation. They are all your people. Everything is for the victory of the Northern Rome, and compared to the losses of the Snow God army, what are we worth? The Snow God army is deployed. Aim at those heavily armored soldiers who want to pave the way with their lives and not let them continue to advance. I finally realized it. Bu-Tan cooperated, but this heavily armored infantry is indeed admirable. He bravely helped his comrades pave the way ahead with his life. Sure enough, the army of the Northern Rome is not so easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the enemies they encountered were the young master and these heavily armored soldiers who sacrificed their lives to help them advance 30 steps. The Snow God army is less than 20 steps away from the city wall. 20 steps is an easily accessible distance, but it is also a distance they cannot touch. It's just a pity that I thought I had saved up a lot of gunpowder, but I'm afraid I'll have to pay off all of this battle. 20 steps. There are only 20 steps left. Prepare to wait for the city. Yang Jiao, you underestimate me, a soldier of the Northern Rome. People like you can never understand how much we can contribute to the victory of the Northern Rome. Soldiers besiege the city. Change gunpowder. At a distance of 20 steps, their advancing speed is so slow that even a woman can throw it onto the heads of those mammoths. 1351 pieces of gunpowder. General Snow God's army has lost 16 divine elephants. The Cold Axe army also suffered heavy losses. Their gunpowder was too dense. The battlefield was a mess. Many casualties could not be estimated. If this continues, we will. The entire army is retreating. The distance is 20 steps. Quickly retreat. The Cold Axe army should stay away from the divine elephant to avoid trampling and crushing injuries, and retreat. The future will be interrupted. Han Dong has set his sights on the city wall. It's not easy to protect the gunpowder magazine. If it explodes above the city wall, it's over. You should know that once you climb the city wall, you won't be able to go back. White Tiger indeed knows that Yang Jiao also knows the defect of gunpowder, which is its flammability. As long as it is ignited, it doesn't matter who is the master or the enemy. The monster has such terrifying physical strength even though it has not entered the broken mirror. But he's just a fool. The White Tiger is indeed not easy. I am curious that the Green Dragon has already chased after it. Why can't you resist pursuing someone who advocates killing? War and slaughter are both for the sake of protection. The most important thing for the White Tiger to kill is to know the purpose of the killing, otherwise they will only indulge in the killing. Fast. That's it, Han Donggu. Ahahaha, since we're on the battlefield, how can we not know our destination? Now with a great defeat and no face-to-face, the only thing the prince can do is to die in battle. If you hadn't risked your life to rush up the city wall, the Snow God Army and the Cold Axe Army would have suffered even greater damage. You are a respected enemy, so you must die. Kill me, no matter how you say it, I am still a mirror breaker. You are just two of you in the peak realm of the first rank. This is a military camp, not a martial artist in the martial arts world. We have cooperation between us, so we can't compare to those martial arts formations, but shield soldiers suppress them. The easier it is for a swordsman to kill, the more effective it is. The prince is incompetent. I can no longer follow you. Siafeng Wuxiao actually came in person. If the White Tiger came to save him, then don't let any more of them go. Isn't it just a defeat? How did you end up like this? Your subordinates are incompetent, but you shouldn't have come. It's not that you exhausted Phoenix from going to the battlefield. I really dare not come, but if we leave now, no one can stop us. Even if the prince has Siafeng, this place is still too fast. It seems like no one in the North Army except Phoenix can shoot her. Damn it, damn it. This arrow was shot too hastily. If I wake up when that big bird appears, I will definitely shoot it down. And it also has that troublesome regent on its back. Phoenix is indeed difficult to deal with. I did read about this big bird in the intelligence, but I never expected this regent to really dare to risk his own life. But fortunately, there's a girl named Phoenix here, otherwise this big bird would be difficult to deal with. Beirong has never been an easy enemy to deal with. Young master, if you don't go and take a look at that girl's performance today, it's really eye-opening. I think if the young master praises her, she should be very happy. Miss Yenner calls someone who can shoot an elephant with an arrow a girl, and why do I smell a little sour in the air? In a sense, she has better maintained the delicacy and innocence of a girl than me and Shangwan Li. I don't care if she's a girl or not, but I know very well that I'm now a head coach and the war is not over yet. It's not time to reward her for her achievements. Far from it. Beiming Wolf. Gun God Hong Tao. Should I call you Gun God or Army God? The infantry of the 100 Battle Battalion, as the main force, surprisingly blocked the strongest cavalry of the Northern Rhone. A group of peasant uprisings, even if they don't have all the necessary weapons, I can lead them to consecutive victories and occupy the land of 3 continents. Nowadays, with 100 elite soldiers equipped with sophisticated steel tools and even gunpowder, you are already proud that you have not been completely annihilated. Invincible hostility. Unfortunately, it's useless for you to know because you can't stop me at all. Be careful, everyone. That's the shattered star of Gun God. Withdrawal. Although General Hong Tao is difficult to deal with, his 100 battle camp has already reached its limit. If we put in more effort at this moment, we may be able to break through the West Gate. I know if we have enough time, we can break through the West Gate, but it's been a long time now. Now that the cold North Pass is so calm, the Snow God Army should have already retreated. Since we have suffered a defeat on the front line, what's the point of even if we enter the West Gate? And the most regrettable thing is not that they didn't enter the West Gate, but that they didn't solve Hong Tao's problem. Until now, I haven't retreated yet. I just want to see if there's a chance to kill him first. The combat power of the 100 battle camp also exceeded our expectations. If you want to leave late now, please leave everything for me. Girl, it's okay. If they don't withdraw from the deadly battle, the result will be the death of all the 100 battle camps, but they will only lose more than half of their lives. Even you and I are at risk of falling. How could that be? We were already suppressing them and you just said you planned to completely annihilate them. Why are we both losing now? Did you just brag? Cough cough cough. It's very common for girls to brag occasionally on the battlefield, which not only saves money but also boosts morale. Why not do it? And the Northern Rhone Wolf Cavalry Army, do you think the title of the strongest cavalry in the world is just coming? If it weren't for the elite troops like the 100 battle camp, the West Gate would have been destroyed by now. Can I stand there and say two things? Let's go back. This time, I should consider myself a complete victory. Although this journey has won countless victories, it was still blocked by Ice Teeth. The 4 elite snow god wolves of Northern Rome ride the Cold Axe and Ice Teeth. I've been thinking about where the Ice Teeth army has gone. If we were suddenly attacked, it would be quite uncomfortable. After all, the pressure on the snow god army is too great. But I didn't expect that as a support unit. I didn't participate in the attack. It's a bit interesting to see this regent being defeated before he can say victory. If there were no Ice Teeth support, we could completely annihilate the Cold Axe and even kill a few more long-haired elephants. You've done well enough. Go ahead and prepare well. Our upcoming battle is becoming increasingly difficult to fight. Why are their elite troops all severely damaged by us while we have no losses? Isn't this already an advantage? So there are really people among us who can't see the situation clearly. In this battle, the young master almost consumed all the gunpowder, and the mammoths and heavy armored soldiers attacked the city with very heavy equipment to block them. We don't have much personnel consumption, but the loss of these strategic materials is the most deadly. After all, we are fighting one country on a continent. If it's really exhausted, where can we go to replenish the geographical advantage given to us by the vast Hanbei Pass without any defense equipment? At first glance, you seem like an outsider and have no idea how wealthy my husband is. The princes of the 9 continents are all kings and hoarding troops. On the border, the Eastern Border Literature Master has already sent a message requesting me to transfer a batch of steel tools and gunpowder to him. The various countries in the eastern border are already restless. Shaoli, in this time of impending chaos, everyone is hoarding strategic supplies. Even if you have money, please tell me where to buy them. This. Chunhan has come to report that the Barong side has reorganized its troops and is preparing for the next attack. Despite this disastrous defeat, morale has not been affected. Understood. It seems that the regent is also having this idea to some extent. All right, the continuous wars are about to begin. But I don't think it will be today. Although we know how difficult the future war will be, we won today, so we held a celebration banquet. Have you been a soldier for so many years? How many years have you known me without knowing that victory or defeat is a common occurrence among soldiers? I feel ashamed of the trust that the prince has placed in me. You clearly entrusted all your elite to me, yet I ended up fighting like this. So you're going to die, you're going to escape. To put it nicely, you coward is just trying to avoid failure. My lord, I don't have a cold axe army or a coward. I won't evade any responsibility, Today's failure is not your fault. No one knew Yang Jiu would have so much gunpowder, even I would still fail. On the battlefield, you have neither achieved great success nor retreated at all. You have made no mistakes in your decision-making. And if you can come back alive, it's already the greatest achievement. Donggu, now the Northern Rome army still needs you to understand. Wang Yakiki is. It's nothing, but I need you to continue leading the Snow God Army and the Cold Axe Army. You just need to know that the Northern Rome needs you. You can't blame yourself like a girl anymore. No matter what happens, I will never feel ashamed of the trust that the prince has placed in me. Oh, Han Donggu also suffered a defeat. Did you still cry just now? It seems like I'm really late and haven't seen that shocking scene. You really don't know how to comfort people, this guy. All right, let's all tidy up. Although the fight was not good this time, it was still within my expectations. The Northern Army was already difficult to deal with, and now adding the cost of Yang Jio's military achievements is not realistic. Although we failed this time, we also consumed all their gunpowder and nearly half of their city defense equipment. This is what you should have a good perspective. It's also in my plan. Although the Northern Rome are all warriors, they also have fear when facing such gunpowder. Once they retreat, they will be defeated like a mountain. And this thing is really too difficult to deal with. If we can't consume them all, our siege will suffer even more losses, so it's better to endure the pain and cut our flesh to pave the way for us. Wang Yingming. Let's make some bets. What are you betting on? Now that I have nothing, I have this massacre. I'm sorry, but I have to take it back with me. After all, the Jinbei Wanfu is poor and only has these 2 knives left. Unless you give birth to a son for me, then this knife can be left for him. It's not right to give birth to 2. One will inherit your throne, and the other will become the king of Jinbei. Now, the north is truly stable. You're such a scoundrel that you look like the broken knife from when you were young. I don't want you to be the child you're talking about. I can give you birth. But have you ever thought about how this child will handle himself in the future? You're not the emperor of Dakian, just the king of Jinbei in the northern region. Even if we give birth to 2 children, as you said, one as the head of the Northern Rome and one as the king of the North Town, what's the use? The survival of the Northern Rome is still poor, and the Northern Army cannot betray Dakian or give them the life they want, so we still want war. Tianyu is not greedy for the Northern Rome. Nowadays, the Northern Rome is getting colder and the cold season is getting longer. If we don't want to die, we can only go to war. I know everything you said. Our identities are like a natural barrier, which has been crossing us for decades. Just now, I said something wrong. Although I came alone with nothing, it also shows that I have made plans to stay by your side forever. So I'm taking myself as a bet. If you win, there will be no more General Zhao Tianyu from Jinbei in the world. So what you mean is that I also need to make bets, but you know it's very unfair. You have found the heir, but now Baron cannot do without me. I can wait until you have everything arranged, until you can walk with me by your side and wait as long as you want. I just don't want to wait to see you, let alone see you for a few years. It's rare to say something that sounds good, but this bet is just right. Anyway, we just want to play a game and decide who will be in charge in the future. No. Can we stop fighting like street brawls and call for a warm-up start? Where is there so much nonsense? I don't know how Third Brother plans to help me. After all, these people in front of us are not easy to deal with. Second Brother not only sent warriors, but also assisted the army. Even Yang Jio has already sent someone to Qian Zhan's side, not to mention that Qian Zhan himself is already very difficult to deal with. Difficult to deal with, Seventh Brother. We all know that the people in front of us are just here to kill the Sword Saint. As long as you give the Sword Saint to them and kill Yang Jio and the King of Qin, you will naturally retreat, right? At that time, all we need to deal with is just a battle of money. And Seventh Brother, think carefully about whether a Sword Saint can help you repel the people of Yang Jio and the King of Qin. And it also gives us the opportunity to surround and kill Qian Zhan. A Sword Saint can be exchanged for Yang Jio, and the King of Qin can retreat. I think it's a sure bet. I advise Third Brother not to make such jokes again. Although I respect Third Brother, please be aware of one thing, Yangzhou is my territory. Some jokes are not acceptable, and Third Brother should not take me for a fool. It's just that. I thought seventh brother was someone who would do anything to achieve his goals, but now it seems that he's just an indecisive person. Even a mere mentor and disciple cannot bear to part with him. Since we can't bear to part with it, we can only think of other ways. Nowadays, the sword is nothing more than a hot potato. If you're willing to hold it, then hold it. My goal is simple, just to kill that heavenly being. This should be Sanji's goal. Anyway, when we were in Kyoto, Yang Gong had already proven to us that Tianren cannot be killed, but I am very curious. Sanji, do you have a way to kill Tianren? Chi Di actually asked this question, which means that Chi Di also has a way to kill Tianren. Ha ha ha, it seems that this time, apart from other things, the individual is indeed dangerous. But we still have one final challenge, the calculation of heaven and man, which is actually very difficult to deal with. And that scattered person won't easily enter the battlefield. If he doesn't join the game, how can we kill him? Sanji is overthinking it. I don't think this is a difficult point at all, or in other words, we don't need to solve it at all. The helper hired by Qian Zhan will naturally help us solve this problem. Even if they are not aware of the chess player behind this matter, they will tell them that this game is also a target. Please provide strong assistance, it is a double-edged sword. I think Qian Zhan will soon find out about this matter. Seventh brother is also talking about himself. After all, you have also hired me as a strong support, haven't you? Not only me and Qian Zhan, but also tell third brother about this. After all, that puppet of the pseudo-heavenly being is indeed very powerful. Ha, that's not a strong support, but a vassal. It's not surprising that seventh brother misunderstood. It's actually very simple because seventh brother has never been to the battlefield and doesn't have the feeling of subduing the fierce horses and conquering the barbarians. I have long known that Sanji's strength will depend on him for everything in the future. Senior, don't be impatient. I think His Royal Highness the King of Qing must also have insight. He sent you here to tell you to obey my command in everything. We will naturally follow the command of the sect leader, but I want to know if the senior individual will take action. The King of Chu over there has arrived in Kyoto. Everyone knows that there is a puppet of the pseudo-heavenly realm beside the King of Chu. Okay, since everyone is here to help me, I naturally won't hide it. The senior individual is considered my master, not my subordinate, so I have no way to order him to do many things. So the Lord's intention is that we need to deal with both the Sword Saint and a puppet of the pseudo-celestial realm at the same time. I am a warrior and I don't know what clever arrangements the Lord of the Pavilion can have on the battlefield, but I know that dealing with a Sword Saint can deal with a puppet of a pseudo-heavenly being, and I can also deal with it. But dealing with both of them at the same time, all the experts here may not necessarily have a chance of winning. Yeah. What other chances do we have? Are we all going to die? Silence, this is a military camp, not your own martial arts arena. Lord, we are willing to seek revenge for the former leader and even bring our master behind us to join the war. This is our sincerity. But that doesn't mean we can go to die. How could I not be clear about what San Yang said, but Senior Sanren has his own considerations, and I am really... Okay. The moment I chose to enter the mortal world and stand beside you, I knew there would be a situation like today. Senior. I have met the senior individual. Don't be too polite, isn't the puppet of the pseudo-celestial realm the only thing we can't solve now? There's no need to argue anymore. Leave that to me to handle. Your senior brother, like me, can learn the essence of various martial arts with just a few glances. Before that, I had planned to take him as my disciple. But he was covered by those mundane things, his eyes entwined with him, and he could never let go again. He was not good at these things in the first place, but he insisted on doing them, and the consequence was that he didn't get anything from you, right? Since our seniors have already said so, I think our biggest challenge at the moment has been solved. Soldiers are of great importance and speed, so we will prepare for war tomorrow. Seniors should know that this is not only arranged by these few people, but also by those behind the scenes who are trying to force Senior to take action. I am naturally aware of these things. This game is already so clear. How could I not see clearly that you have gathered so many people here, most of whom are heading towards the Sword Saint? Those people from Yoang's side naturally came towards me as well. And the masters behind these people want both me and the Sword Saint to die, which is why the heavens are unwilling to step into the mortal world. Once they enter the game, they will inevitably become pawns. It's all the younger generation's fault for this matter. If it weren't for the senior standing with me, you would never have been caught up in such a mundane world. No problem, they just made a reasonable request, and we have no room to refuse. For the princes, after the Battle of Kyoto, Yang Yuan's success made them no longer so afraid of Tianren, and even had plans to hunt Tianren. But for these martial artists in the martial arts world, this is their first time seeing the power of heaven and man. Before they had any contact with heaven and man, they did not know their abilities. Fear often arises from seeing, while bravery arises from not seeing. Indeed, if they hadn't seen you take action, I don't think they would have gone to the battlefield either. The outcome of this war, no matter what, has been uncovered by you and me once again. I hope to always remember the words we said when we started the chaos. The longer the chaotic times last, the harder the people will suffer. What we are doing is not to stir up chaos, but to quickly end it. As long as you can firmly remember this sentence, then I won't regret getting involved in this mortal world. Senior, if there are any unforeseen changes on the battlefield tomorrow, I would like to ask you to prioritize your own safety. The outcome of this war is not important, but having no seniors is very important to me. So no matter what happens, please come back alive. It seems that Jojo will not be so stable soon. All the chess pieces on both sides are already in place, and the next step is to kill them with blood flowing like a river. Although the chess pieces are in place, the young master should be well aware that other people's chess pieces are not very useful. Moreover, Qianzhan is fine on this side, but Yuang's side is clearly just a game of chess with two players. What's the point of not being able to withstand the fact that they have too many chess pieces? It's just a pity that I'm trapped in the north. Otherwise, I would think that their side is quite interesting, at least much more interesting than things like the north. Have you already made all the arrangements that the young master should have made in the northern region? On the battlefield, the power of one person is already very limited. The young master has already done enough. So this is where I don't like war. It's getting late. I'll come and take care of the young master before he goes to bed. Miss Shangwan has not reached the pinnacle of her career to this day, but my family can serve the young master at any time. Isn't this okay? Xylir is still here. If she suddenly interrupts me, it won't be good for my health. When did you see me, young master? I fought an unprepared battle. Miss Shangwan was busy in the military camp all day today, and now she falls asleep when she comes home. We've been through this hour again, so no one will disturb us today. Madam Shangwan, wake up. Wake up. If you sleep again, the position of the mistress has been lost. If the position of the main mother is lost, what should be lost? I forgot there was an undercover agent named Xiao Liar in the courtyard. Okay, Yang Jiao. I worked hard for you in the military camp. And yet you're doing this behind my back with an outer room. Are you worthy of me? Yes, young master. Are you worthy of Lady Shangwan? Bailing Phoenix, right? On the battlefield, her unparalleled archery skills amazed the generals. Unexpectedly, in this mansion, she is also a skilled fighter. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I said she. Bailing did such a thing, you still have the courage to appear in front of me. Madam Shangwan, no matter what happens, I will firmly stand by your side. Don't worry, I remember everything you did for me. Even Yang Jiao couldn't do anything to you. Miss Bailing, you have really decided to stand opposite me. Although I may seem a bit difficult to get along with, in fact, anyone who has been with me knows that I have always been generous and will not mistreat those who follow me. Although Miss Shangwan doesn't seem very smart and gives people a very easygoing feeling, can she still get along with you calmly after your little caution is exposed? This. How can Yang be even better? Do you have to be cheated by her? I won't treat you unfairly if you tell me anything between you and my sisters. That fox spirit may not necessarily count the money for you if you were so innocent and sold by her. Who are you talking about? Ah, yes, you sisters. Miss Bailing's plan is just to sublimate this sister's relationship. Sublime some. It's nothing, Lady Shangwan. Don't overthink it. What are you nervous about? Is there really something you're hiding from me? Is there a secret between you and her that I can't even know? That one doesn't. It's only been a few good days since I followed my wife. How could there be anything hidden from her? You can go out first. Your wife and master are going to bed tonight. Hurry up and avoid them. Oh, Miss Shangwan, what a great official's authority. I don't know, but I thought you were in charge of the Yang family. Where should I sleep today? I have to let the young master choose for himself. Yes, then let him choose me. We'll see if Yang remembers who he was and who he stayed by his side all the way. Okay, Xiaolier's bitter meat trick is really not suitable for you. I really can't stand Miss Yenna like this, otherwise. Others may not know, but the young master should be aware of how many concessions I have made so far. If the young master still favors the Lady Shangwan today, then I will also be stubborn today. Xiaoli, look at Yenna. She's actually quite. I don't care what happens today, I won't leave Yang for half a step. Not only today, but every night after that, if Yang isn't by my side, I won't even sleep. How can we be reasonable? But now we're starting to act like scoundrels, right? I don't care. You. How many times have I read my obedient grandson's military book and couldn't put it down? Can you tell me the truth that you've been living with me for so many years? Does that kid have any hope of winning the championship? Why are you becoming more and more greedy, old man? Are you really not sure how much power your grandson has borne? Not to mention whether he can reach the realm of heaven and man. If one day he really breaks the mirror, he can break common sense in many ways. Greedy? Am I really greedy? To be honest, at my age, I still have a few years left, and how much more things can I experience in my life? But my well-behaved grandson is still very young and has already reached such a position at such a young age, in the middle of the storm. Can you say I'm a grandfather? How could I not worry about him? Cough, 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 cough. Ah, blood. Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think my heavenly realm is just a decoration? I can't tell from this handkerchief that it's dye. We've known each other for so long. Don't act out every time you ask me for something, right? Ah ha ha, I'm truly the best in the world. I never thought you could see through my superb acting skills. Impressive, admirable. If I really pass away, that kid will encounter some fatal danger in the upcoming disaster. Can you help me take care of him for a while? After all, we have been friends for so many years. The Great Tribulation has arrived, and my fellow bloodline is also in the midst of it. Do you need my protection? Although I am self-taught, I also have a mentor. Do you think I need help from a mentor? And along the way, I have had so many benefactors and dangers of great calamity. You know better than me that even though I am the best in the world, you save so many people. I thought you were naturally easygoing and there was nothing in the world that could trap you, but I didn't expect you to have so many concerns during the Great Tribulation. It seems that I am a bit too strong for others to handle. Well, it's not that you misunderstood me, but what should I say? I'm not going to help these people. Why should I help your grandson? Okay, you're free and easy, you're aloof. If you don't help me, you've been living here for 5 years. Hurry up and pay me the rent. What room money? Although I have lived here for 5 years, have you forgotten how many generals I have trained for you in these 5 years? If it weren't for me, that girl Phoenix would have been here today. Don't be ungrateful. As long as I release my message and go to the palace of a certain country, they won't let me eat and live for free, and they will give me gold and silver mountains. That's another palace. Which palace is better than my Jinbei palace? Grandpa, big brother. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to my small courtyard with you two in the future. Good grandson, how did you get so tired? Could it be that you and my two good granddaughter-in-laws have been exhausted these past few nights? Yeah, at first I thought it was just a trap, but in the end, the two of them ended up messing around with me alone. If I weren't a third-grade warrior, these bones would have been torn apart by the two of them. Are you so fierce? I don't think my two well-behaved granddaughters-in-law are like this either. Are they really people who can't be judged by appearances? Lobster. Did Grandpa think that we finished the house last night and it would be better to just use the trick? Yeah, Grandpa. You don't know that my two women don't know anything about caring for men. Okay, Grandpa understands all of what you're saying. After all, Grandpa also encountered this kind of thing when he was middle-aged. Men, especially your grandmother, are afraid that someone outside of me would cough and cough every time. Good grandson who understands, just stay with me and rest assured. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who to talk to about these things, just in case the two of them come looking for me. All these things are left to Grandpa to solve. Although Grandpa really wants to hold his great-grandson, nothing is more important than his grandson's health. Anyway, I am also an elder, and the two of them still have respect for me. No wonder your knife strength wasn't as strong as before during your middle age, but instead showed some weakness. It turns out that's the reason. Falsely accusing and slandering good son, don't believe him. He is slandering me. Middle age is when your grandfather's sword power is strongest, and it's getting stronger every year. Of course. I can't trust anyone, Grandpa. It seems that my decision is extremely correct. The path of martial arts must not have any connection with women. Only by pursuing the Tao wholeheartedly can one always succeed. When did you reach that level, this guy? My power can't even hurt you. I've already said that if I'm afraid of Snow God, I won't come looking for you anymore. Although you have unexpectedly gained some of its power in the past decade, I have not made any progress. If it weren't for this, how could I be worthy of you? You were supposed to be so young after eating Shuero, but I have now become like this. Sure enough, if I want to take advantage of you, I still need to use brain power and force. I can't beat you no matter what. Since that's the case, let's call this game a draw. It ends in a draw. Are you kidding? If we keep fighting, you're definitely not my match. No matter what, you're still a proud empress trying to cheat on me, right? If I play tricks, then I don't care. I'll take you away directly this time. What I clearly want is to be on an equal footing with you. So the last move I want to use is acting coquettishly. You're just wearing brute force again. It's just me. I am naturally a powerful empress in front of others. In front of you, she's just an ordinary woman. Can't you even give me a shoulder? I didn't mean it that way. It's just me. What? It seems. I won again. You woman. It's really annoying. I always use this trick. Can't like it? You've been waiting for me for so many years. And you should know better than me, right? Soldiers are not averse to fraud, and you have suffered losses many times and don't have a good memory. All right. What do you want? You don't really want me to enter the palace and become your queen, do you? Anyway, I'm also a man and I have my bottom line. We didn't say it when we first met. I want to see the glaciers in the extreme north of the mountains of Barone, so I need a bodyguard. Now? But now, can't Barone live without you? And it's not good for us to travel when the front line is still fighting. Yugong, during the war, I was a powerless empress. But they held back the opponent's most powerful general, you privately, precisely because of the battle ahead. So there aren't so many things to worry about in the rear at this time, and there won't be a chance. So, whether it's public or private, no one says anything about me when I go out now. I'm already here. Whatever you say is what you want. It seems that everyone took a break after the last battle and came over. Although it dealt a heavy blow to the snow god army of northern Rome, I have some bad news to tell you that the gunpowder has been depleted. At present, the remaining amount is only enough for us to launch a surprise attack. The large-scale battle like the last time can no longer support us to continue fighting. It doesn't matter, the commander's gunpowder is already a pleasant surprise for us, and we have long been prepared to win with less. Without gunpowder, isn't there still me? These days, I have almost recovered. As long as I am on the battlefield, the northern Rome still need to be restrained. It seems that you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. They are willing to use the snow god army to consume our gunpowder. Do you think they will let you continue like this? This one. So Phoenix will. I can't guess their entire plan, but I bet you must be one of their targets. I've long been used to assassinating them, haven't they still not killed me to this day? This time. Perhaps it will be slightly different from the past. How come the northern Rome wants to increase their chips and kill me? I don't need to say much about the next thing, everyone, be mentally prepared. You have already witnessed the power of those gunpowder. I don't know how many henchmen Yangjio has left. But we cannot retreat or avoid this enemy. Because of the current chaos in the Central Plains, we cannot wait for a better opportunity than today in a few decades. We swear to follow the prince to the death. Please give him instructions. Very good. We should have consumed almost all of Yangjio's gunpowder. So next, we need to leverage our military advantage to launch a three-sided siege. We have a significant military advantage. But the prince must have a main attack and a feint attack on all three sides, right? Humph. All focused on the main attack. Or it can also be said that they are all feints. There isn't much gunpowder left, and no matter how strong the Phoenix is, there's only one person left. I don't believe Yangjio can hold three walls with his troops. But how should we allocate our troops in this way? Humph, the military is unstoppable and the water is unpredictable. What we want is this mysterious way between reality and illusion. All three routes will be configured according to the main attacking team, and whoever can break through will switch to the main attacking team. Once the city defense is breached, it will be more effective in strengthening the weaknesses. And all three of my routes are the main force. If we mobilize troops to make up for it, there will be omissions in other aspects. It is not impossible for all three armies to break through the city defense. Wang Yingming. We'll arrange it right away. All right, let's go and prepare for the meeting separately. Understood, please keep it for a while. What other instructions does the prince have? Han Wuling. Isn't this your most elite secret guard? And they are all top experts in the Northern Rome martial arts world. I wonder how much effort you put in to recapture the Northern Rome martial arts world back then. It's good that you know. Even though Yangjio has exceptional intelligence, his actual experience on the battlefield is limited. I bet you will be a bit flustered and unable to attend to many things. That would be our opportunity. So you want to seize the opportunity to kill Yangjio. This is not so. Who is Yangjio? He is currently the commander-in-chief of the Jinbei army and the legitimate son of the Yang family. How many experts do you think he will have guarding him? So it's not that we don't want to kill Yangjio, but we can't do it. Besides Yangjio, the biggest threat to us is who the person is. Phoenix will. That's right. As long as we remove the Phoenix and nail this nail, our chances of winning will greatly increase, and it will also affect our future plans. I also got some of Yangjio's gunpowder. Actually, I've been thinking about how the God Owl can be used for military purposes, not just for reception. Do you mean to have got 11 carry gunpowder? Throwing from a high altitude allows them to burn down their military camp and provisions from the air without the need for a single soldier. Not bad. So if the phoenix doesn't die, the god owl is a target that can never play its due role. Phoenix is now our thorny problem. But please rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely handle Phoenix well. I always feel at ease when you handle things. Although we have a certain advantage in the current war, I have one more thing to tell you. Please instruct the prince. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Haha, okay, don't be so nervous. It's not a big deal. Just in case something unexpected happens to me, you have to replace me and lead the entire army to fulfill our wishes. Your Highness, you. How could an accident happen to you? I assure you that I will only die before the prince and dare not die after him. Ha 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 ha. Boy. What I want to hear is not your loyalty. You know what I want to hear. You should know that we are not facing Zhao Tianyu. We are very clear about Zhao Tianyu's background, so no matter how powerful he is, there is no need to be afraid. The important thing is that Yang Jiao is a far more deadly opponent than Zhao Tianyu. Why is the prince so worried about Yang Jiao? We have the power of one country, 1 million strong troops, but the Northern Army is only a few 100,000, and we only have the power of one continent in the north. And now that Yang Jiao has consumed more than half, we are about to regroup. I don't know what worries you have, but as long as you say it out loud, it will definitely be done for you. Do you know the truth that arrogant soldiers will be defeated? It is precisely because we have so many great advantages and such good opportunities that we cannot fail for anything. Even I shouldn't be the reason for our failure. I really like a saying from the Central Plains that goes, success doesn't have to come from me, success must come from me. The prince's determination is already known. Please rest assured that no matter what happens in the future, I will always remember it in my heart and fight until the last moment for the glory of Northern Rome. Very good, very good. With your words, no matter what happens, I won't have any worries anymore. There will be another war in the north, right? Madam, don't worry. Your father-in-law is still in chaos in the north. Tomorrow, the Empress has an appointment with the lady to admire the flowers. The lady must dress up beautifully. Don't make eye contact with me anymore. No matter what, I also come from the north. Although I have never been to the battlefield, I have also been to the military camp and know about the situation of the Northern Rome. I am naturally proud that my son can become the head coach, but the more outstanding my son is, the more my heart beats. Madam is underestimating her husband. If I'm not sure, how could I let my son go to the battlefield? Don't worry about when my husband has disappointed his wife. If it were before, I wouldn't have been worried, but can you leave Kyoto now? The battle in Kyoto was already risky, and those bastards in the east brought trouble to the situation, which was barely controlled by the Dragon Chi. It's my fault that everyone in the world says Mrs. Young is fierce, but who knew that my wife was already skilled in both literature and martial arts before marrying me? The person who can inherit his mother-in-law's mantle, after all, how can the tiger gate of the Jinbei prince's mansion produce a dog girl? It's just that my reputation has been affected. After all, that person is the late emperor. What kind of Yang's wife does he want? We can only give him what kind. Okay, don't bring up the topic. I want to ask you what the situation is right now. If that dragon aura only traps you in Kyoto, it's not a big deal. I'm just afraid it might affect your health. Dragon slaying technique. If I hadn't left Jixia Academy back then, the teacher might have passed it on to me, but my goal is not to pursue knowledge. The teacher also has his own principles. In addition, I am not a member of the royal family, so even if Dragon Chi chooses me, he will be particularly harsh on me. Anyone who leaves Kyoto will be counterattacked by Dragon Chi. But the compensation given to me is that as long as I am in Kyoto, I am invincible in the world. I understand all of what you're saying. I just want to know if this dragon aura can harm you. Of course not. Although it was the dragon energy that trapped me in Kyoto, now the world is in chaos and those heavenly beings don't know what they are planning. I have the dragon energy to stabilize Kyoto so that the world won't be truly chaotic. You just need to remember that you promised me that no matter what happens, you can protect our family, including yourself. The thing I promised my wife was naturally to do as I said. Madam, please hurry up and dress up. Good. It seems that the younger generation's face is getting bigger and bigger now, but just by sending you a letter, you can arrive on time like this. Ha ha. It doesn't matter. Kill as many as you come. If they really want to kill me, they'll need at least 3 broken mirrors. Even if you could keep all 3 of them alive at that time, we would still be making a steady profit. I'm not joking this time. You may really die, and I can't give you any guarantee. Because we are on a real battlefield, and war is so cruel. So this time, I allow you to withdraw from the battlefield. Everyone saw the role you played in the Battle of the Snow God Army, so. Head coach. I am a soldier and also a general. No matter what choice you make, I respect you. But you need to think carefully. The young master never likes to say too much and keeps all the layouts in mind. I'm afraid the young master wants to use Phoenix as bait for so many instructions this time, right? Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. I know Phoenix has paid a lot for us, and she has been with us for a long time. But I still have to do this because this is a battlefield. That's also why I don't like war, because I can't think of a way to win without paying any price. Whether it's power planning or conspiracy, I can escape unscathed, but there is actually no winner in the war. Perhaps I should comfort the young master at this time, but I have to say, the most inevitable path for the young master is war. Yes, it is. I may have to learn to get used to war. Habit of sacrifice. What do you think of me as? If you need me as bait, just say it directly, soldier. How can one fear death? If it weren't for the existence of celestial beings like our predecessors, the younger generation might now be forced out of Kyoto or powerless to resist the calculations of those celestial beings. How do I feel like you're still plotting against me, this old master, both inside and out? You are invincible in Kyoto. I think it's a small matter, but after you became a heavenly being, there was another cunning thing among the people on this day, which really gave the old Taoist a headache. Ha 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 ha. I thought you had a very reliable ally, but now my only regret is being trapped in Kyoto by this dragon energy. Otherwise, I have to go to the East Country to see what those heavenly beings are really thinking. Not to mention going see them. Just say that the only person I can come into contact with now is you, and I have come to this point. But you still refuse to tell me anything. Didn't you already say it yourself? Although you have become a heavenly being, you are trapped in Kyoto by dragon energy, so in my eyes, you are no different from before. Leaving aside anything else for now, just tell me if the timid person with the mysterious face was involved in the planning of heaven and man. This is an interesting part of chaotic times. Although heaven and man have too many advantages and can calculate, there are always some mortals favored by wisdom who can plan heaven and man with their bodies. It's said that it's easy to talk to smart people, but it's becoming more and more difficult to talk to mature people. I just want to know if that coward participated in the planning of heaven and man. You clearly have a guess and insist on the old Taoist telling you the way. If you insist on the old Taoist showing you the way, the old Taoist can only tell you. If that person in the world could take action, the plans of those heavenly beings would be a joke. Which one in the north? It seems that your precious son is not hiding anything from you. Fortunately, that one is from Dichien, so those heavenly planners have to worry about him to some extent. The best in the world. I'm sure the northern region has also started, right? Perhaps this is our biggest difference. Everyone is shouting to fight for our country. And truly fighting for the country is only one. It's not easy to fight one country on one continent. This is where I feel a bit guilty. Although it's a major national issue, I have put some thought into it. Turning a blind eye to the situation in the north is because it can both trap Yonggyo and ensure a worry-free border. You have such confidence in him because you fight against one country on one continent. Do the younger generation still not know Yonggyo's abilities to this day? I understand what you mean, but how could that location not be fully calculated, and the battle before us is not easy to fight? The arrival of the King of Chu on the battlefield not only brought a puppet of the pseudo-heavenly realm, but also meant that the Yonggyo army would make up for the shortcomings in command. That's right, it's up to you. What happened? It's not good. Quickly disperse. Be careful, puppets of the pseudo-celestial realm. King of Chu. Is this your plan? This pseudo-celestial puppet is really useful. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The puppet of the pseudo-celestial realm is really useful. It landed in my military camp without fear of life and death. If I hit the troops and surround him, then the Yonggyo cavalry outside will break through my military camp. So I can only use my main force to confront the iron cavalry of Yonggyo and then use warriors to deal with this puppet of the pseudo-celestial realm. Wuchi charges forward to counter Yonggyo iron cavalry. Infantry ready, cavalry ready, ready to attack the city. Don't worry about that puppet. Leave it to the warriors. The puppet of heaven and man, driven by witchcraft, has inexhaustible strength and is not afraid of life and death. In many ways, he is more difficult to deal with than a celestial being. I never thought there would be a day when we would join forces. At first, I didn't believe anyone could use the mysterious sword just by meeting them a few times. Now it seems that the woman lineage lives up to its name. The puppet of the pseudo-celestial realm is indeed difficult to deal with, but it wouldn't end up like this, would it? Hee, it's already time for you to stop playing jokes like this. Don't you know what they're thinking now? Although puppets are powerful, there are always ways to suppress them with so many broken mirrors. They just need to exhaust their true energy. How could these people possibly consume their true energy here? So since playing puppets doesn't require effort, let them do things that truly require effort. Anyway, it was agreed at the beginning that I should handle this. Xiaoyi is the true means of heaven and man. Humph. Go ahead, you guys go deal with the Sword Saint. Leave it to me. Anyway, when you hit him, you're just absent-minded. Why don't you go do something important? Thank you, Senior. Thanks to your presence, otherwise the younger generation wouldn't have been able to finish. I think that celestial being should be ready to take action at this moment, right? Sanji, is the cost a bit too high this time? Yonggyo Iron Cavalry is just my trump card, so I'll charge directly. Humph, seventh brother. You see, the money war always needs to be resolved. After all, although there are irreconcilable conflicts between him and us, the Sword Saint must cross this high mountain. Unless you kill the Sword Saint, you will have to pay the price to remove him. This time it was my third brother who came to help me, so he can say whatever he wants. I entrusted this battlefield to my third brother. If one day Sanji sits down and reaps the benefits of the fisherman, don't forget to give his younger brother a way out. What is seventh brother really talking about? Did third brother not contribute in this war? What if there is a problem with the heavenly puppet? Do you think third brother is equivalent to losing a Yonggyo Iron Cavalry? It was written down by the younger brother of the third brother. Have you ever thought that my third brother doesn't trust you that much? But I know what you really want to do. Why not collaborate with another prince? Your Highness. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, His Royal Highness the King of Chu has shown great kindness to our tribe, and we cannot forget it. Humph, I think this kindness must be significant. Otherwise, I wouldn't even use the puppet of the pseudo-celestial realm for my third brother. However, what I'm saying is that I also want to ask the High Priest to consider it carefully. After all, I am aware of the ambitions of the Witch Clan. Adult. It's time. Since Tianren has already appeared, let's start hunting Tianren too. Nowadays, the techniques for refining celestial puppets are gradually maturing. As long as we hunt down scattered people, our witch clan can add another celestial puppet to your highness. Very good. As long as I have 2 heavenly puppets, I don't need to deal with heavenly beings anymore. As long as I rely on quantity, I can hunt heavenly beings on my own. Continuing to strengthen my heavenly puppet, I will have an army of heavenly puppets. What else do I care about? How do I calculate? And what do I fear? Yang Yuan. For the sake of His Highness's dominance, our witch clan is willing to offer our full strength. Please also rest assured, High Priest. I promise the witch clan that I will keep my word and fulfill it. If I become the emperor, the witch clan will be the national religion, and the high priest will surpass 10,000 people. Supporting the Lord is the glory of my witch clan. All right, there's no need to mention these. The scattered people over there have already taken action. Although we have made sufficient arrangements, the high priest still needs to personally rush over. Your Highness, please leave first. Your Highness. Uncle Fong, you have finally arrived. Fongxing breaks through the peak of the mirror. How many times have you said that there is no need to use honorifics towards me? Whether in public or private, you are my elder. The etiquette of kings and ministers cannot be abolished. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how many times I died on the battlefield. My mother passed away early, and I have no foundation in the capital. There's no way to compete with the king of Qin at all. We can only come to this border battlefield to fight for our future. But I was only 12 years old that year, and the Qin king's faction only allowed 1 4th grade level guard to protect me as I headed south. Without your protection, how could I have survived to this day? This is all I should do. If I don't protect you well, Your Highness, what face will I have to meet the Empress under the 9 springs? Uncle Fong, you have never owed us a mother and son, but we owe you too much. For the sake of our mother, you are willing to imprison the palace walls. For me, you have sacrificed the honor of being the head of the worship hall. I've already said that this is what I should do. Your Highness, there's no need to take it to heart, and you must have some arrangements for me to come over this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let both of us not be in the southern region. Not bad. I do have something to ask Uncle Fong to do with the money war. The celestial being in my hand must find a way to get rid of it, otherwise the upcoming war to seize the throne will be too troublesome, and I also need to refine another celestial puppet. Tianren is indeed difficult to deal with. When I was in the palace, I had to confront Senior Chao several times. Tianren's methods were incredibly mysterious and constantly emerging. But it's not impossible to suppress this matter. You can leave it to me. Uncle Fong's game is not just about killing a celestial being. We also need to take down the high priest. Not bad. At first, I was worried that you might not have noticed the wolf ambition of the witch clan, but now it seems that although you have used the witch clan, you have never let go of the witch clan. How could I not understand the truth that if someone is not of my own kind, their heart will be different? I am the Prince of Qingbian. But the way the witch clan refines puppets is indeed rare. If they can really create a few heavenly and human puppets for you, then the path you have to take next will be much simpler. Uncle Fong misunderstood. I never thought of turning against the witch clan. It's just that this high priest is too difficult to deal with and has too much ambition. If he dies, the witch clan will be much easier to control without a leader. It seems that Your Highness has really grown up and considered things so perfectly. Don't worry, I will definitely handle everything that Your Highness orders. Uncle Fong, let me say one more thing. If we don't kill Tianren this time, we still need to find a way to get rid of the high priest. In short, my participation in the war this time may seem like I wanted to kill Tianren, but it was actually a reasonable opportunity to take down that old guy. Understood, Your Highness. Please rest assured. The defensive power of a celestial puppet is much stronger than that of an ordinary celestial, and its strength is almost infinite. For someone like me who does not cultivate destructive power, it is indeed a problem. After fighting for so long, you are a puppet who lacks intelligence and only relies on instinct to fight. I can't deal with you anymore, so I don't have to deal with the same person as that day anymore. Fighting against so many experts and witnessing so many unique skills from all over the world is actually quite simple for me. It's just using my strongest means to attack the weakest points of the enemy. Therefore, as long as one can see through the weaknesses of the enemy and gather strength into one finger, any strong enemy in the world can be defeated. It seems like we can take you away now. Wait, if we continue to attack with all our might, we'll probably get injured. There are 2 broken mirror peaks, several mirror shadows, and a fisherman who wants to watch the fight between the snipe and clam. It's really not that simple. I usually run away when encountering situations where I can hunt for heavenly beings. After all, calling me a scattered person is because I run fast. There are not many people in this world who can stop me. But if I run away from Chinjan this time, that kid might be tricked by me. Why does the high priest insist on mixing with the affairs of the Central Plains after the witch clan has been in seclusion for so many years? If you can really assist an emperor, it's fine, but if you fail, the witch clan will be doomed. Why am I involved in these things? Others may find it strange, but does the individual also find it strange? Or rather, would you be willing to provide us with more choices for the witch clan? It's the layout of Tianren again. No wonder Yang Yuan wants to kill Tianren, and they deserve it. Being beaten up like this, I was able to restore it to its original state in an instant. Witchcraft is indeed difficult to deal with. I knew even if it was difficult back then, I had to search for you, learn witchcraft, and then refine this thing. The top 3 divine dragons in the world have seen their heads, but not their tails. Now, I am fortunate to meet the senior of the scattered people. I would like to know who is really powerful between you and Senior Chao. I am still alive and a heavenly being, but now he has become a one-armed old man with less than 3 years of longevity. Who do you think is more powerful? Your sword is quite good, isn't it? It's something from the Dakian Palace, ancient sword glutton. Not an ancient sword, but a fierce sword. It's telling me that I want to taste the blood of heaven and man. If you want to taste my blood, it's not afraid of losing its teeth. Xiaoyao travel. It's indeed a fierce sword. Xiaoyao Yu is unparalleled in both body techniques and lightness skills in the whole world. It is indeed powerful, but even if it is powerful, as long as I catch Senior, can you continue to roam freely? According to our intelligence, this individual is not good at fighting. Now that Xiaoyao Yu is restricted, there are 2 broken mirrors in the peak realm, and 1 heavenly puppet is probably going to be finished. Don't underestimate the goodness of heaven and man, especially a heaven and man who has been traveling in the world without hiding behind the scenes. There are 3 heavenly beings like this, and it goes without saying that the evaluation of the world's number 1 is unquestionable. The world's number 1 Taoist is known for guarding the greatest secret in the world, which is particularly special among the heavenly beings. However, this individual is. So do you think it's really that easy to deal with an individual who can be on par with the 2 of them? That makes sense. We really need to observe again. There is righteous energy in heaven and earth. Yuren said Howren. My martial arts. Invincible day. What? The Confucian scriptures of Jixia Academy and the invincible spirit of that senior. This is the 3rd in the world. There is a demonic aura. So it's like this. This is the secret of the witch tribe and also the capital for you to hunt the heavenly beings. Using the gluttonous one. Don't pretend anymore and use your dragon energy, otherwise I always thought the only thing difficult to deal with was that puppet. If anyone tells me later that loose people are not good at fighting, then I will definitely knock out their front teeth. People have always thought that traveling around the world as an individual is just learning the unique skills of various schools, but who would have thought that to this extent, one could learn Confucian classics and invincible intentions? Ha ha ha, no matter how you say it, he is the 3rd in the world. Compared to the first 2, he is not very good at fighting. The old prince in the north had the strongest swordsmanship. At that moment, I couldn't even beat him and he had to hide and leave whenever he saw him. So what the world is saying is true. I am better at learning and enjoy learning than fighting. When I was young, I wanted to study in Jixia and even wanted to become a disciple of Jixia. It's just a pity that those people in Jixia don't allow me to go down the mountain. I can't sit still. My faith is in 10,000 books, 10,000 miles, and 10,000 people. Yang Yuan is currently in charge of Dragon Chi outside of Kyoto, so using 1 point of Dragon Chi is equivalent to losing 1 point. But for experts like our predecessors, we have to use crazy transformation. This is too exciting, isn't it? What's going on with these two people? The aura on their bodies is obviously not genuine. Just looking at them makes goosebumps on my body. Pseudo-heavenly beings are just temporary. Because they don't have complete control over these energies, even the pseudo-heavenly beings are only temporary. This is pseudo-heavenly beings. Can we find the source of these chi and mass-produce pseudo-heavenly beings? Do you think anyone can handle this kind of aura? Even if you have the talent to handle this aura, if your realm does not reach the peak of breaking the realm, it will be like death. Even if you reach the broken mirror and rashly accept this kind of chi, you will either be rejected by your body or swallowed up. Those who can control it are rare. It's so difficult to become a pseudo-heavenly being, and it's also so difficult to become a heavenly being. These things are naturally very difficult for others, and some things may never be possessed again if they are born without them in this lifetime. But it's simple for you, isn't it? After all, your bloodline. Okay. Stop it. I don't like it when you talk about inheritance. Is it because of my inheritance that I have achieved today? Can't you see my efforts? Isn't that so? Others are extremely poor and can't break the mirror in their entire lives, while you are forced to play with a gun twice to break the mirror because you feel bitter and tired. The 4 words broken mirror peak are the lifelong goals that the vast majority of martial artists need to look up to. And how old are you and how long have you been practicing? Okay, hold on. Let's talk about what's going on right now. We originally wanted to reap the benefits, but if we go up now, it's obviously for nothing. There is also a special chi on the Yaoyang secret treasure that others find difficult to control beyond the true chi. But you can briefly enter the pseudo-celestial body by holding it, and the damage of this dagger is also very deadly to the celestial body. The leader always hides and conceals any treasures without first taking them out. This is to prevent anyone. If I had given them to him earlier, the old prince in the north might have had a chance to kill him. The water in the prince's mansion in Jinbei is too deep. It's not a problem for the northern Rome to kill the old prince, but if we really want to kill the old prince, we may not be able to bear the price we have to pay. Dragon Chi Demon Chi Madness. It seems that 3 fake heavenly beings have played their trump cards and besieged 1 heavenly person, which I think is the first time in history. Do you really consider yourself Chao Long? He was able to break Confucian classics because his dragon energy is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Can you, a thief, do the same? All soldiers must evaluate from the camp to avoid affecting those who are capable of fighting and go to the battlefield. The wounded soldiers will enter the back mountain. Senior, what else can I do for you here? You can go to me. Although it's difficult to deal with here, your role here is far less significant than on the battlefield. And you should also be clear about the goals of both sides in this war. Whoever can achieve them first will win. I don't have to worry about it. I'm sure it will last longer than the Sword Saint. Understood, Senior. I will definitely stay with you until I come back. Cough cough, I forgot that Senior doesn't like to hear these words. Hurry up, go back. It's Senior. He's heading towards the Sword Saint. I'll leave it to you here, and I'll go over there too. After all, the leader's order is to make that Lu Yuan can never go back to the east, which is already very chaotic. Donghuijian Mountain cannot add such a powerful mountain master anymore. Don't, there are 3 pseudo-heavenly beings and 1 true heavenly being here. How could I possibly stay in town without you here? Besides, the leader always likes to take off his pants and fart. Don't worry, Sword. Don't hold me back then. Now raising a tiger is a threat, right? That's called supporting puppets. What does it mean to break away? It's just a matter of Kueisho's orders. Have you forgotten that Lu Yuan always said to keep his promise? He has a deep resentment towards Kueisho. There was still kindness before, but now that the kindness has been repaid, he will definitely retaliate against the leader. Yeah, that's interesting. I like to see the leader hiding. Don't you think it's very interesting? After he calculated, his own life became better and better. He calculated that others' lives became better and better, and now he is being chased. The boring leader never cares about the gains and losses in front of him. The principle that success in contemporary times will be remembered for generations to come will never be understood by people like you. I don't quite understand what medicine Kueisho gave you to make your mouth so hard and yet so devoted to him. To be honest, staying here is worth more, isn't it good? No matter how powerful Lu Yuan is, can he compare to Tianren? Is that right? If possible, I would like to stay far away from you, but I just received the Quidditch secret art message that Sword Wu has arrived. With him by my side, I don't need to go to the Sword Saint's side. After all, Sword Wu is the strongest among you. Isn't it said before that Dao Kuei was the strongest? Now he must be completely cold, but being able to make him come out as the leader is a lot braver. Does it make me sit up and take notice? If there's no one around, he won't hide back, will he? Kuei, is he hiding or not giving Yang Yuan any chance? You should know that the current commander Lu Jiqiang personally led the Jinyui to infiltrate Yaoyang. How could the leader who came for the leader make Yang Yuan's wish come true? Yes, you're right. This is the greatest skill of a leader, the ability to be timid in various ways. But if you can't find a problem, no wonder he can be the boss. The plan of the King of Chu is to divide the battlefield in such a way that all the soldiers attack the rear, leaving only the warriors behind. However, if this is the case, whether you can protect your master or not, your entire family will be lost. You should know better than me that Yangzhou only has 1 iron cavalry, but practicing martial arts in Wuzhou is a trend, and having many warriors in the army is not something that the Yangzhou army can resist. How could I not know about these? But now my position is really awkward, caught in a dilemma, and I have to play this game with Wu Xiao because my good third brother has pushed me to the top. Should I call you junior brother or not lightly kill the successor? It's becoming increasingly difficult to deal with your mysterious sword after only a few months without seeing you. Is it difficult to become a disciple of Bloodstained Jiang? If you don't become a disciple of the second master, it's not considered a light kill. You already have 3 masters. Not bad, I've made a lot of progress and I'm also very smart. I know it's easier to assassinate my junior brother than to go find my master, because once my junior brother's life is in danger, my master will definitely take action. No wonder that Immortal didn't stay by the side of the Yuan. It turns out that you have already broken the mirror and obtained many true stories of the Sword Saint. Shadow Master, please don't hide. Master won not only lightly but also the leader of the Martial Alliance. Now, as the first disciple of the Sword Saint, I have encountered the inheritance of Master's defeated generals. How could I possibly lose to you? Well, there are others. The swordsmanship is good and has great potential, but unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Let's call the Sword Saint out. On the first day of the Central Plains, the treasurer of Tianji Pavilion heard that you entered the Dao in the morning and entered it at night. You are also very good and have great potential, but you are not my opponent. Demon Sword Blood Moon. You are Lu Yuan, the mountain master of Dongyue Jin Mountain. It said that your swordsmanship is above that of the Sword Saint, and the Sword Saint is just an abandoned disciple of Jin Mountain. Why did you come to the Central Plains to participate in this cause and effect? Then I also have a question. What mistake did my senior brother make? Even someone like you came to kill him. In troubled times, what is right and what is wrong? Who is not wrong? What is not wrong? It's interesting that things can be so insightful. No wonder you're so young and have such a level of understanding. The Tianji Pavilion has been silent for so many years, and you have truly gained a treasure. It's just that if you really die here, will the Tianji Pavilion, a sect that claims to ignore the world and be aloof, also participate in the chaos? Can't. Feng Jun dare not die before the great calamity is over. Humph, it seems that this battle cannot end easily. You step back first and hide yourself. If you have any pictures, please pass through our level first. I'll deal with this Lu Yuan. Shadow Lord Evil-Eyed solves the problem of Yi Feiwu Alliance and other experts from the Qin Wang Mansion to pursue the Yu King. Yes. No problem, it's just that where did Qian Zhan go? He's clearly the most important combat power. If he were here, the Yuan wouldn't have been able to escape just now. In this war, as the commander-in-chief, he will naturally do what is most beneficial for the war, so we just need to follow the arrangements. Rise. There are too many small fish and shrimp that the three of them handed over to me, Wu Meng and Qin Wang Mansion. Although they are just fake broken mirrors made of elixirs, there is also a group of first and second grade ones. Your master and the foundation of the Yuan Mansion cannot stop them, so their killing moves are not the few guys in front of them, but a large number of warriors. Understood, uncle. Be careful of those people and leave them to me. Evil Eyes, chase after me quickly. Good. Are you underestimating me for wanting to leave? Go ahead. There are many talented people emerging in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Tian's human spirit is like a battle of money. I thought you would escape. After all, when I launched an attack on these soldiers outside, you should have known that my goal had changed. After all, when I launched an attack on these soldiers outside, you should have known that my goal had changed. Not bad, it's a very smart choice. There are actually many opportunities for you to kill the Sword Saint, but you only have one chance to kill the prince with the most powerful military power in this battle to seize the throne. It seems that I'm still not smart enough. You realize this, but you didn't escape, which means you're prepared to deal with me. I'm here. It seems like I've put myself in a trap. His Royal Highness the King of Chu has been guarding the southern border for 10 years, and it is indeed not for nothing. You should be aware of the truth that Wang doesn't see Wang. After all, meeting each other is a very dangerous thing. If you want to kill me, you should bear a huge risk. You should know that the Sword Saint cannot kill me, and maybe I can withstand the pressure of the Sword Saint to kill you. Why do we have to rely on heaven and man? The Emperor of the Great Qian will definitely create someone among us who holds the power of the world. Why can't he control heaven and man? Or in other words, in our world, there is no need for the existence of heaven and man, which can be banned by force. As a prince guarding the border, shouldn't you have advocated for the use of force? I feel a bit surprised to say such words. The more familiar you are with military force, the more you respect it, and the more you understand the importance of centralization. The current chaos is due to the fact that our father has given these princes too much power. Although my father also realized this in his later years, it was already too late. You must have some purpose for talking to me so much, right? Otherwise, you should know that the longer we chat, the more unfavorable it will be for you, because the masters of the three families of the Wumeng Shangwu Ji and Qin Wangfu cannot be blocked by the people of Jianya and Yu Wangfu. If they only kill 1 or 2 people, it won't affect the outcome of the battle, but the number of these warriors is not a joke. After abandoning the practice of refining individual beings, we now have 2 puppets of heaven and man in our hands. At that time, the imperial power can surpass heaven and man. If you want to kill me with 1 strike, I am not the Yuan, but an iron general who has been fighting on the battlefield for 10 years. Senior Sword Saint, you won't continue to hide this time. Yes, if you choose to fight for money, only Sword Saint may not necessarily succeed. It seems that His Royal Highness the King of Chu still has some henchmen. The top 5 mysterious faces of Sword without broken mirror. Sword, why haven't you started yet? What are you waiting for? Your Highness, I'm sorry. I just thought about it. I am the only foreigner here. Helping anyone carries risks, and the interests of Zhong Yuan are not related to me. But if we kill you now, the chaos in the southern region will be more favorable to our tribe no matter what the outcome is. As far as I know, the most difficult enemy of the mysterious side is Yang Yuan. In terms of military power, I can still balance Yang Yuan. Do you still want to experience the feeling of being enemies with Yang Yuan again? And when I die, the internal struggle within the Great Qian will soon come to an end, and you will no longer be facing any specific state, but a complete Great Qian. Oh, I forgot about this. Give up now. Do you still think you have a chance of winning? Kill him. Oh, it seems that His Royal Highness the King of Qian's initial goal was to kill me, right? Tianren's side was just trying their luck, refining Tianren and helping Yu Wang. Actually, everything was just a layout. I've already said that Wang doesn't see Wang. We are all high-level chess players, but you insist on turning yourself into a chess piece and entering the chessboard. Your martial arts have achieved your current status, but they have also destroyed your composure as a chess player, so you are destined not to succeed. Right or wrong, if we don't kill the prince, no matter how much he kills to help him, there is still a possibility for him to make a comeback. After all, the prince is the root of the battle for the throne, and even heaven and man are the chips I must obtain. Of course, you can also weaken the combat power of the Yuan at the same time. After this battle, if you die, you can refine the Yuan and no longer have any army. It's just a matter of achieving 3 goals at once. Good planning, really good planning. It's just that His Royal Highness the King of Chu has never thought that this time it will be me and the King of Yu joining forces. The goal is actually to lure you out. After all, you are the strongest prince. Wang, don't you see Wang? In this game, you are actually in the chess game. Although I am confident, I am not foolish. If I were to go to war with the Yuan here, it would only be for you to reap the benefits. No matter who wins, they cannot stop your southern army. Let's work together to kill you, which is the best choice, right? Don't try to play tricks 111. No, it's impossible. You know martial arts. But even so, no matter what third brother says, I am still a disciple of the Sword Saint. How could I not know martial arts, and how could I not have many trump cards in life? Just like third brother didn't tell me that you know the mysterious face has entered the game, and you have a guard who can use dragon energy. Wang didn't see that Wang Sanji was right. But why did you come to see me? Are you looking down on seventh brother? You're not afraid of my southern army. Don't worry, third brother. I will avenge you. Today, members of the mysterious group forcibly broke into our prince's gathering, and our third prince, Buxin, was killed. This foreign barbarian is truly despicable for harming the crown prince on my vast land. Please make sure to execute this evil thief on the spot to pay tribute to the spirit of the King of Chu in heaven. What? You Central Plains people are too good at playing, aren't you? Thieves, please don't leave. Damn it, let him run away. Quickly find a military doctor to treat the injuries of the third prince. Your Highness has already. Master, be careful. It's a pity that if this punch hits, there might really be a chance to kill the Sword Saint. It seems that the war is not over yet. What does this mean? Aren't you already allies? Why does he still want to take action against me now? Master misunderstood that the two of us had never met before the war began. How could we possibly become allies? Not an ally, but the two of you clearly cooperate so seamlessly. Whether it's a war or a chess game, once it starts, everything changes rapidly. Qianzhan knows that I am a smart person, and he also knows that Qianzhan is a smart person. Only third brother has always treated us as fools, thinking that everything will be as he thinks. I understand now that the king of Chu has died and his mysterious face has become a target of public criticism. Although the current situation was created by us and Qianzhan together, we are still enemies. Of course, but master, we're afraid we'll lose Yangzhou this time. It's just a matter of money. After the battle, I don't know how skilled he was on the battlefield. In any case, it must have been him who fled in a one-on-one situation. The sword of the Demon Slayer Sword Saint, Senior Exiled Immortal, cannot be easily used, right? Killing you and slaying demons is enough, why exile to immortals? Damn it! Hurry up, I'll go chase him. Even if Master catches up, it doesn't make much sense. The human spirit is too strong, and although Master's swordsmanship is proficient in Xian for a while, he still can't kill him. Not only can't you kill him, but the situation on the front battlefield is definitely very difficult. I estimate that the Yangzhou army will be defeated like a mountain and fall, and then you will be entangled by these soldiers. Adding those martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance who want to kill their master puts you in danger. The defeat of the army is like a mountain falling, and Yangzhou is your fiefdom. Have you been operating here for so many years? And without Yangzhou, how can we compete with other princes? Master, who do you think my military power can compare to? The soldiers who come from places like the border, Wuzhou, and Shanwu are naturally brave and skilled in battle. Yangzhou is rich and prosperous. Even with full conscription, it's hard to compare with these two places, so the end of guarding Yangzhou is nothing more than waiting for others to destroy Master. We need to move and hide. Since Qianzhan can fight and wants to fight, let's give him a way out. I want to see if he can fight to Kyoto, and I also want to see what will happen to the Prince Yang guild chosen by this father. You're great. I even saw a hint of the senior's charm from you. It's just a pity that both in terms of talent and character, you are a bit far behind that senior. It seems that we're done inside. Blocking you two difficult guys can be considered a great help to senior brother. If you and Qianzhan are by his side now, senior brother has a really high risk of protecting the Yuan from falling. Sword Saint, it's very dangerous for the three of us. What about you? I want to know if you can leave alive with the cooperation of the three of us. I knew you princes would not miss any opportunity to take advantage of your situation without any last resort. It's really difficult for you princes to exploit any loopholes here. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but in this generation, there are so many potential princes. The best princes in our Eastern Kingdom can't compare to the worst of you. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or a curse. Currently, it seems to be a curse rather than a blessing. If there were only one outstanding and the others mediocre, there wouldn't be the current chaos, but the problem now is how you can escape. I know your swordsmanship is very powerful, but apart from your blood moan, no other iron sword can break through my heavenly soul. Difficult to handle, difficult to handle. Yu King has already planned to retreat. The longer I delay, the more manpower I can gather to deal with you. In my opinion, Senior, it's better to surrender. After all, you are the Lord of Sword Mountain, and no matter how I say it, I cannot really kill you. However, I have some conditions that I want to talk to the king of you about. Drop. Do you think you're talking so much nonsense? I didn't know you were gathering people to surround and kill me, and the reason why I'm listening to you talk so much nonsense. Nature is also procrastinating, waiting for you to gather all these people over. I've already said that these iron swords can't break through my heavenly body spirit at all. Senior, what does this mean? Warning. Warning what? It's just a pity that you came too quickly. This network only caught these few martial artists. I was planning to wait a little longer until the moment your soldiers attack the city. Attack a city. Well, this is the smell of gunpowder. Everyone evaluated and buried gunpowder inside the city walls. The amount of gunpowder used by the cabinet leader just now was too much. First grade and second grade warriors can barely block third grade and below. I miscalculated. I didn't expect King Yu to have such a good hand. Yangzhou is still wealthy. Yangzhou even raised the price of gunpowder to the same level as gold, yet he can still buy so much. Fortunately, they didn't get close to the city wall, otherwise the gunpowder bought by the yuan would have been really worth it. Fortunately, the damage to the city wall is not significant. Please repair it as soon as possible. I broke your puppet again. Hurry up and fix it, otherwise I estimate that with a few more punches, I can completely shatter it. Your Excellency's Confucian scriptures are already tattered and worn out. My puppet can be refined with the body of a celestial being, but this Confucian book requires decades of knowledge. If it really breaks down, I'm afraid we won't be able to condense a second book. What? Go. Your Highness, something has happened. Unfortunately, 3 pseudo-celestial beings hunted down one celestial being. If given time, they could indeed grind him to death. Hurry up, it's our fault for choosing the wrong opponent. He's not something we can solve in a short time. Not sent. I'm leaving now. Is this heaven and man? This is the third in the world who can fight to this extent even when surrounded by 3 enemies of almost the same level. Not only that, but if he really spares no effort, there should be a way to kill these 3 people in front of him. If he only does this, I'm sure the cost is not something he can afford. Putting aside everything else for now, don't forget that you still have one more chance to strike. A full force strike from a pseudo-celestial being wouldn't be considered a big deal if they were just starting, but now. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Now they are all exhausted, so my strike is an unprecedented fatal blow. It's good to know, so seize this opportunity and preferably solve one of them. I thought you were going to give me some crooked advice to kill one of them again. Should I make my own choice this time? I also don't want someone like you to choose this opportunity, but the leader said to trust your intuition and judgment in some critical moments. Since that's the case. Ancient relic soldiers. Good use, but this time is too short. How can this kill the heavens and humans? Unable to heal, it turns out to be an ancient relic. What? You're back. I'm here to give you a ride. Senior, it's all because you were on the battlefield. Otherwise, there would have been 3 more pseudo-heavenly beings on the battlefield, and I don't know what kind of defeat we would have suffered. It doesn't matter as long as the person is still alive, then everything is fine. The sword saint has been killed. Not being able to kill is a bit disappointing for the senior's efforts. If the target was on him, you had a chance to kill him. If you couldn't kill him, it was because you switched the target midway, which caused the missed kill, right? Although I didn't kill the sword saint, I did win the most in this game. At least this Yangzhou in front of me belongs to me. When the rebels gathered by Lu Yin'er were at their peak, they only had 3 continents, but how did her 3 continents compare to mine? Yangzhou is in charge of financial resources, and Wuzhou is a place where many warriors have gained the confidence to conquer the world. Obtaining these things is far more meaningful than killing sword saints. Master, something happened. We just invaded Yangzhou and found out that the grain depot in Yangzhou was empty of all the money and silver. It seems reasonable for King Yu to know that he will be defeated, but in times of chaos, money is of little use. Without an army, he is ultimately a rootless tree. Actually, there is one more thing, which is that the enemy we are fighting against is not the Yangzhou Iron Cavalry, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Yangzhou army so quickly. Where did the real Yangzhou Iron Cavalry find its whereabouts now? As for the real Yuzhou Iron Cavalry, no one knows where it was hidden by the Yuan when he went to Kyoto. That is to say, although King Yu has been defeated, he still possesses half of the wealth of Yangzhou and an elite cavalry. Not only was it not severely damaged by me, but it became even more dangerous. Previously, when King Yu was in Yangzhou, we could mostly see him. Now, we can't touch or see the power hidden by King Yu anymore. But they know exactly where we are and can bite us any time. It's just a matter of the King Yu sending a message to the Shangwu Pavilion to mobilize all the manpower to find the Iron Cavalry of Yangzhou. We can't fight in the front and hide such a venomous snake behind us, ready to move. Seventh brother. I told you to live well and wait for me to come find you. The precious treasure of the Witch Clan, the jade of the demon god, the Witch Clan took out this and saved your highness. You should also know the sincerity of our Witch Clan, right? The leader of the ancient Morning Witch Clan, the mirror-breaking wizard. I have always known your sincerity. After all, the Witch Clan finds it difficult to survive between the Dakian and Nanman tribes. Dakian is fine, while the Nanman tribe is hostile to the Witch Clan, so you have always regarded me as your last hope. But your high priest is constantly inciting me to conquer the Central Plains, even leaving me with a puppet of heaven and man, and even attempting to bewitch me with witchcraft. Chief, I don't think this is a good habit, and with such a person, how can I trust the Witch Clan? I got it. The High Priest's ambition is indeed too great, which will harm the entire Witch Clan. I will imprison him in Zoo. The clan leader is a being close to the realm of heaven and man. Since he chose to stand in opposition to him, why did he leave himself with worries? If he wants to do it, why not do it all at once? I understand, Your Highness the King of Chu. Please rest assured that the Witch Clan will never disappoint Your Highness the King of Chu. Don't be so impatient. Even if the blood jade is shattered, His Royal Highness the King of Chu won't have any problems. You should know that it is the treasure of my Witch Clan. I know it's just that I just endured too much invincibility. I need to replenish my dragon chi. Can you try using demonic chi to help me remove invincibility? Okay, I'll give it a try, but I'm not entirely sure. You. If you weren't the high priest of the Witch Clan, I think we would have become good friends, but unfortunately, if you're not of our kind, your hearts will be different. I am wholeheartedly helping you, King of Chu. Since that's the case, I will take you and die together, losing 3 cutting-edge combat abilities in one fell swoop. I'll see if the King of Chu really cares or not. Battle Puppet. Self-Meteorite. Tian Ren self-destructed that I had very little dragon energy left. This can indeed kill me, and His Royal Highness the King of Chu will also lose this puppet. Ha ha ha, this is what he brought upon himself. It's not that simple. If he wants me to die, he will have to pay the price he deserves. Brother, please stop. This will only anger His Royal Highness the King of Chu, and our Witch Clan will never be able to recover. How absurd. You betrayed me, betrayed the Witch Clan. You should know that my Witch Clan has the qualification and ability to dominate this world, but you choose to kneel down and survive. Brother, it was your madness that caused you harm. It's not that I betrayed the Witch Clan, but that you have to risk the lives of all the Witch Clan members. What the Witch Clan has always wanted is simple, just to find a place to live and work in peace and no longer be persecuted by various forces. Since you were promoted to the peak of breaking the mirror, everything has changed. Let me accompany you on your final journey. Gushang, it was you who caused the death of the Witch Clan. You will definitely regret it. His Royal Highness the King of Chu will remember your efforts and promise to the Witch Clan. His Royal Highness the King of Chu will also do it. I will truthfully tell Your Highness about what happened today, Chief. Your efforts will not be forgotten. Mr. Xiafong is just. Can you please let me take my brother on his last journey? No matter what he does, he is still my relative. Fortunately, I won't disturb you. Goodbye. Brother. As you think, only by letting me personally kill you, the King of Chu, will I not doubt the loyalty of the Witch Clan. The world also thinks that the High Priest and clan leader of the Witch Clan are incompatible, but no one knows that these are all for outsiders to see. You have always been the leader of the Witch Clan. Without your leadership, the Witch Clan would not have been able to survive among the southern barbarians and the Great Qian. I will also cherish the witch pill that your lifelong efforts have gathered. I heard that there is a fish called whale in the Western Ocean, and you have exchanged your death for the witch clan's own heavenly beings and a piece of land that they rely on for survival. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. If you want to become a celestial being and protect me, there is only this time. Whether it is the Chu Palace or the southern Xinjiang, if you rashly advance, it will be a spy for countless people. The outcome of the battle between Gongzi and Qianzhan has already been obtained. Gongzi, do you want to take a look? Husband, the outcome of the money battle has already been obtained. Would you like to take a look? Xylir, it's okay. I'm not deaf and my body isn't that weak, so I don't have to listen to a word twice or wear two coats. Madam, don't ask for two either. I'm not enough with one. Madam, of course, the more is better. Yangjio, I'll give you another chance to organize your language. To make fun of. You don't have to guess what happened in the Central Plains. It's probably that the scattered people didn't die, and neither did the Sword Saint. Maybe the Chu King who went to join in the fun lost even more. How did you know? Have you secretly read this intelligence? What's so hard to guess, a smart person? Who would expose their true gold to the world? And in this round of the Money War and the King of Yu, their target was originally the King of Chu. The Sword Saint, no matter how powerful, is just a sword in this battle to seize the throne, while the King of Chu is the real enemy. The same goes for heaven and man. The young master's insights are indeed unique, but I think there must be one thing the young master did not guess, which is that the King of Chu has died. The King of Chu has passed away. It's impossible. If I were the King of Chu, I would have already had the upper hand in this war to seize the throne. The most important thing to guard against is assassination to prevent being killed by some expert. No matter what kind of plan he makes, he must take this matter as a prerequisite because he knows better than anyone that once he dies, he has nothing left, and unlike other princes who hold military power, there is no need for him to risk his life. Indeed, if I were him, I should have made such an arrangement, but the fact is that the King of Chu died at the hands of a mysterious person. Not to mention whether the King of Chu is really dead, even if he is dead, he will never be killed by the demon face. Killing him is not the best choice. Moreover, the mysterious face may not necessarily have the ability to kill the King of Chu. I think it's probably because it was calculated and killed by the King of Yu and Qianzhan, and then the mysterious face took the blame. Young Master, you are really smart. The Green Sect and Young Master's eyeliner have used a lot of energy to catch some clues. But the young master only inferred the most accurate process after hearing the ins and outs of the matter. Although I am very smart and like to call others fools, I don't like to really treat others as fools too, and I can accurately tell you. The King of Chu must not have died, but I still can't figure out which way he used to make everyone think he was dead. The only speculation is that some witchcraft from the witch clan is involved. If that's really the case, then King Yu will be defeated and Kyoto will be defeated. Qianzhan, who holds the land of two continents, and King Chu will hide himself, then their purpose is to watch the war between Qianzhan and Kyoto. Kyoto doesn't have any opinion. They want to see how my dad chose it. I understand now. Everyone knows that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cannot live a long life, and there is no way for Yan Gong to choose the Crown Prince. But now that the country is in turmoil, everyone knows that what is needed is an emperor like Qianzhan. Yan Gong naturally chose a more suitable emperor for the country and the people, but if he abandons the Crown Prince at this time, Kyoto will definitely be in chaos again. However, if he chooses the Crown Prince, the country will take unnecessary risks. My little leader is becoming more and more impressive. So I think Dad is feeling increasingly tired, right? When choosing the Crown Prince, he was too hasty and didn't expect the chaos to come so quickly. If the situation had not become so chaotic that Yan Gong could still leave Kyoto at will, then everything would have been simple. However, now Yan Gong has concentrated all his available forces on the border and even has no one to use them. My most trusted son and in-laws are all dead in the Northern Territory, and most of the Jinyui and Chaozhong students have been sent to the east just to protect the border. The most heartbreaking thing is that even I am trapped in Kyoto. It's always like this every time. My dad has a more long-term vision than anyone else. If it weren't for the country's pillars like him and these princes, he wouldn't have even had a chance to seize the throne. Yangon, you should know that His Majesty has already begun to gather troops to prepare for the crackdown on Qianzhan. After all, Qianzhan now occupies a land of 2 continents, and His Majesty cannot allow him to grow bigger. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Cough, cough, okay. Your Majesty's actions are nothing more than telling Yangon that His Majesty will never back down in his attitude towards Qianzhan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a major matter as sending troops to be discussed with Yangon. Actually, it's not just me and Your Majesty. I think there are many people in this world waiting for Yang's attitude. My attitude. My attitude is already very clear, isn't it? I have transferred all the strength I can use to the border. Even my beloved son, who loves to join in the fun, didn't participate in the struggle for the throne and obediently defended the northern border. What attitude do you still want from me now? Do you really want me to use your lives to force you with the attitude of a heavenly being? Only then will you know my attitude. Who in the world doesn't know what Yangon has done for Dakian? Even now, you are still silently guarding your country, but the internal strife is not eliminated and the border is unstable. Whoever is at the border is my choice, but as far as I know, the only one guarding the enemy at the border now is my son. Yangon, if you don't have a definite word like this, the Qian will be even more chaotic. Stupid, I can only be peaceful if I don't make a choice. Once I do make a choice, it will truly be chaos in the world. You brat, you need to speed up your pace. If you're really stuck like this in the 9 continents of the north, this game of chess as my father, I'm about to have no chess to play. A great victory in the north will be a complete survival. If you're in the north, then the path ahead for us father and son will be really difficult. When I was fighting against the Snow God army, I didn't even see you wearing armor. Why did you put it on today? You don't really want to go to the battlefield, do you? What's wrong? If any man doesn't dream of going to the battlefield, just ignore me and follow my uncle well. Young master is truly a clothes hanger. He looks handsome in anything he wears. Didn't you say that today you have your own business, so don't follow me? Young master, what you arranged is already foolproof. It's nothing to worry about, but today I feel like I should be by your side. You old man really can't hide anything from you. But there are some things that Lao Lu always needs me to face on my own. And I know the path you've chosen. Even if you kill 1 or 2 people on a regular basis, it's not a big deal. If you really bleed the mountains and rivers again, do you still need to improve your cultivation? Only with a worldly aura can one truly understand the meaning of the mortal world, young master. This is my practice, and this is the path I realized the moment I met the young master. However, if anything happens to the young master, this path will be lost. I guarantee that nothing will happen to me. You should know me. I am the person who cherishes my life the most. Moreover, this war is both simple and difficult, but it is somewhat similar to the battle between Qianzhan and Yuan. But the young master doesn't have to do this. The regent didn't have to do this. Actually, I could have planned and calculated for him based on this, and even sacrificed the phoenix for a huge victory. Let's drag it off. But we have all come this far because we are all seeking the same thing and do not want the war to continue. And there aren't many places on the battlefield where I can calculate the regent, so I can only make all the arrangements and exchange real swords and guns for victory with human lives. There will be no shortcuts thereafter. Young master, you must protect yourself. If anything really happens to you, I won't be able to kill all the soldiers of the Northern Rong army, but I won't let go of any of those heavenly beings who laid out in troubled times. Hunting for heavenly beings is not really rare, there is no need for the master's exquisite layout, nor is there a need to gather 3 pseudo-heavenly beings like the King of Chu, only a knife is needed. The best knife in the world is the one that the young master gave me. Lao Lu, tell me the truth about your martial arts skills. Before, you said you could kill the Sword Saint, but now you want to kill Tianren again. If you walk this path, will it be difficult for you to truly step into the realm of heaven and man? Have you ever seen a celestial being like me, young master? Have you seen Senior Tongtian and Senior Qing? They are more like celestial beings, and I, on the other hand, look like the young master's lackey. I actually think you have a more ethereal demeanor than that old man. Although the old man may mislead others, his vision is still good. You and Yan Yuan do have the qualifications. What about me, Senior? What about me? Do you think I have the talent of a heavenly being? I don't want to live long, I just want my youth to stay forever. When the time comes, I'll see how that fox spirit will compete with me. If you keep being a virgin all the time, you can reach that realm. Actually, I don't really want to become a heavenly being, and there's nothing interesting about being a good heavenly being. Besides, I don't have to be a heavenly being to defeat him. If Xylear is determined to pursue martial arts, I will definitely give my full support, so Xylear doesn't have to care too much about my feelings. I'm telling you, when I reach the pinnacle of my realm, we must finalize this room. Even if I were the heavenly king, I wouldn't be able to stop what I'm saying. Okay. The general is ready. You should also go up to the city wall. After this battle, remember to ask the commander-in-chief for a favor. He owes us Phoenix Camp. Don't always be on my side and learn to be a scoundrel in some military conferences. General, your addiction to acting has returned, and you have come to advise on the aftermath. Do you want your subordinates to cooperate with you in performing a segment? General, you must be careful. Phoenix Camp cannot survive without you, General. Without you, how can I live? Okay, your acting skills are too exaggerated. There won't be any battles in the future. If you want to make a living through acting, you won't starve to death. I was worried about this issue before, but now, General, aren't you following the Lord? Everyone in this town's Northern Army knows. The head coach is wealthy, and when the time comes, just a little bit of your nail crevice will be enough for me to eat, drink, and drink for a lifetime. Don't mention him to me. He's just an unfaithful guy. It's obvious. Who made me a general? He's the commander-in-chief. These things can't be avoided. General, you can't be confused. This is an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family, even if we end up together later. The commander's family will give you a lot of money to support our whole camp sisters. If you can be favored to have a son and a half girls, our sisters will be more nourishing. Maybe we can also keep a performer or something. Are you really willing to risk your general's life? I'm doing this all for the good of the general. Okay, even if your brain doesn't work well, I always remind you once every time you go on a mission. If something really happens, you should remember it, right? You must remember, General. But are you really not joking this time? Is it that dangerous? Which time is not dangerous? We are both soldiers, and every time we go to the battlefield, we must be prepared to never come back. The general is right. We are both soldiers, not close friends. Parting in life and death is already common for us. It's just that the general has sheltered us from too much wind and rain that makes us feel like life and death are far away from us. It's good to have this kind of consciousness, or is it that way? Phoenix Camp will be led by you to go where I should go. Embark on a campaign. 3-sided siege. It's actually within our expectations. The advantage of military strength and the strength of one country to ensure logistics. Although the Cold North Pass is easy to defend but difficult to attack, it is still difficult to fight. Aren't we all aware of these things? At this point, we can only do our best to obey fate. Everyone, please follow the arrangement. After this battle, many things should be settled. Phoenix couldn't calm down and acted so quickly. She has already revealed her position. When the army attacks, the target will be her. Once the Phoenix dies, the next moment the Prince's Divine Owl and gunpowder will come into play, and Yang Jio will know what his gunpowder really tastes like. Is Coach Phoenix's position a bit too far from the main force and too close to the battlefield? If something really happens, we're afraid we won't be able to save her. I think there's a good observation deck in the rear that's enough for her. It's okay to defend the city. I'm not good at it and don't have much to plan for, so I can only put more thought into other places. Are you trying to use the Phoenix as bait to lure and kill the warriors of the northern Rome Hanwu camp and weaken the enemy's strength again? This is indeed a good strategy. Everyone knows the threat that Phoenix poses to the northern Rome, so once the war begins, they will definitely find a way to suppress Phoenix. We will do our best. Just for those few warriors and assassins, isn't my situation a bit too small? After Yenner took charge of Chunhan, she learned many interesting things, such as that this Hanwu camp was originally the regent's personal guard, just like the general's blood armor camp. Wait, blood armor camp? Are you thinking? We're just stealing each other's homes, but what they're stealing is the Phoenix. What I'm stealing is the commander-in-chief. Switching from one general to another on the battlefield is already the most profitable deal, isn't it? The old general should understand this truth. Commander Jinbei's army has never been so ungrateful or fought like this. I absolutely do not agree to sacrifice Phoenix. I will transfer my Xuanwu camp to protect her. Do you know why I sent you to guard here? The reason is simple. Compared to others, I think you are older and more familiar with the essence of war. You should be aware that kindness does not govern soldiers, righteousness does not govern wealth. However, the compassion of a commander is never to love a general or a soldier. What he should do is to sacrifice the lives of fewer soldiers at all costs to achieve victory in the war. He has to bear the cost no matter what it takes for this. If it were Qinglong and Qilin, they wouldn't listen to you no matter what you say. I know that although they achieved success at a young age, they still maintain innocence in many things. This innocence has made them excellent generals. But they need to give up their innocence to become a coach, not because the coach is cold-blooded, but because the battlefield is too cruel. Bailing, when you chose to join the Jinbei army, weren't you already prepared to face everything? The Hanwu camp can kill as many as possible, and dying in battle is considered a hero. Where are there truly fearless people, but there are truly brave people who fear death but are willing to die. Hello, hello, hello. Did I mistake that carefree Bai Ling, that dignified Phoenix general, now shedding tears like a little girl in a mansion? Don't worry, I will never run away from the battlefield, even if you consider me an abandoned child. I will continue to defend my position, so it's nothing. Your Excellency, it's better to go back. Why are you crying? It seems like I'm bullying you. Even before the war started, I made you make a choice and said that if you run away from the battlefield, I won't blame you. You chose for me just to make your conscience feel better, because you knew I would never run away in the face of danger. I really hope you don't make such a choice. As someone who is truly willing to die, how could I just watch her die? If you run away at the last minute, I won't have to accompany you on the adventure. You can even sit in my handsome camp until the end of the war and enjoy Yenner's massage. Have you really thought it through? This is a battlefield, not a martial arts competition, but you will really die. I didn't think it through, so I decided to go back and think about it. You can stay by yourself. If you die, I will give you 10 times the compensation. No, 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 young master. I was just joking. You don't know how relieved I feel when I see you. I was really scared to tears just now. No matter what, she's also a little girl. She has been to the battlefield before, but if I really have to die, I will still be afraid. Being able to bend and stretch is worthy of you. Since I'm here, it's like putting my life on you. I can't say for sure if you're missing arms or legs, but I won't let you die. If I really become disabled or lame, will the young master take care of me for the rest of my life? Young master, I'm just joking. How could I just die here? Bloodstained Jiang, Senior Jiang, and the young man from Tianji Pavilion must have all set an ambush, right? You're too optimistic. Maybe I'll die with you here. War is really ruthless. Fan Ao Benjia, the leader of the military, defeated the Mirror Warrior. Attack a city. That guy really didn't send anyone to guard me and even made me launch the first attack to expose my position. I really became bait. Sure enough, there are so few ambitious and capable people in the world. Or at first glance, I knew you were capable of bearing the burden of the North. But it's not a good destination. If it weren't cold enough, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. Discharge. Send a signal to Phoenix Camp to concentrate their forces and attack the mammoths near the city wall. Yes. The head coach handed over all the remaining gunpowder to us. When the heavy armor of the cold axe approaches, we will use gunpowder to deal with them. The general is not doing well. A team of Northern Rome people has torn through our defense line and entered the city. Hanwoo has really arrived, that phoenix. General, how should we deal with this army? If we don't take action immediately, I'm afraid they will launch a large-scale killing spree inside the Hanbei Pass. Should we notify the commander to have blood armor? It's okay to let them go. General, what did you say about Coco? If we allocate troops to deal with them, there is a risk of the entire defense line falling. I know their danger and their target. But unfortunately, we don't have any extra troops to deal with them anymore. The mammoths on the top of Xuanwu Camp have come up again. Don't worry about the heavy armors suppressing the mammoths. Phoenix is ultimately a phoenix. After all, it is a general trained by the Grand General and the old prince together. Sure enough, the prince's decision was correct. This bow on Hanbei Pass is really difficult to deal with, but it's only difficult today. Order Hanwoo to continue climbing the city. If Xuanwu allows it, go kill Phoenix. If not, take the opportunity to attack the city. Today Phoenix will die and Hanbei Pass will also be breached. It's a general. All right. From now on, the battlefield has been divided into two parts. The frontal battlefield has been taken advantage of by the Northern Rome people who have taken advantage of the chaos and attacked within the Hanbei Pass. They have broken through the defense line and did not go towards the defenders, which means their goal is to focus on this place. Quickly hide. We have entered Phoenix's range, and only one arrow indicates that there are no other Phoenix soldiers guarding her. Is it a trap without anyone guarding? Cold Broken Mirror Warrior. This is not so. Leader of the Cold Zero Cold Martial Camp, the Mirror Breaking Warrior. As expected by the prince, the Northern Army can no longer deploy manpower to guard Phoenix. If there are heavy troops guarding here, it means that Yangjio will inevitably be empty. We can turn around and kill Yangjio, so Phoenix has become an abandoned child. The prince is indeed wise. It seems like he hasn't seen the blood armor camp since the beginning of the war. Can they? If my guess is correct, blood armor should have gone to the prince's place by now. What went to the prince's side? Since that's the case, we need to quickly return to the power of the blood armor. Don't you understand? Without a guard by the prince's side, how can we? Since the prince knows the whole situation and has made such a choice, you should know the prince's consciousness. Your Highness. You don't know the prince's abilities yet. The old prince who can surpass him on the battlefield counts as one, Zhao Tianyu counts as half, and no one else can do anything on the battlefield, prince. On the contrary, the danger lies in the fact that since the emergence of the Phoenix, we have sent countless skilled soldiers from the Northern Rome to kill her, but none of them have returned, while the Phoenix has been living well all along. Is your range within the reach of the Phoenix's gaze? Indeed powerful, but this time you will undoubtedly die. Be careful of the arrows when surrounding us. With so many of us, she only has one bow. General Xuanwu, my general's sniping has stopped. I suspect there may be trouble on her side. The Phoenix Battalion's nearby guards are requesting support for my general. The entire defense line is under full attack, and as you can see from the intensity of the Northern Roan's attack, any deployment of troops now could lead to the collapse of the entire line. Moreover, if your general really encounters problems that cannot be handled, he will naturally have ways to seek help. Until now, there has been no request for assistance, which means your general has not encountered any unsolvable crisis. But my general, it's nothing, but execute the command immediately. Yes. Young master, everyone below is a 3rd grade or above expert. My bow and arrow have limited killing power. We'll be surrounded soon. You'd better call out the bloodstained Jiang Sr. as soon as possible. It has been said that the battlefield has been divided, and now there is only you and me on this battlefield, as well as a Hanwu camp. Ha ha ha, young master is joking again. This is not funny at all. Bloodstained Jiang, come out quickly. I've seen you. How old are you? I know you've been here all along. In this battlefield, only you and me, Lao Lu, are really not here. Xia Fengjun and the others have not returned yet. Can you not escape reality? Bloodstained Jiang Liu too, how could he possibly be here now? Shouldn't he be obediently guarding Yang Jiu's side? Commander, I don't know if I misunderstood. It seems that Yang Jiu is also on the high platform. It's really Yang Jiu who has blood-stained the river, isn't it? If only blood-stained the river were to be directly guarded by it, Yang Jiu would have no reason to personally take risks. Since that's the case, why is Yang Jiu here? Is there any trap? Yang Jiu is really a bit cunning. I think we should not do it. No, Yang Jiu is just trying to kill himself and make Phoenix a bait, but he's too greedy and doesn't even want to give us bait to eat. The Northern Rome army is pressing on the border, and he doesn't have any more manpower to guard the Phoenix, so he can only come personally. Come and guard Phoenix by himself. Has he gone crazy? From the perspective of the enemy, it's both foolish and crazy. If I were his comrade in arms and made such a decision, I would respect him. Because he is a respected commander-in-chief just like the prince, this gives us the opportunity to pass on the order to achieve success in the first battle at all costs, even if Hanwu dies in battle. Both of them must be killed. As long as they both die, the war will end. Such a chance must not be missed. Yang Jiu. Invincible intention, add the heaven-swallowing skill and kill me. Commander, how could you possibly be repelled by Yang Jiu with a single blow? He's only a 3rd rank. Have you ever seen a 3rd grade that can use invincible intent? Invincible intent is domineering, swallowing heaven skill is majestic, and the killing blade is invincible. Do you know how heavy that blade really is? Despite the broken mirror, what are you waiting for here, the Northern Commander? What are you waiting for? Arrogance, even if you master so many supreme skills, is ultimately only a 3rd grade physique and 3rd grade reaction power. The worst thing in the cold martial camp is the 3rd grade, surround and kill him for me. Yang Jiu. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in people, which is called Hauren. My martial arts are invincible. Let me break through. Lark. As long as I'm still alive, I won't let you fight alone on this high platform. Hey, 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 my young master, don't just visit the front. Look at the back, look at the back. We're all surrounded. Cough, cough, okay, okay, okay. I'm paying attention, I'm paying attention. The Broken Mirror Commander is coming to battle. What kind of person are you? Even if you were the legitimate son of the Yang family, the Northern Territory Commander, you wouldn't be able to master this kind of heavenly and human means. If you're scared, go away. The broken mirror I used to need to guard against now seems to be nothing more than that. The 3rd grade is the 3rd grade, even if you have these heavenly and human means, what's the point? I don't believe it's inexhaustible. Here we go, handling only needs embankments. After all, the young master of a wealthy family can never understand the cooperation between soldiers and the dangers of the battlefield. No one understands the cruelty of war better than the commander of the First Army. I really don't understand why you dare to underestimate me even though I have become the biggest enemy of Northern Rome. You didn't take my life with this knife. It's my turn this time. My martial arts are invincible. Invincible, domineering, unparalleled. The killing knife is indestructible. Although Yang Jio is not a broken mirror, with these means, he can also kill by breaking the mirror with his own body. I remember Han Ling told me, but it was too late. I do have only third-grade reaction power and physical fitness, but I can still trade injury for death, so breaking the mirror is not so difficult to kill. A third-rank warrior, who is only third rank or second rank, can't even withstand a single blow from him. Invincibility means that his invincibility is not endless. The Confucian book Haran means the strongest shield, and invincibility means the strongest spear. Upper. 51. 52. There are still 48 people who know you can guess my weakness, but they didn't expect you to guess so quickly. There are only 3 left, and 1 can support me to wield a few knives. If I had known it would cost so much, even if I didn't sleep, I would have had to ask for a few more invincible intentions. Find Death 535455. The number 1 in the world is indeed the only one in the Jinbei Wanfu who is so willful and can lend his invincibility to others at will. This is also the most unreasonable thing in the world. Whoever gains his invincibility will have the strength to fight against the broken mirror. Don't you think it's familiar that gaining recognition can grant power? As far as I know, the Northern Rome Empress was powerless more than a decade ago, but now she has strength comparable to that of a pseudo-heavenly being. You mean the number 1 in the world. If you want to fight, take a break. You need to talk nonsense. Take your life. Ah. Young master, you go first. I've seen what you did for me. We can't just leave both of us here. Don't disturb me counting. It's easy to get confused. 717-1273, now you know how to feel sorry for me. Why didn't you say that when I came? Is it too late to say it now? Today, we can only live and die together. His invincibility is not much left. At most, there is still half a pillar of incense left. Without invincibility, if he kills Yang Jio and the Northern Rome, he will surely win. Kill Yang Jio. Beiqing will definitely win. Although there are millions of people, I have gone. I don't know how the young master is doing, although there are many ways of heaven and man, but the young master's first life and death struggle is really worrying. Adult. The blood armor camp has surrounded the main camp of the Northern Rome. Zhao Yong, the leader of the Blood Armor Battalion, is the mirror-breaking warrior. General, are you joking with me? The little one is just a follower of the young master. How can he command you? The only thing the little one can do is kill. When the eastern frontier achieved great victory, others only knew that Yang Gong was skilled in using troops, but no one knew that you had always been Yang Gong's deputy general in the war. And your subordinates also had an assassination unit infiltrating, destroying, and assassinating. No one knows what to do better than you. So they're all dead. Do you also want to die? I know everything you said, but after the eastern frontier, I no longer belonged to the battlefield and couldn't command the army. I only learned how to be an ordinary person and the knife in the young master's hand. I understand, sir. Why is the snow owl guarding the far north royal court appearing here? Shouldn't you be staying obediently in the Beirong Palace to protect Her Majesty the Empress? Who allowed you to go to the front line? Even in our Northern Rome court, some people may think that you and Your Majesty are at odds, but in fact, Your Majesty has never treated you as an outsider. Since you know your intentions, how could Your Majesty just watch you die and remain indifferent? Whooping Shuoshua Owl leader, mirror-breaking warrior. Snow Owl can't stop blood armor. What's the point of staying here? Snow Owl never thought he would lose to any army, especially not to Zhao Tianyu's blood armor. Your Majesty doesn't want to lose to Zhao Tianyu, right? These two have been stubborn for their whole lives. If there were no war between the Northern Rong and the Northern Territory, they would surely have had a good story passed down from generation to generation. Yes, it's just a pity that the Northern Rong and Northern Territory still need a battle in the end. Your Majesty fully supports the prince, hoping that there will be no regrets in this battle. That's why I decided on this strategy. The Phoenix Body, Death God, and Owl will take off from the northern defense line and can no longer stop the Northern Rong. Even if I die at that time, I can still succeed. What if it doesn't work out? If it doesn't work, then it won't work. Even if the war ends, the Eastern Advisory Committee can preserve the main force and maintain the autonomy of the Northern Rong. Your Majesty can negotiate the conditions for the Central Plains War. Yongjio, who needs the strength of the North, will naturally find ways to help the Northern Rong survive the cold winter. Since the prince is ready to negotiate with the North, why not? Didn't you just say that the bird is about to die, and there is still one battle to be fought in the country of Naruto? I, the people of Northern Rong, have my own pride. If we win this battle and sit firmly in the Central Plains, if we lose this battle, we must let the Central Plains know that although our Northern Rong has surrendered, we are not at the mercy of others. Until today, Pingshuo finally understood why the generals and warriors of the Northern Rong were willing to follow the prince in this battle. Even if the opponent was Blood Armor, our Snow Owl would still protect the prince until the last one. Wanya Xiaosho. Blood Armor attack is coming. Your Highness, this is... Oh, how did it get exposed? The blood armor outside has really been killed. Who are you? You are definitely not among the assassin Snow Owls. Bloodstained Jiangliu too, I knew Yang Jioi wouldn't let you stay by his side. Although Yang Jiao may seem disorganized when playing chess, he will use each piece to the most suitable place. It's really difficult to do. The two smaller ones with broken mirrors are just a first-class assassin who is not good at frontal combat. Isn't this difficult? Who really treats you like a first class and deals with you? That's the real idiot. The mortal world washes away hostility. You're seeking artistic conception and understanding. Yijing Tongxian, that's just a matter of small means between heaven and man. He doesn't have the ability to do that. It's just that the Northern Rome Prince is young. Just one question, can you stop now? You should have heard what I just said, and you should also know my awareness of this matter. If I live, the war will not stop. Your Highness, but now it's a bit different from just now because the little one wasn't there, but now there are less than 10 steps between you and the little one. At least you haven't broken the mirror yet, nor have you mastered the Xianbei Rong King's capital Yang Jioji's calculations. You've only seriously injured me now, and you're alone. How could this be the same? If that time was really enough to kill you, the young master and I couldn't do without the Northern Rong, and now your martial arts have made my young master look very embarrassed. Is there always a time like this? But the young master can't bear to see him so embarrassed. Then let me see if the world's #1 assassin can really kill me. Prince Wang, this is Bingshi, and you have also received recognition from the Snow God. Otherwise, do you really think I'm waiting for blood armor to come and kill me? I'm thinking about whether I can exert all my strength. I'm going to cripple you all with the headache-inducing blood armor. Although there is ice breathing, it's difficult to deal with both the blood-stained river and the blood armor at the same time. The peak of the broken mirror can enter the pseudo-celestial body Barong Snow God by obtaining Qi. This Snow God is really more convenient than Dakian's Dragon Qi, or in other words, the royal family of Northern Rong is much stronger than Dakian's royal family. Are you ready to die here, bloodstained Jiang, who dominates the eastern country? I really didn't expect you to become a pseudo-celestial being, but only a first-class one. Since the prince refuses to retreat. That small retreat. Stop. Whatever kind of master there is, what kind of followers there will be. The blood-stained Jiang still plays this trick. Zhao Yong. You have finally come before this king. You will definitely die at the hands of the blood armor camp. Bloodstained River. You have a clear positioning of yourself. People like you are already very dangerous even if you don't break the mirror. It's hard to imagine how much you will grow up with a broken mirror. The prince praised the little one for not having one-on-one skills. At most, it's just playing sneak attacks. The prince stained the river with blood and handed it over to me to deal with Zhao Yong. I forgot about you, but are you sure you still want to stay here? Snow Owl is never a match for blood armor. If you were outside, you could still resist 1 or 2. He's right. If we wait for the blood armor to advance and defeat the crowd with a small force, it won't be easy to deal with you. Go block the blood armor outside and leave it to me here. It's the prince. Please be careful. The young prince has offended me. Young master, you have already done enough for me. I still have an arrow that can briefly repel these people. You can take the opportunity to escape, and I will cut off the rear. The last trace of invincibility in 92 just dissipated, so now it's already a desperate situation. If you want to survive, you can only continue to fight. I might really die today. Putting myself in danger is not something that a wise person would do. If I die here, I will truly regret it. Without invincibility, your knife is so weak and powerless. It's just a 3rd grade. You better die for me. Die, Yang Jiao. 93. 94. I hit him. I finally hit him. The aura on his body has been depleted and I can no longer provide him with protection. 96. Cough cough. That's enough, young master. I've seen everything you've done for me. I'm really touched, really touched. But you can't die here with me because this is my home, but it can't be yours. I won't die here. 97. I still have a lot of things to do, but this time I don't want to give up on some things that I have to go through. Good point. So you two should die together here. For enemies like